What's good, everybody? My name is Alckemy. Welcome to the channel. Today we are going to be continuing where we left off last week for doing some IDM production for the Discord collab. I'm not going to be talking very much. I'm always open to conversation, but I'm going to be trying to focus on actually just getting some work done and doing my production thing, as you all know that I do on Fridays. But yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. If you guys have questions along the way, I might type it out. I might talk. I don't know. Hey, what up, Winter? Welcome. I don't recognize your name, but thanks for coming in and saying what's good. Appreciate it. What else do I got? Later today, I'm going to be trying to get the Stencil Morph review up. So if you guys are interested in learning about that, we're going to be getting that up. Hopefully that didn't just trigger. Okay, it didn't. And then we've got a giveaway going on. So if you guys can see on the screen, we've got 7,307 subscribers right now. Once we get to 10,000, I'll be giving away a sub pack M2X. It's a wearable sub, and it is lightly used, but I think that it's a really neat device. And if you're like needing a sub in your room, or if you've got like, kind of something like me where I'm still producing in my bedroom and all that, it's a great tool to have. So I'll be giving it away to one lucky winner. Chicken dinner. Whatever. I don't know. Whatever. So yeah, that was this little hip hop track that I have is just something that I don't know, I've been having some fun with. It's nothing too serious, but I kind of like it as my intro just because it's kind of soothing and stuff. And then we get into like the really heavy experimental sound design things. It's very abstract or very polarizing in that way. But yeah, I'm gonna throw the headphones on and we'll get to work and I guess enjoy the show, enjoy the frustration. Depending on, we don't have much to do, but I'm gonna try to finish this up. Seems good in that way. Let's move the camera. The camera was like, that's pretty funny. All right, I'm gonna turn the mic off and. Sorry, I think reference 4 broke on me. Okay, let's see if it's good now. Better? Better? Okay, cool. Thank you. Sometimes waiting for this thing to bounce can take forever. So we can do some Kuji in while we wait. Come on. Okay. Sit. Stay. Speak. Nope. Stay. Speak. Speak. Good boy. Good boy. Crazy dogs. Okay, now I'm kind of ready for not necessarily a break, but a break. Um, it's busy, which isn't a bad thing, but it is busy. They have some free stuff. Yeah, the Cherry Audio Voltage thing is free, right? I don't really like working in like super modular environments though. Thanks for sticking around. I'm not done streaming by any means. I'm just saying thanks for hanging out with me while I finish or bang out this second part. Um, I will take questions or discussion topics now. You might hear me play stuff in between, but that's fine. If I'm not talking, then it shouldn't be interrupting because I'm reading you and you are hearing me. Unless if you hear what you see. How's everybody doing today? I need to crack my back. I don't know if you guys can hear this or not, but let's see. Here, let's sample it. Ready? All right. Let's see. Here we go. Nope, that was the chair. Oi. All right, hold on one sec. Somebody's always calling me when I don't want them to. Hello? Ouch. It's getting ready to get like freezing cold here. I don't know if you know what this ancient technology called Fahrenheit is, but it's supposed to get into like single digits out here in the Midwest. And so my step grandfather was like, "Hey, you got antifreeze in your car? Because if not, you should." So, but yeah, I'm not going anywhere anyway. So, yeah. I spent some time cleaning and trying to get what you meant with the drums. I made them a bit punchier. So, yeah, what we were talking about yesterday. Let me see. Motto of 2020 is clip it and limit, right? So, I got to put my headphones back on. But if you take a drum beat, kit, kick, snare, thingy, configure this, sorry, come on, and this thing needs some love. It's just like barely hanging on. It's like I'm using the last of my strength to bear your sure invisible. Granted, this is a heavy mic, but all right. So if you have a all right, sorry. If you go and you grab a kick. Okay, this kick is kind of nice, and I think this is a great example. I think if you tighten the screws, it should work. I did. It's pretty tight already. So you see how this kick is kind of like, it's a kick, but it's kind of whatever, right? So if you grab like G-clip, which is free, or you can use Fruity Soft Clipper or whatever, and you just turn it down, it's not really going to do much, but the motto is clip it and limit. So once you bring this back up, you see how flat this is now? So that's already like, without even doing a whole lot of steps, you go from this to this. And I mean, like, I have ways that I do, drum processing and stuff too, which are a little bit more elaborate than that. But just even like going that far can give you quite a bit of results. And then if you start thinking about like doing like EQ and stuff, I'm kind of working backwards. Normally I would do this stuff first, but if you take that and you kind of pump that up, okay. And I don't know if you have Pro Q3 or not, but if you do this, it will kind of fix it. But that can kind of make that a little bit more punchy too. So, and then you can kind of find like a sweet spot in the middle, because this is like ducking the volume. I don't, Shadley. It's okay. You can just find a dynamic EQ, and that shouldn't be too bad. If you grab a transient control or a transient shaper, I'm sure that they have free ones for this too, but nice. All right, that's a little much, but maybe just like 10%-ish. And then pull back on the sustain. Cool. So you go there, you group this. So the difference between having a soft or kind of whatever kick versus this, like, that's a huge difference, right? So getting some big old darn dango. Standard clip is my go-to for drum punch. What is standard clip? It's $20. But G-clip is free. Free 99, my friend. It's a clip-bracketer. Nice. I love clip-bracketers. They're the best. Clip brackets. Hey, licky baths. No. That is the most disgusting thing. Isn't VinClip the same thing as FreeClip, I want to say? Do I have FreeClip? I don't think I have FreeClip anymore. I think I was like, the only thing I need is the G-clip. Yeah, I think VinClip is the same thing. But yeah, like, you could, if you want something that has more controls on it, then you can do that. I mean, and it's like worst case scenario, if I also use G-clip and soft clip, well, like, we'll use it, because I don't think that you're using it quite that much on your drums with that tune that you sent in. Yeah, like the other thing too is you can also just get away with like heavy ass compression. So let me see it. We'll use dynamics because this is kind of like, this can kind of go to extreme levels. But if we take a look at this, I wish that I could pull this up on the big screen, but you're going to have to take a look here. And then we can go into an oscilloscope. Look at that big old transient right there. Dango and kango. If you pull the ratio up, you pull this up a bit. Then you do the same thing here. Sorry. Opposite way. Is the makeup gain on? What's up with this? There you go. And then you have like a long attack and a long release. Oh, there we go. So you can also abuse a compressor as well. So, well, wave shaping does do clipping, but it doesn't work in the same way. So you have to be mindful of that. It was not at 100%, but 96 clipping. I tend to stray away from punchy drums, but then use heavy basses. Well, if you use heavy basses, then your drums need to be punchy because otherwise you're going to have trouble having them cut through the mix. Like sometimes doing sidechaining doesn't do the job. Yeah, so using the dynamics, like it's not quite as punchy, but that's still not bad. And I haven't even messed with the output yet. So if you kind of push everything up and you push this threshold, then that will kind of pick the volume up without it clipping, I guess. I think maybe this might get really loud. Everybody take your headphones off. Let me just see here because I want to look at the levels. But this might actually get really loud. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So if you push that, I gave everybody a warning, so don't be mad at me. But if you push this really hard in that way, and you add a limiter after it, theoretically, let me turn this down again. Everybody turn your volume down for just a sec. Make sure that we don't blow our ears out. Protect your ears, friends and family. Where's my limiter? Peak limiter. Interesting. Yeah, so that will turn it down by, that's quite a bit of gain reduction there. That's pretty funny. Interesting. Let's do this. Okay, yeah, it's about the same. I was just making sure that I didn't like blow our ears to hell, but I don't think that the difference is that big. So you can get away with, oof, nice blom, but you can get a nice smack just by abusing the dynamics. And I don't really like doing the dynamics because like it can sometimes get out of control, but I like doing it this way. That seems better. Just because you have a finer means of control. So I do some EQ, some transient control, some clipping, and then bring it back up with my limiter. It sounds pretty good. You can get a nice doof. And then like if you want to tune it, I like a compressor on the bus. Didn't distort too much. Well, sometimes it can, and that's kind of why I was wanting to be careful because like I've made this like stupid loud before and it hurt my ears. So I kind of just wanted to be mindful this time and not do that to you guys just in case. But yeah, you can use the dynamics to kind of, you know, to make it fat in that way. And then like even if you use this, right, you can also make it even louder by pushing the output up. I do have some gain reduction on Black Hole 16 channel right now. because I'm using Sonar Works, but I'm imagining that this would be very loud if I didn't have that on, now that I think about it. So, dude, stop it. It's gross. He's just going to town. Not sure when to not overpower the bass. Well, your drums should be louder than your bass, usually. Most of the time, your drums are like 2 dB louder as far as like typical mixing. It's not the only way to mix, but that's like typical mixing practice. And also, I'm going to move over here because I like this frame more than the wall. And maybe I should scoot in. There we go. Look at that profile. Right? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Good Lord. Why is everyone calling me today? Hold on, guys. All right, sorry, everybody and their mom wants to talk to me right now for no reason. Okay, Epoch Cam froze. Hi, there we go. I was like, what the fuck? This usually works pretty well. It's not perfect, but I think that it's a great webcam to use, like if you've got a smartphone or something. Hey, Leo, what's good, man? What's going on, dog? Did you finish that tune? I kind of want to listen to that tune again. Well, I want to listen to the finished part. So finish it, and then we'll get going. So perhaps I should duck the bass a bit lower. All of my basses are at 0 dB along with the drum. It should be fine. Like, just sidechain them and just cut them. And like when you do a sidechain, especially for something that's that fast, I will work on it a ton this weekend. Cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, when you have a lot of transients that's really fast over time, like you want to make sure that you have a really fast release. You are in FL Studio. Shit. Okay. Well, I don't know how to do that in FL Studio, but in Ableton, like you can actually highlight a time code like this. See that there, and then that will actually tell you like what the distance or like what the actual time of that is. Like that. Actually, sorry. What I meant to say was you go here, and then you click here, and that will tell you the difference. So 58. So that's like 75 milliseconds, maybe. Oh no, that's more than that. That's like 100 something milliseconds. And so however long your kick is, you can kind of just measure it with the time code. And then that can be your release for how long it takes for your transients to kind of come about. And then usually like when you have an attack, you want it to be pretty short. Well, if you're doing slower music, you can get away with having a short sidechain attack because you can get some interesting rhythm in that way. But when you're doing fast stuff, you generally want to like have the sidechain just duck just enough for the drums to kind of punch through. Right click that bars and beats line. There should be an option to show time. This one? Deactivate for this project. Duplicate time. Remove time. What are you talking about? Sorry if this doesn't make sense, but there's this menu and MIDI clips in Bitwig that I have no idea how to function. It looks like 3 pieces of paper stacked. Yeah, you're talking about layers down here, like when you double click on a MIDI clip, right? That's layers. No, where the bars are. Oh, right here. 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 Measure 2, 3. I'll show you in just a second, Leo. I'm trying to figure out what LA Winter is talking about. 2, 3, 4, 5 in the timeline. Yeah. So here are my bars. If I right click, real-time ruler. Oh, yo, I learned something about Bitwig. Yo, high five, dude. Thanks for that. Virtual high five. This is good stuff. Thank you so much. I didn't know that. Okay, well, we're all gonna learn something today, I guess. So what the layer thing for is if you double click right here and you pull this up, this is like how you pseudo comp, right? So let's say you've got this kick and you duplicate it 3 times and you highlight all of them kind of in this way. You go to track, you go here, you highlight all of these, and they will show up somewhere. Oh, 177, maybe. Oh, there they are. There's a good eye right there. And so like if you want to do like quote unquote like comp editing, this would be the way that you can do that. I know, right? Everybody's like, Bitwig doesn't have comping. And it's like, that's not true. That ain't true. It's just a different workflow. So yeah, you can do this both with MIDI and audio. And there's a lot of different functionalities that you can perform with that. How does it work for MIDI? Well, it would be the same thing, right? Do they also go in rows? I think they do. And then I think there's also the option to have different color coding for like, you know how Ableton can do that where that was introduced in Live 10. So where like if you have the same MIDI over different instruments or different MIDI over different instruments, it will be one MIDI roll and it will have different colors along that so you can kind of see what you're doing. I think you can do the ghost notes thing like in FL Studio. I'm going to delete this because I'm not going to delete it. Puny, did you get what you needed out of talking about like clipping and drums and stuff? Let's go ahead and create a MIDI clip here. And then for this in particular, go to here. So this is MIDI or note editor. This is the audio editor. I don't know what select an audio clip track to display behind the note editor, I think is what that said. So that's cool. I think that's what that said. Yeah, okay, sick. So you can actually pick something to display behind this if you wanted to, but we'll just go to none for now, and then we'll pull up these like phase plant things like that, and then we need to find out where some MIDI is. Hey, somebody tell me where's my MIDI? There we go. Okay, so now if we highlight another one bites your mom. Then where is that? Let's go here and then we'll go to initial. Wait, we'll click there and then we'll go to phase plant. And then I think this is supposed to show both. Maybe it's on the clip editor. Ooh. Is there a keybind for the grid snap options for toggling them? How did you get Bitwig running at 60 frames per second minus 30? I think it probably depends on your CPU, right? But I'm also streaming in 60 frames per second, so it might, like, I don't know if you're streaming or not, but that could be it too. What do you mean by grid snap options? Do you mean like snapping in that way? There should be, but I don't know if it's set up or not. Why is everybody asking a hard question? All these hard ass questions. Let me see. Grid, larger beat grid, previous toggle snap to grid. That's shift and X. So there you go. Or at least it is on my computer. Command enter equals magic. Click the pin button each track to make it show up. Or sturge. What is sturge? Usually I click the thing at the bottom to turn it off. Yeah, so it's whatever I just pulled up was at snap to grid is shift X. the Windows command. You can toggle the adaptive grid by /x, looks like. Well, that's where it is. So, Remy, stop it. Their licking is so persistent. Is the command enter the keybond menu thing? But I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see what command enter does. It does nothing on Bitwig for me. Nothing on Bitwig. Search window comes up and you can type and see the shortcut. No, that's just an overview. Wait, what? You have to get out of the options for it to work? I just hit command enter. It's not doing anything. Command enter. Option enter. Control enter. Oh. Behold all of your things. Here you go. Launch arranger queue marker 20. So is this just a... This is just a list? Mac doesn't have control though? Yes, it does. Wait, right there. Control. What does that menu do? I think it's I think this is just what tells you what all the keyboard shortcuts are. So like you can type in, fuck it, like type in toggle record. Okay, well that's F9. No. So I think that's yeah, record. And then you can kind of figure out what, yeah, it quickly tells you what shortcut that is. This is a gem. So thank you. Who initially said that? I know John Smith helped us out a bit, but oh, it was John Smith. Oh, good stuff, man. Thanks, John. I didn't know that. I learned 2 things about Bitwig today. Thank you, guys. People say, I'm a Bitwig guru. That is not true. I don't know everything about this thing. You can run actions from there? Yeah, you can. So you just click on the action and it will go. It's not really what I would do, per se. I'd rather just memorize the keyboard command, but that's pretty sick. Noise. Actually, hey, you guys just reminded me. Let me set something up really quick because I need to do this. Settings. Oh, wait. F9. Okay. I need to go into the Stencil thing. Does this work? Ah, man. Okay. They just updated this, and I was trying to get that to work. Completely legit, by the way. Completely legit. That's not a thing. I just thought I'd try. Okay, record. That's going to be a keyboard button, which is F9. Function key. F9, I think. LED. Send that in. Let's see if that works. No! Maybe we need to not do that. Let's try that. You can find a shortcut by name or just something dark side. Or just by the key and bind a key or even MIDI equals it's just epic. Yeah, that's a really amazing thing. I'm pushing F9 and it's not working. Delete, left, right, down, divide. Okay. All right. Well, function 9. Send a map. Damn it. All right, let's try a different keyboard shortcut. This is like the only like quirky thing that I have to mention about Stencil Morph is that getting this to work is kind of cumbersome. Oh, shit, undo? Okay, fuck. F9? How do I get option? Control F9? No, Control 9. How do I pull up the function thing on Mac? No. Okay, fuck it. Let's try in. The shortcut has already been assigned to the action no. It's already been to the action delete. Has been an adaptive beat grid. Let's try I. Inspector panel. P. Stop transport. O. L. K. Okay. K works. Shit. What am I trying? So I'm going to bind this key bind to K for toggle record. And then now, theoretically, that should be working. Stop, guys. That's so disgusting. Okay, let's see if this works. The key command window is called Commander. Do you really want to quit? Yeah, I do. Oh, it works. Okay, great. You can directly bind the MIDI messages. The MIDI message. Are you talking about you can bind messages through the command enter panel, or wait, what were we talking about? We were doing something with MIDI earlier. Yeah. Anyways, the layer thing is for comp editing. No in the options. You can directly bind the MIDI message. Yeah, I wanted it to be a single shortcut or a single key because I don't think that the Stencil supports key binds. Is there an OTT? There is an OTT on this. I kind of want to see what this sounds like without this and see if it's any better. You know, this might actually be better without the OTT. I can't really tell or not, but I'm not sure if I should expose myself, but I completely forgot to make my subs mono in the track from yesterday. It happens all the time. I don't even know if all of my subs are in mono. I think they are. I hope. Yeah, okay. My subs in mono. Well, at least my lower frequencies are. And then I've got a Haas effect. Haas effect. Stereo subs more than you thought. Well, typically, like, I guess it is a stereo sub, but there's still a cutoff point to like how low, or how do you say that? There's still a point to like not constant stereo sub, but on sounds. Yeah. So like, let's say like you've got a thick kind of like harmonic rich sub, right? Something past a certain threshold will kind of completely cancel the sub range. But it sounds great. Yeah, well, fuck it, you know. Who are you playing this for, and where are you playing this, you know? That's kind of what it is. That's what it is. That's kind of like what Matthews was talking about. I'm trying not to quote him too much, you know, but he was saying that he doesn't really like to master towards the streaming standard because he doesn't really care about the streaming standard. He cares more about how it's going to sound when you play out in a club or something. So I don't know, maybe Current Value has his own set of speakers or something that he knows that it's going to be in stereo. And there's like no dedicated sub, like mono sub, or maybe he's got a dual sub setup or something. I don't know. Fuck, it's shit. The world is your oyster. It's music. Do things that are different. Meg just tunes. Also do Meg. I was like, Matthews tunes also do wacky stereo sometimes too. You mean panning the bass far left to right as an effect? No, I think just like if you have like detuning on your sub, right? Well, yeah, I guess you could if you did like two different subs, then you probably could do that, but no width. Yeah, I'm thinking that they just don't touch the detuning, or they'll like Haas something or have reverb on something super low, and then the cutoff point to like where they actually mono things will probably be relatively low. Has a wacky stereo bass. Yeah, I'll check it out, dude. So I've been listening to a lot of Leisurelands lately, and I know that we talked about it a while ago, but the more I listen to it, the more I like it. It's one of those things that like, it's one of those albums that kind of grew on me, and I was like, this is okay, you know. But the more that I listened to it, I was like, wow, huh, yes. So I play it pretty often now. It's really good. I might buy it. I like that. Do you know, like, did Skylar just make that album on his own, or were Max and Marty part of that too? I suppose I could ask him, but I don't really want to DM him just to just be like, hey man, I'm trying to learn about the album. I try not to bother people, but that's the beauty of the internet, is everybody is just one email away. There's an interview, they all made it. Okay, great, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. That's so cool that they were all able to like take their music in a completely different direction together, you know, because I was wondering for a bit what was going to happen with Skylar, because he was in Germany it was Germany, right? With like Rawtech or his neighbors. Like, how fucking cool is that? Monologue Rockstar. Oh, okay, gotcha. Two of the tunes are just Skylar. Yeah. I imagine that he was probably doing something different, you know, like Marty's raising a kid, and I don't know what Max is doing. Max is Marty's brother, right? Are they brothers? Or are they just homies? I thought that Max and Marty were brothers. I don't know. Don't quote me, because I do not know. That is my consensus, is I don't know. Yeah, I've got a little bit more work to do into this stuff. I kind of want something that's got a little bit more low-end movement on this, because it's kind of empty in some places. I am completely lost. We're talking about Audica, Leisurelands. It's an album that came out this last year. M Stereo Spread Melda can make mono-compatible stereo effects, uses psychoacoustics. Yeah, and Wider can do that too. It's also free. I think Melda's also free, but actually it might have been all of them for those two, but there's a video where you can see Skylar working on it with them, and it's like most of it was finished during those sessions. Oh, I see. I I really like when Audica and Rawtech get together and just do like their really dark stuff, and I hope that they continue doing that, because that's probably like one of the biggest inspirations that I have for my music, is just like pure evil. And I say evil, it's not really evil, but it's just so dark and heavy. Yeah, like I was listening to Solar Grace the other day and I was just like, man, this is such a fucking tune. Sorry for my incomprehensible messages. I'm on a phone. You're okay. Almost evil? Like, I really want to know like where that comes from for them, you know? I mean, I'm sure like, you know, they're all gamers and stuff. Hey, Danis. I don't know if I said your name correctly or not, but I apologize, but I tried. Welcome though. But just heavy, you know, just heavy mechanical, like, man, I love it. I love it. Perfect. Okay, cool. Soundtoys is the best mixing sound design for the money. You think so? I think some stuff from Soundtoys is okay. It's not my favorite though. I strive for the dark and evil, but when I do something conventional like D&B, it feels hard to make it come across. Yeah, I had to talk about that, of like why I don't really have a lot of melody and stuff in my tunes. Always get Soundtoys stuff on sale. And that's why I don't really like have melody or anything on my tunes, is because like they don't really play nicely together unless if you have this like really big contrasting moment of music, right? So like if you listen to some of this stuff, like there's no room for melody. There's no room for harmonic content. Like there's not, you don't really, where would you put a melody in that? I don't know. If somebody has an idea that doesn't change the vibe completely or throw it off, then I would like to know. But I mean, you might, yeah, I was going to say you might be able to get away with like some kind of tonal pad or something, but that's not really a melody. That's just a tone, right? But even if you add in like a spooky melody or something, like it still changes, because the more that sounds like a drop to me. Well, it is, but that's what I'm saying too, though, right? Is like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is like if you have something that has a bunch of heaviness and stuff, like you have to separate it, because otherwise the melody doesn't really work within that. I wanted to get Decapitator, but found out an alternative called Head Crusher, not free. Like you could put melody and tone in a different section of the song. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And so like if you have like a break or like a bridge or something, then after that crazy like, you know, abstractness is over, and you give it like a bridge or something, then you can introduce melody, but they don't play we're saying the same thing. Like they don't play nicely together at the same time. You kind of have to split them up in between. And if you listen to someone like Audica, like, you know that Echo tune called The Impulsive State? Yeah, definitely. Where they have little melodic bits and then it goes full melodic. Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're not playing at the same time, right? So like right before, you know, because it's like, and it's like bum 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 bum. It's a chromatic thing, but once that comes about, they do a hard cut and they use a little melody as a fill, right? And then they go back into like the same thing. So they don't really, you know what I mean? They don't really play in that way. It's a totally different type of feel though. I saw this video from Adam Neely where he had some musicians over to make a scale ugly, and then she mentioned that the contrast between pretty and evil makes the track even heavier. Yeah, that's called juxtaposition. So that's when you have two contrasting elements playing together, or two things that are unlikely playing together. Is that? I guess it's something like that. I just looked it up. Hey Siri, define juxtaposition.
Here's what I found.
It's an act or instance of placing close together side by side, especially for comparison or contrast. So that's what they call it in music. But when you can have those two playing, you know, it's like when you can go in between like a melodic, a major and minor. I mean, she did it in sequence part and Pretty Stable and then Complete Chaos. Well, yeah. I guess I'm just talking about like expression in general. Like I wouldn't have a melody playing over this sort of chord progression. That's what I'm getting at. And it's like maybe during the bridge or something after all this stuff, it would make sense to kind of, you know what I mean, go into something where it breaks down and then kind of like goes into some creepy dark kind of pad or something, which I've done in most of my tunes actually. I usually have like one chord or just like one single tone, and then I kind of like go back into the abyss and the darkness or whatever, right? So, was that Justice Cow? Oh my God, hold on. Sorry, guys. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. The only thing that would fit, in my opinion, is some vocal chops in just a couple places. You're talking about in this particular tune, like I would think that like screams or like, you know, something that was horror themed related would probably make the most sense. Or breath. I think breath would work a lot too. Which actually that's a good idea. I have some like ghostly breaths over here that I might actually bring into this part as well. These little thingies. Right here. So that could actually work. But yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying though, right? Is like for the most part, like I wouldn't have a chord progression over this, or I wouldn't even like introduce a chord progression. Like, well, this tune is really hard because it's got too many cut ups and transients and stuff. I feel like if there is a vocal hook line to that kind of thing too. Well, I'm not going to dismiss it. I don't see it, but I'm not going to dismiss it, but I can't imagine personally. Do I use exclusive solo setting in the Bitwig? No, I just hit shift click whenever I want to do an exclusive solo. Because sometimes I do want to solo more than one thing at the same time, so I've got something like that. And then if I'm like, all right, well, I just want to go back to that, then I'll just hit that. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Yeah. Learning things. Bitwig. I mean, really the only thing that I can think that I still wish Bitwig would add at this point is just a slicer. And then I'd really like the ability to modulate the inspector controls. Maybe not the arranger clip controls, like the start, length, and fade and stuff, although that could be kind of cool, I guess. But I'd really like to be able to arrange the stuff. Like, imagine if you can change the warp mode and modulate that. That'd be fucking nice. Better comping. Yeah, you're a pop producer, so I can see why that would be useful for you. That makes sense. Stop. Oh, full MPE support would be cool, because unless if you're actually playing an instrument that's MPE native, so like polysynth or the grid or something, like if you threw MPE on like key tracking on like an actual filter or something, like you won't actually have that, like a playlist feature. Better MIDI editing, and I'm sold. Yeah, you know what would be cool too? I talked about this in the last update, but it would be cool if like you had, you know how you can have like layers and stuff right here? additive oscillator like an operator. Yeah, it would be cool if you can draw your own harmonics. And the fact that you can't modulate the matrix in that is kind of strange, right? In FM4, that doesn't really make sense. I like the MIDI editing. It's I don't know. It's you you might be by yourself on that one. It's pretty wonky for me. I think that it's got some good things, but so it'd be cool if you can jump to sections on here, right? So like you've got main section A, and that would be cool if you can like duplicate this. Sorry, you can jump to it, but imagine like being able to copy this and then drag the whole thing over. So like let's say like you click on this main section right here and you want to like double that or move it around. Like it would be super sick if you can kind of like drag this in between, move this in between places, right? That's similar to Ableton, better than Logic. Didn't touch Logic, so no idea. I think that Ableton is just a bit more responsive. Like, and I think the problem that I have with Bitwig in particular, or like with Bitwig MIDI in particular, is that like sometimes it's really annoying to like this thing right here, because like it is cool that it will show you what's before and what's after, but a lot of times if you're like you're not in the right view, then it will be really annoying. Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's great, but it's annoying. And also like the color representation, and sometimes like this like getting these icons to highlight isn't that great. I think they want you to use the clip launcher scenes, but to do that, but that would be good. What exactly is the difference between track and clip? Okay, so like you've got two different versions of viewing something. So the clip is just what's inside this particular container right here. And then if you go to the track, then it will show you everything that's on there, if that makes sense. So this is everything that's contained within the whole entire track, and then if you go to the clip view, then it's everything that's contained within the clip itself. And this isn't really that important with MIDI, but once you get into stuff like audio, like you've got audio containers, which is important, because if you go here to the audio events, then that's when you can do like really complex audio editing, and that's where like stuff gets really fun. I've got a video on that. I'm pretty sure that you've seen it, Leo, but that's like how you can do like editing within the clip view and do like crazy glitching and stuff in that way. So that's why that does become kind of important for me. I love the audio containers. I do too. Like I don't really spend a lot of time doing, well, as you can tell, I do like to do like IDM and stuff. But just having the ability to do it is really sick, because like if I wanted to, start chopping this and whatever, then it will all be contained within the audio clip. What I was saying within the clip launcher is that you can drag scenes from the clip launcher like you were saying, but it would be nice to be able to do that without using the clip launcher. Yeah, so I'm saying like if you click the main section A, right, it would highlight everything between that and the next marker, and it would just highlight everything, right? And then you can click and you can drag that or move that whole thing across the timeline just by selecting it in this way. Because I find that like the selection tool with this drives me fucking insane, because like when you zoom out, it gets really fine and it doesn't always like snap to the grid, and that drives me crazy when I'm trying to like highlight a whole section and then duplicate that over, because it will be like just a little bit off, and then I'm like, yo, like, ugh. Oh, I get it. Logic can do that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Logic, personally. I don't like the way, I'm tired of bussing. I think that's what was the most confusing and annoying thing. And so I don't like FL Studio as well. Bussing is, no. I don't know if I could ever go back to something that doesn't have just like easy group tracks. Yeah, well, Bitwig and Ableton are kind of the same in that way, but between Ableton and Bitwig, it's like, I just can't do it. I'm no longer driving a bus. I am now grouping your group. Your groupies are all in my own group. Bussing is fun, but I would like some folders. Blasphemy. Yeah, like if you run out of effects on FL Studio, right, because you can only have so many inserts, like you have to route it to another bus, and then like it just gets like really, it gets really messy in that way. And like you can do it, like that's or use Patcher. Yeah, you're right about that too. You can also use Patcher for a multi effect, but yeah, it's just I'm good. Wait, FL has limited slots? Yeah, you can only have a certain amount of inserts on a particular channel. I'm back. Reason isn't bad for groups, but I'd still rather use as a VST. Why? But Patcher is wonky and you have to relink everything every time you add effects. Yeah, but it's just like a click and drag thing, right? So like in that sense, it's kind of modular because it's free routing. 10 effects per channel. 10 effects per channel. I mean, it's not bad. I don't know if I would go into 10 effects on my own thing other than this one particular thing that we did, which is slightly comical, but what can you say? Let me see. It's up here somewhere. Here it is. This has, fuck, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So apparently machine is going to be like Bitwig and Ableton. I don't know, man. Native Instruments just got bought out, didn't they? So I don't really know what's going to happen with them. I mean, it made sense back in the day with slow CPUs. Would VSTs in the grid be too OP? I would love that. If that were possible, I would love that. And technically, like if you have like one grid patch or whatever, and then you go into like effects grids, then you can combine them in that way, like through this view. But actually being able to place VSTs, I don't know how you would do that. I don't even know how that would work really because of the complexity but behind the architecture of like, you know, other particular VSTs, right? But I think that would be cool. I guess Reason can do it, right? Doesn't Reason work that way? I think FL uses a non-native programming language and the effects are not as light on CPU as Bitwig or Ableton. Ableton is pretty efficient. I don't know. I don't think that Bitwig is quite as efficient in first-party plugins as Ableton. They're not far off, but I think that Ableton is really efficient in that way. I like to use third-party synths in the grid. Yeah, that would be sick. Like imagine, dude, like imagine what you can do in Omnisphere with the grid. Like that would be pretty nuts. That would be pretty nuts. I don't know if you guys can hear my dog licking himself, but he's driving me crazy. As soon as Bitwig adds scale highlighting, I'm switching. You mean like scale within the MIDI roll? Why is that such an important feature for people? I feel like you could just learn a scale, right? And I don't mean that as in like, I'm not saying that as in like what you're saying isn't important, but like what is the difference? I'm wondering about. You can do that in Bitwig, sort of. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, well, sorry, it's an I have a hot take, I guess. Mine is an unpopular opinion. Unpopular opinion. It's like FL Studio. Wait, what? Are you just talking about the diatonic transposer? It's just something I think programs should have. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I can agree with that. You're talking about the diatonic transposer, right? To just where you can like make everything, you can put notes before the clip. So are you saying like if you had a MIDI clip, Traction Waveform has that feature on steroids, unbelievably powerful. I have a copy of that and I haven't downloaded or opened it yet, but I haven't really found a reason to. No pun intended. Is this a clip? Yeah, that's audio. Yeah, so I'm guessing like if you go here, right? And let's say you wanted to do a scale or something, I guess. Then you can go like F, G, bro, why are you making that so long? F, G sharp, A, C sharp, D sharp, F. And then if you collapse them all, then you've got a scale like that. No, the ghost notes in FL, you can make an empty MIDI track with the scale MIDI template and deactivate it so it sits behind the other MIDI track. Yeah, that's pretty much what I just did, right? Yeah, but in FL you can just use the highlighter. Right. Well, FL and Ableton now will like actually just pull the scale up for you, right? So you can kind of do that and then just collapse. But I mean, even still, like That's kind of silly, I feel, and excessive. So you don't need the ghost note method? Well, you could just go to the diatonic transposer too, right? Yeah, you don't need to do that in Ableton anymore as well. Or you don't need to do that in Ableton because the Ableton will just pull up the scale feature for you. No, you don't collapse it. Use the multi-track mode. Okay. So you go here to multi-track. And then I'm guessing that you'd have to create another, like you'd have to duplicate the clip, I'm guessing. And then go to here and then go to the unclip, right? I mean, you can learn a few scales, but not all, and the experimentation is nice. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm just posing questions. You can lock the duplicate so it's not editable. Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather just like learn the damn scale, to be honest, but who am I? I'd rather just learn the scale. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Not gonna lie. NGL. What am I doing? See the lock icon? Yeah. But that's for the track, right? So, okay, that's locked for that particular one. But now when this comes up, you can't see in the track list. Yeah, same thing, right? Jump to here. Yeah, this is before the clip. Yeah, I'm in track mode. I'm in track mode. I am in track mode. Can't you see? In track mode, not clip mode. Are we just going to argue that? Are we just going to argue this for 5 minutes? I'm not in clip mode. I'm in track mode. Lock all the ones you don't want to change. Okay. All right. Hold on. We're getting into something different. No, what I was saying was I placed the notes in this clip before they were actually in the clip. That's why I'm in clip view. See? It's not in there. So you actually have to place it within the container. Is that where that's supposed to be? Yeah, that's where that's supposed to be. And now when you go into that, then you can lock that up. And now this is there and you can do that. But why would I do that? Why not just collapse this and just use that? That's so much easier. I got used to the scales, but that's not what I meant when I said I want better MIDI editing. No, yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. I think that the MIDI editing on Bitwig needs some love. Thankfully, I use it to start tracks. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You think Bitwig will ever make something like Reasons Rack extensions or Master Live? Not a deal breaker, but it would be cool. I guess, like, what are your thoughts on the grid though, right? Because like even though the grid is not Max for Live by any means. It is not Max for Live. You can't create like custom faceplates and like interfaces and things for something like Max for Live, but you can pretty much like create almost every device that you would ever want. Almost every device that you would ever want in some way or another. I'll take a key template and lock it down so it shows under the track that I'm clicking on. Well, that would make sense. If you like went through the trouble and you did that with every single thing, then then that makes sense. But Ableton didn't make Master Live. I don't think Bitwig could with their small team. I want to see if the grid snap is on or off. See somewhere if the grid snap is on or off. Oh, like have that be able to be toggled, as in being able to view if it is or not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that's on there. Let's go back into here and get out of this stuff. Clip. Flip mode. You know what else would be nice? I think a lot of sampler things, like a lot of sampler additions would be an amazing thing for this, but a convolution reverb would be cool. I saw Touches using the grid and on Engine and Twitch and was blown away with the randomizers and all the stuff he can do to generate melodies. Yeah, well, like polarity too, right? I feel like I cannot mention the grid without talking about polarity. Just because how knowledgeable he is in that field. Like, I know a thing or two about sound design, but when it comes to like patching and modular environments, like I don't know shit. I mean, I can make something, right? And I can like fuck around and figure out how to do something, but like the depth that he can do with purpose and be like, yeah, oh, you just need to do this. Oh, you just need to do this. I'm like, shit. Can't wait for VC Rack to be a VST. It's crazy. I feel like almost everybody that I talk to these days are like really into modular stuff, and I'm like, that's not my forte. Isn't it already? I don't know. That's not my cup of tea, guys. I just recorded it into Bitwig. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. I feel like VC Rack is like an ever-growing thing that people are like, yo, VC Rack dog, like you gotta hop on it. But I don't like patching like that. I don't like making sounds that way. It's not that fun. I like things with a pretty interface. It's just fun, just not practical, but I like patching and stuff. Make scary mud pies. Well, like I can do that in 10 minutes in Faceplant versus like spending 2 hours trying to get it just right in the grid, right? Polarity's web dev brain must be helpful. Is that what he does? That would make more sense. Get the mutable instrument stuff. You get the mutable instrument stuff? What? What? It just sounds different. Dataproth has been doing some really cool stuff lately on stream too. I don't know if you guys follow him or not, but he's kind of new to YouTube, I would say. He's relatively new, or at least he's been posting relatively new stuff. And I think that he's got some quality things. I've learned quite a few tips from him as well. Mutable Instruments makes Eurorack modules. Most of their stuff is free on VC Rack. It's a fun workflow. Yeah, for sure. You guys are all correct in that way, but I don't know. I like to do sound design that I don't like to spend too much time on sound design. I'd rather be making music than sound designing, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong. I love sound design and I spend a ridiculous amount of time on it. But I want to be making music. I don't want to be spending time fucking around thinking about possibilities. I want those possibilities to become a thing. Isn't there a bridge which you can use VCV as a VST, but VC Rack is spooky, dude? What do you mean it's spooky? Is it stable? To me, it just sounds very different. I'm like, Alec, I don't see the point. You spelled my name wrong. I'm just kidding. I don't care. I just mess around for 20 to 40 minutes and then cut apart the recording later. Yeah, like I said, that's all fair. And you know what, to be fair, like the stuff that you've come out with, Leo, I actually really like. So maybe you're just manipulating it in such a way that does become useful to you, and like that workflow can and does work for some people, right? So like I'm not dismissing it. Why? Shame on me. You're fine. But yeah, I guess it's just like a personal preference thing, you know? Like I don't know. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think too? Like, if I were to sit here and like just spend a fucking hour and a half patching something on stream, like how interesting is that? Because I feel like you're just listening to the same sound over and over and over and over again. For me, I'm like, do something, make a tune, put it together. Very interesting for you. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I think like one thing I would really like to do as well, just for fun, is like, I like knobs. Lol. I think it would be fun to, here's an idea. How cool would it be to like, never mind. I'm going to wait. I'm just going to try it out and see if it works well or not, and then we'll see. To be fair, I do sometimes binge watch Cell Dweller messing with actual racks. There's somebody else on Twitch that I really like. I can't remember their name off the top of my head right now, but oh man. Drone Cat. You guys ever watched Drone Cat? Oh my god, now I want to know. You guys ever watch Drone Cat on Twitch? He's really cool. Sometimes he does Minecraft and stuff, but sometimes he'll just like spend like half a day doing patching. Never heard of him. Yeah, he's a really cool person. You guys should go and tell him that Alckemy sent you. I don't even know if he remembers me or not, but he's a really cool person. Yeah, Drone Cat. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like I record a lot of gaming. Well, I don't really game that much anymore, but I record gaming, especially like Super Smash Brothers and stuff. So like how interesting would it be to like pull this up in a video like right here, and then while that's playing in the background, like I can just like turn the volume down of that and then just like do um and then just do like grid patching or just like sound design or something, so like you have something to watch while you are hearing sound. Because I feel like I've got some hype clips for Super Smash Brothers, and I would love to show that off. But that way it doesn't have to be like a dedicated like. I guess Streamlabs woke up. Sorry. That way it doesn't have to be like a dedicated thing. I mean, I do like seeing the process. You don't think that like doing sound design in this way is more interesting, like from phase plant to F tilt destruction base? I use Zero Suit Samus, so I don't really abuse F tilt that much, but the gaming is distracting. No, it's like an option. Like you can see like how I'm on webcam, right? So if I just like turn my webcam off and replace that little window with something like that, so that way you've got something to look at. The gaming is distracting. That's just my opinion. That's fine. That's why I ask, because I don't know. I'm just trying different things. If you guys haven't noticed, to be fair, Faceplant is basically modular. It's semi-modular, but it's very streamlined. Like, you're not wrong, but it's not, it's not VCV rack by any means. It's like semi-modular, so it's easier to manage. Yeah, sorry, I was saying like I've been trying different things lately. I'm just seeing what's cool or what's interesting to the channel and stuff. So if you don't like the recent content that I've been putting out as far as videos and stuff, I apologize. I'm just trying to explore different avenues and just do new stuff, because I think that I've spent so much time doing bass videos that I'm kind of like, I'm not bored of bass videos, but I definitely would like to have more to offer than just bass stuff. My main problem with modular is keeping track of my outputs and mixers. Yeah, exactly. I feel that. And that's why Faceplant is so much easier for me, is because it's really easy to kind of keep track about what's happening, Like there's only so many, there's not only so many, but like it's really easy to detect where your routing is. It would be fun to see you try to recreate. That's on the list. So that is something that I've been considering doing. You don't like doing modular in the grid though? I don't. I mean, I've made stuff in the grid. I've got plenty of things in the grid, but I don't like doing it because it takes too long. I'm like, I could just do, well, I could do this so much faster. Or you know what? Like I could do this so much faster by setting up like an arpeggiator or something and working this way, like from left to right, as opposed to doing it on the grid. But I'll show you some grid stuff. I actually have I have a pack on sale for grid type things. Yeah, here's one. Modular is like film photography. You have to be doing it because you enjoy the process specifically. That's a good way to put it. That one's pretty nice. Did I make this? No. Let me see. What else do I have? I've got generators. I like to do like, if I'm going to do patching in the grid, I like to do soundscapes. Come on now. Tell me that don't look cool as fuck with all the cables and stuff. Sorry. Why is that so loud? That's because the MIDI on this is... That's weird. Okay, yeah, that's why, sorry. My MIDI controller stopped responding. BPB has a mini article about the VST BCV rack with the download link. Maybe you could give it a try. Okay, I'll look. They're supposed to make it a VST this year. I was waiting. Sounds like VCV. If you have an audio interface or some way to route audio digitally, you can set as an input and put it directly in. So like, yeah, I understand some basics about patching and stuff. But hey, Snail. Alckemy ambient album win? I would rather do it with soundscapes. I think that I forgot to set the phase thing on here as well. And that's what I don't like about the grid is like if you like forget one tiny thing, then you could layer this to the other track. Yeah, well, they're all in F minor, so you know they all work. That's kind of how I set this up. All right, lads, I'm gonna go hit the back. You have fun. Okay, Pewee, take care. Yeah, I always set everything in some way, like F minor or pentatonic minor or something. You'll even see here. What else do I got? Hey, Fred. Did you say you have the old aeonnhp music? I have to check. I wiped my computer recently. Actually, this one was based off of one of Polarity's videos. Yeah, because he set up. Well, I copied it from scratch, but he set up this thing right here, so that's kind of why that sounds all weird. I've also got other stuff, kind of like this. Never got to hear a lot, but I always hear people talking about tracks like Demons. Demons is nuts. Demons should be on YouTube, I want to say. Like, this would be really cool to just, like... Alright, let's not get tired of that too soon. But if you pull up like a drum machine or whatever and you got like a hip-hop thing, surely there's one on here somewhere. Come on, dude. Now we're in ComTrue's land. It's not the right hat, but... Deep house kit, dubstep kit, electro kit, house kit, hip-hop kit. It's really freaking quiet. What's the motto of 2020? Even though we're in 2021. You can just like sidechain this to... Oh, I found Demons in some 2-hour-long mix on YouTube. I think the Dub Rebellion has it. Hip-hop kit. But yeah, like if you set this to play, you just have like this fucking tricky... That could be super trippy. I don't know why this is kind of cutting out in that way, but... So you probably drag that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, something like that, and then you just kind of like set one of those generators up. That would actually be kind of cool. But anyways, I'll probably write that idea down for later. But yeah, like I mean, like I said, that... Hold on. This took me like an hour and a half to put together because of how much routing and stuff you have to do, and then how you have to come back in and like set up all of your randomizers and then all this stuff. And then one thing that I do in every single thing is I pull this up, but half of it isn't even setting this up and dragging the modulators. Half of it is trying to figure out like how to randomize something, or like I keep forgetting how to like gate in things and make it go on its own, and then I forget how to like get things to play when it plays, and then get things to run or repeat and retrigger, like so it's in time. And like those are easy fixes and stuff, but like I said, I keep forgetting how to do it, and that just like that takes too much time, or it's not that fun in that way, because like they're rudimentary things, and like if you place one thing in here, then it doesn't like mess the whole thing up, but it becomes easy to get lost, right? So that's not that fun. Yeah, I guess we can kind of chill out though. Maybe I will make a patch, and we can kind of just see where it goes from there. I'm gonna listen to this one more time though. There's some notes and some other things that I need to fix with this before we. That's crazy, but maybe I think Elon Moore asked everybody to take it down. Well, I just listened to Demons. Yeah, it's like a 9-minute track. It was like 1 minute? Yeah, it's like a 9-minute song. Okay, I think I'm going to mute this other stuff. Pull that back, reverse that, because I forgot that I'm supposed to create a transition for this, so. And I will also take out those other things. Actually, I'll keep that. Have you guys listened to all the submissions in the Discord collab yet? I haven't gotten through all of them, but some of them are freaking awesome. Oh, that's sick. Maybe I can find one that goes up. Cool. And then maybe over here, can go to the intro and grab this thing. That super airy distorted bass in Osla and Demons might be made. Are you talking about the boom, whoa, that one? Or are you talking about the is that the one that you're talking about? Because that one has a lot of layers to it. Yeah, that one has like a billion layers to it. You can tell, like, there's no way that's one sound. Yeah, I think it's like, I don't even think that it's like movement. I think it's just placement of like hit, hit, psh, hit. So I think that it's just one thing. I don't think that it's like a wub. I think it's just psh, 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 psh. So like what you do is you just blast the hell out of distortion, and you probably get like some really super heavy screechy FM bass, and then you distort white noise on top of it together, and then compress them together, and then you get like a really wide stereo image that has like that crazy distorted noise. What you can also do is apply like a little bit of purposeful resonance to it. So you can either use a resonator or you can use an EQ to kind of just figure out what the fundamental is and play that an octave or two up. And these are just ideas, right? This is just something to try because I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of what I would go for first. Okay, I think it would be cool to do like a boom boom. Can somebody write that down for me before I forget it? I wanted to do like a boom boom right there to have like a different transition. All right, that's what the drums mostly, so. Record it and transform it. Yo, so like when I'm streaming, I can't record my mic into Bitwig. There's just no way. I've tried every single thing that I possibly could, but I cannot do it. If I want to record something, I have to go into Ableton. That's one thing that drives me crazy, that it just does not work. It makes me sad. Makes me sad. All right, I'm going to deactivate these for a hot sec. And then iPhone should work too, but I've got this going on in the iPhone. All of my resources have been taken. I am with nothing. I am nothing now. Reduced to a simple glimpse of a fragment of your memory. An empty vessel only used to channel the knowledge from one mind to another. I think what I'm going to do right there too. What the hell is Alckemy talking about? Tremolo. No, I wanted that to be off. Off for now. And then on. And then on. I mean off again. Ugh. Yeah, and now it seems like there's some empty spaces and stuff to kind of fill in there too. So, so there's that. I'll come back and like redo this a third time, but at least we have an intro. We've got a main section 1, and then we've got a main section 2, which is nice. Bro. Okay, well, fuck you then. Main section 1B. Nice. Yeah, I like that part. That part has a lot of anger and energy. Need to communicate the anger that lies within. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Yeah, just that right there. Yeah, that's my shit. Okay. Let's save that. I'll bounce it out. I'll listen to it a few times, and then we'll probably finish it up. And then I need to... I've got a lot to do. What else did I need to do? I need to get this review up for Sensible Morph. Are there for anybody that's here not listening to me in the background, anybody that's actually watching me do this, does anybody have any questions about the Sensible Morph that you would like me to cover in their review? Anything kind of like off topic wise, maybe? Whoa. All right, let's set that to K as well. Win, win, win. Me. Yo, have any of you guys played Earthworm Jim 3D? Oh my god. My brother and I have been like playing it off and on. That game is so fucking unfair. That game is so unfair. It is a nightmare how unfair that game is. Yeah, I'd like to know how controlling parameters with the knob thingy works. Yeah, okay. I do plan on going over that. I think, I don't know if you watched my latest video or not, but I did talk about it. Do you really want to quit? No, I don't want to quit. But what you have to make sure to do is, there's 3 things if you're in Bitwig. The first thing that you have to do is you have to download the software. Then you need to download the driver. Then you need to download the Bitwig script. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So after those 3, that's what you have to do. And then in order to make the macros work in a way that's intended, you have to assign macro parameters to a group or to a container or whatever it's called. So do I still have drums? Do I got a group of anything on here? Maybe. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so let's pretend like we're going to group this here. And you got macros and things. And then you go to... Sorry. So let's say you've got that. Oh, shit. No, I didn't need to do that. My bad. Undo. Okay. So you go into here, and then you create a new page. And then you assign things. Doesn't really matter what you want to assign. It's all gravy. And then once you have that, then you can use the little slider things. And they work pretty well. They're pretty responsive in that way. So this is octave 1 that I've got right there. So, oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Hold on one second. Take a look. Looketh over there. There we go. So, wait, I gotta fucking... I'm gonna use my right hand. Because otherwise you can't see. But yeah, you can see how that works. And it's super responsive. There's almost no input lag. And even now I'm streaming, well, my computer's doing pretty well, but I'm streaming at the same time. But the input lag works pretty well, and it's pretty responsive in that way. And the XY pads work on this, which is pretty cool. I don't think that the XY pads work on this. I don't see how they would, unless if you set them to control something completely different than those parameters. But you've also got... 12 notes here that you can play. And these are velocity sensitive. But I really like the fact that you've got XY controls on here. Like that makes this really freaking neat. I'm building a rack right now. It's not actually going to take me that much time to do, but what I have on there is a bunch of different soundscapes that you can play all together in that way, and it's pretty neat because you can end up getting some crazy shit. All right, so there's that, and come on over here. Let me make sure that this is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I like it quite a bit. Do you really want to quit? No. But I do want you to work. Because for some reason it's not working. Yeah, sometimes it's not perfect. Long story short. So like this is supposed to dictate. Oh, okay, now it's working. Sometimes this will forget, but it's working now. In a world. I'm just kidding. Let's go to something different. Sidechain, intro, bass, phase. That's not really playable. That's playable. This thing is sick, man. It's just super fun if you set it up in the right way to get some cool things going. And it does take a little bit of work to get into. Like you have to, like when it comes to the other stuff for MPE, you have to enable it here to be able to make that go. But yeah, so we were talking about like spending hours doing sound design and stuff. Like this is dangerous because I can spend a crap load of time that I don't really need to and make something cool and just mess around with that and then bounce like those audio cuts out and stuff. Yeah, creating like monsters and things is super duper fun. So, yeah, cool. Well, does anybody have any questions on anything? Or anything that you want to talk about? Yo, someone just subbed. Thank you, Diego, for subbing. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. That's my straw. Even my straw is RGB. I just realized that. That's pretty funny. Time to make a toast. No, I'm kidding. Hey, is anybody listening to this in on speakers or on monitors by chance? Because I'm curious about my low end. Maybe. Hi, this is my face. Did this have low end in it, or did that seem still pretty lacking? Because I've got a little bit in my headphones, but it's not that much, so I can't really tell. And I pulled back on it by quite a bit. So is there a lot of low end movement in this, or is it pretty empty? Maybe we'll just go in and be like, yee. I'm guessing that's Y for yes. A yes. Well, I don't have a sub, but I don't hear much low end on my headphones. Wait, but you said you were on monitors. That's the same problem I'm having, is I can't hear the low end that much on my monitor or on my headphones. I guess the only way to really find out is to just do this. All right, we'll listen to this one more time. I think after this, we'll probably call it a night because I'm going to get this video up and try to make the people over at Sensel happy. I have M50Xs, which have too much low end. I have the M50Xs as well. I had them, and I hated them. Hated them. Could not stand them whatsoever. I don't like listening to music on them. I don't like producing on them. Yeah, it's got low end. You're okay. No worries. Sub bass level is so hard. / cry. What? Oh no, it's just, well, I think the problem for me is that I'm on open back headphones, so I get a lot of bleed. So I can't really tell. Maybe I'm just used to audio levels of low end, so much low end. Well, the other thing too is that this track is an A. It's not an F, or it's not in D sharp minor. For the collab, we had to do it in A, so all the sub is higher levels, so it's like more audible as opposed to more rumble. I think is like why I'm so thrown off by this. I hate that. Like, who thought that was a good idea? So many people in our Discord, so many people in our Discord chose A minor as our challenge. I'm like, why? All of you guys are bass producers. Why did you choose A minor? I think they did it for the memes. And I think most of the people that chose A minor like didn't even submit. You assholes. No, it's fine. It's fine. It was a good challenge, but yeah, there is some low end in this. Maybe what I can do is just add another octave in just for rumble's sake, and then just like let that play off. Or maybe what I can also do is the unspeakable. He's going to do what no man has ever done before. What no man should ever do from before. All right, let's listen to this for a hot sec. It works. I'm like scared. I'm like trying to even see if I can even hear that. I can hear that. Hey, Alckemy, how long have you been using Bitwig? Have you ever used Reaper? It's apparently supported MPE for ages. No, I have never used Reaper, but I do hear about it all the time. I've been with Bitwig since late 2019, so a little bit over a year, I'd say. 2019. Yeah, a little bit over a year. Did Reaper adopt MPE before Bitwig? I thought Bitwig like started out with MPE like since day one. Granted, Reaper's a lot older than Bitwig, so I don't know, but that's one thing that I worry, or not worry, but I wonder about rather. Okay, well, I can hear 40 hertz. We can all hear that, right? Or at least I can. Yeah, I can hear that. I can feel pressure here, but I don't feel anything, or I can't actually hear it. Yeah, so I can't actually hear C0. But what frequency is C0? Or C1 rather. You hear it? Is subpack a thing? What do you mean subpack? It wouldn't sound good as a sub though, it kind of hurts. Like I can't hear it in my headphones. Let me I'm actually curious. Let me switch over to these beats. Let me see if I can actually hear that. Cuz I'm wondering if it's just my headphones or if I actually do have like horrible hearing loss or something. Let's do an experiment. Cuz these are noise canceling and I've got a bunch of bleed over on these. So my room is vibrating. So you're on monitor speakers. Sorry. I'm really feeling it. That backpack to feel sub. Yeah. What about it? What's your question regarding that? Yes, I've done that. Can I find the hole maybe? Oh, it's because I'm trying to poke into the wrong side. Wait, shit. What am I doing? Oh, I need a different cord. Okay, actually, hold on. Let me just connect through Bluetooth. Would that be a solution for you now? And did you try that? There's actually a sub pack that is sitting. I'm going to turn off the audio for just a quick second. You're not going to be able to hear. But there's actually a sub pack that's sitting right under my desk, but I'm giving that away when we hit 10K subs. I hate how subs sound and move. Yeah, it's just like... That's pretty annoying. Okay, hold on one second. Am I going deaf? That was so loud. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah, I can hear this. I can hear this really well. Okay. So that's just my headphones then. Because I can actually hear, not only can I hear that, but I can actually hear the tone with that. So that's good to know. I thought I was like going deaf. Okay. Yeah, so these headphones give me like almost zero low end. I have a new sub pack that's on the way, but why would I, like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be like, hey, I'm going to give out a sub pack when we hit 10K, but I lied. I think that it's pretty important to follow through with your promises. And not everybody's perfect by any means, but, you know, as closely as I can. If I say that I'm going to do something, I try to, you know, try to make sure that's a thing. Okay, let's get the audio back on for this. Stream highlight, is Alckemy deaf? No, not quite. Still got some fight in me. Knock on wood. That's crazy though. I can't believe that I can't hear this at all. Like in these headphones, there's literally like no. I can hear that. Even still, it's so quiet. Crazy. Okay, what has that, something on here has that flanger, which is really awesome. Here it is. Do I have Ambio on here yet? I don't. I didn't download that. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Because that's going to be freaking sick to... Do I have wider? Okay, I do have that at least. But throwing Ambio on that is going to be really cool. Cool. Well, I think this is a good stopping point for that. If anybody has any questions regarding this stuff, then let me know. Otherwise, how soon do you think you'll be releasing new music? I am nowhere close. I'm not working on anything right now other than trying to develop concepts for a new EP and just trying to, or for a new, like, just stories to tell, but also trying to just get better at production overall, right? And trying to get better at, like, I'm trying to learn how to understand something in a new way, if that makes sense. So like, you know, I talk a lot about videos of like call and response and things, and like just understanding how to make things catchy and understanding like the mechanics that go into music. But there's still this dissonance, or this cognitive dissonance that I have between like how I want to make tunes and how I want them to sound and all that. So I think that once I can kind of discover that relation that I'm trying to build and everything clicks, then I'll be ready to try to make music again and stuff. But I mean, yeah, right now I'm trying to write stuff and all that. I don't really have beat block because like, obviously, you know, I'm writing music, but I haven't really like started anything that I'm like, okay, this is like going to be meaningful, or this is going to be like the next thing. But I'm also kind of in transition between like making a new alias as well. So I'm kind of in the midst of trying to define what the aesthetic behind that is and how I can start to find different ways to try to defer that from the Alckemy brand. Because right now, people that I guess know the Alckemy channel or whatever know it for music tutorials and stuff, but nobody really knows me for my music. And so I kind of wanted to separate that into two different things. And I mean, I'm kind of 50-50 on it anyways, because I don't think that my music is amazing by any means. I think that there's a lot of technicality that goes into it, but there's a difference between something being a technical marvel and something actually being good music, right? So I'm trying to like figure out how to find that balance in between. I would not separate it. I've talked to a lot of professionals. I've talked to a lot of people that are already signed to labels and stuff, and they're like, yeah, you should keep it all on one channel. No, because they compete with each other. Yeah, I've already made that decision. I've already made that leap to kind of move on. Yeah, it'll be .alucard. So I'm in the midst of creating a label, not a label, but like a logo for that. And I'm trying to just figure out the symbology that I want to communicate with that. And like my aesthetic is going to be still very similar, but it's going to separate itself from the music that I'm doing, or it's going to separate itself from something that's identifiable as music as opposed to tutorials. Because right now it's like, yeah, everybody just knows this channel for tutorials. And like, as much as there's so many different hats that I'm wearing with the YouTube channel, right? So like, for one, I'm trying to grow this as a business because this is what I want to do, like full time. But I still have to satisfy the artist within myself. And I still have to make tunes, because otherwise I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Why would I just do sound design stuff if I'm not making any music? It doesn't make sense to me. And I think that that's a trap that a lot of people fall into as well, right? Is like, they'll get so consumed or so like overrun with, hey, Klaus, they'll get so overrun and so like enveloped in making like YouTube tutorials or like just YouTube videos and stuff that their music kind of suffers for that. And I want to make sure that doesn't really happen, which is why I do production on stream, because I'm like, I need to be making music. And what better way to kind of try to combine that with doing production streams, right? But even still, shit, everyone's showing up now. Hi guys, welcome to the channel. But even still, it's from a business format and from like a brand awareness thing, it doesn't make sense to keep those to be the same. It's not a good idea. Hey Kim, damn, everybody's popping in. It's 7:40, bitches. Everybody's here. Yo. Welcome. Welcome to the lab. All right, I'm out of breath. That's all I got. Hi everybody, welcome to the channel. I was kind of just chilling, talking to people. I wish I didn't say hello. Why would you not say hi? Did you not like my beatboxing? Yes, man. Hello. Because you were making an interesting point. Need to find this guy. Hey, Decline. Well, my point was that, I mean, you were kind of already at the end of the point, but my main point was that I am separating my brands from tutorials and music to tutorials and then music being the other thing. Just to kind of make it clear for brand awareness, right? Because, oh, not to mention there's already another Alckemy, who actually makes neuro music, and I would argue in some cases, like some people would say that he's much better than I am, or she, or they. Sorry, I always divert to he because I look at my analytics and like 98% of my viewers are males, so not that it matters, but I figure that like most producers are guys, so that's just kind of statistic wise. Sorry if I stereotyped you. But yeah, so there's also another Alckemy, and they're actually really freaking good. Yeah, spelled the exact same way. Chance, then your channel her into your name. Change your channel. Change then your channel into your new name. No, that's the exact opposite of what I want to do. It's still going to be Alckemy. Like the channel is going to remain as Alckemy, but I'm going to release music as a different name when the time comes. Which I'm nowhere close, but yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Because then if I change my channel, then nobody's going to know who Alckemy or who .alucard is, and like even though they're going to be subscribed, they're going to be like, who the heck is this? And that's going to throw everything off. But yeah, there's another Alckemy out there, and they're pretty good. And like, I'm not dismissing them or deferring them to that or saying like, oh, they're better than me, so I'm going to give them the name. It's just more of a means of like, well, I need to try to find out a way to separate myself from that and make sure that my music is unique and my brand is unique that people can identify it with, if that makes sense. But, you know, with the name Alckemy, not only am I competing with myself because of my tutorial brand or my YouTube channel brand, right? As far as brand awareness goes, but I'm also competing with that other Alckemy. And so it just makes too much sense to me. I can't see any reason why I would keep it the same if I want my music to grow. Would you say you're an artist first or a sound designer first, or is it more like 50-50? No, I mean, there's a difference between doing and being. Did I ever give you guys that talk before with martial arts? I do sound design, but I am a musician or I am a producer as far as like the music world goes. I do way more sound design than I am music, but they're two different things to me, right? I do a lot of sound design, but I am not a sound. I wouldn't represent myself as sound design. Artist, sound design, tutorial, all should be under one channel. I mean, I respect your opinion. I just don't agree with it, you know? Like, and you're not going to, like, it's not going to bother you anyway. You overthink it too much? Okay. Okay. I mean, if I really need to drop names and stuff, like I was talking to, he has great videos about many things for sound design. Well, thank you guys. But like I said, you don't know, like, okay, here's to put things into perspective. Okay. Let's take a look at the channel. And I'm sorry I'm making this about me. I'd rather be talking about something different because I really don't like talking about myself, but take a look. All right, so my most popular video is a comprehensive guide to Neurobase. So hold on one second. Let me go to the YouTube studio really quick. I don't want you guys to see how much money I make. It's nothing impressive, but all right, let's find it. It's somewhere over here. So yeah, it's coming up somewhere. I've got a lot of videos. Wow, I've got 159 regular videos. That's a lot. About your name, if you have the Discord, YouTube, or a SoundCloud B4 Alckemy, have reason to use another name. Wait, if you have the Discord, YouTube URL, SoundCloud, Beatport, Spotify URLs, and all, then wouldn't the other Alckemy have reason to use another name? Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe they've got something else. I mean, the URLs aren't really that big of a deal, you know? All right, so here is an hour-long beat tape for lo-fi hip-hop. This has 200 views. Okay, here is my first EP. This has 656 views. My second EP's got like 500 views. Here is my most popular sound design video. 85,000 views. To put things into perspective. And I don't think that that goes to just an algorithm thing. Let me see. Where's my Source of Nightmares? And we'll take a look at my other two EPs, which should be on here somewhere. Okay, Alckemy, The Infinite Corridor, 678 views. All right, where is the Source of Nightmares? Oh, I think I dropped the Source of Nightmares first, I want to say. Okay, Source of Nightmares, 538 views. So that tells me that nobody out of the... and I don't mean this in a cynical way, but out of the... Hold on one second. 7,312 subscribers that I have, only 600 people listen to my music. Is the other Alckemy on SoundCloud? I couldn't find anything. Yeah, I don't remember where they are, but that was their title. Maybe they already changed it, but I'm like, make sure alckemy.com is yours, at least reserve. Yeah, alckemy.com is mine. And you pretty much made it concrete. Yeah, I have. If you go to my website, alckemy.com, like that's, you know what I mean? Like I own that domain. But still, like what I'm saying is that the brands, like people don't know me for my music, which I'm not trying to be famous or anything anyways, but I would like there to be a clear difference between what I do for music and what I do and what I do for like sound design in the YouTube channel and stuff, right? So that's kind of where that all comes into play. And right now, like it's like I'm not going to change. Like I did already change the SoundCloud and stuff, but that was the Alckemy project. Like that's what, you know, I'm doing something different now, but the music that I released under this name in particular was the Alckemy project. So that's still going to be up there. I'm not going to take down the music that I have, even though I've changed the SoundCloud name to .alucard, but that's what I'm going to call that. And now that this new thing is coming about, or this new like .alucard thing that I've been thinking about is coming to fruition, like that's going to be a new project. So you know what I mean? It's like you're going to know that, like there is going to be a paper trail of like who I guess that I'm the same person. Like I'm also Zensei for hip hop or whatever, but they should be different because they're different things, right? They're different. Yeah, they're different entities. So, or they're different, like they're different vibes. They're different means of content and media. So having those be different, like I would want somebody to be able to identify that, as opposed to a hip hop artist looking up Alckemy and finding the Source of Nightmares when they're looking for Wilted Rose or something. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. But yeah, like I don't see this as a bad thing by any means. And like, and it's not to say that I can't release something under Alckemy or whatever in general, but I'm definitely with you. I think it makes sense to, yeah, but within all that stuff, right? It's just kind of like, all right, well, this seems like the most reasonable, logical thing to do, because I want, you know, like the music is just as important to me, I'd say. Like the YouTube channel is important to me. And like, I can't tell you guys, I try to say this a lot, but I can't tell you guys how thankful I am for growing a community, right? Because like that's a huge staple as well. Like is just growing a community in general has been such a cool thing. I've met so many cool people through doing this whole thing, and I'm not even a big channel, but the community is so solid. So, you know, there's that aspect as well, but I do want my music to grow, and I do want to, you know, I think that it's important for the music to speak behind the education as well. At least that's a goal for me, is like, I don't just want to be that sound designer that's like, here's something cool, but I have no idea how to use it. Like it needs to come together. That's the whole point, right? We're all musicians. I don't think that anybody watches my videos for sound design to be like, well, I just want to know how to make this bass. I think they're like, I want to figure out how to use this in a song. So like it needs to make sense to me in order to like fulfill that idea of being a teacher too, right? Because like I can't just be like, here's some shitty music, but here's the theory behind it, because that doesn't really hold a lot of weight. I think it speaks a lot more volumes to be like, here's how I use this in a track, and here is the mindset, here's the philosophy behind it. It becomes so much more enriching, in my opinion. So like, it's a symbiotic relationship between why the music matters as much as the sound design and the YouTube channel content. For example, like if I'm a martial arts teacher, which I am, but if I'm a crappy martial artist, but I can be like, hey, I'm going to teach you all the cool stuff. Like what? like who would listen to that? Who, you know what I mean? Unless if like you tell somebody that you're a 10th dragon belt, you know, fireball thrower, and you get some young kid off the street that's like, teach me your ways. I was that kid once, but I kind of figured that out a little earlier about like what's good and what's not good. So yeah, it's I want to be like really good at music, and I want there to be some kind of context or some kind of consistency there, of just, instead of just being like, here's an abstract idea and there's no way to use it or whatever, but it sounds cool. Most YouTube channels are not known for the music. Maybe it's one of those things that work both for you but also against you. Mr. Miyagi still kicked ass when he had to. Makes sense. Dude, Mr. Miyagi is an actor. It's way different. But yeah, I guess in terms of the movie, right? Yeah, he was still, in the movie, he was still, you know, a badass. No, he's a fictional character. I thought like everybody just called him Mr. Miyagi, even outside of the movie. Well, this shows you how much I know about the 70s, so I'll stop talking on that subject. But yeah, like I'm not going to settle for just making shitty music. Well, I will settle for making shitty music, but I'm settling for making shitty music knowing that someday I'm going to make better music. 80s, bro. Look, I'm a 90s kid, okay? So which is already like stepping into boomer territory. Yikes. But yeah, does that make sense to you all? That's kind of why I'm doing this. And like literally nothing changes. Like what I'm doing doesn't change. My day-to-day doesn't change. My content that I put up doesn't change, other than the fact that I'm just releasing music under a different name. All I can say is I stayed for the music after I saw your Bitwig review, because I was surprised to find someone making this kind of music and using Bitwig for how small the Bitwig user base is. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And you know what? You kind of fall into one of those niche groups, right? Of being like, I say this with grace, and I say this with like sincerity. Okay. So like, I don't want to tell you about you, because I don't really even know you, but I feel like you fall into this like niche kind of user group that I've created, of like, there's an appreciation behind the music because you know what goes into it, right? I think that's kind of where this mutual stuff comes into play. But for most people, like, most people don't even watch 5 minutes of a 15-minute video that I pull up. And I know this because I have access to analytics. And it's okay. Like, that's totally fine. Like, people don't need to watch the whole thing. They don't need to, you know, I skim through videos and stuff too. But if I can start a completely different project that has nothing to do with, just wondering why there's no shortcut for expand device. That was really random. I don't know what to tell you. But if I can, you know, create a following through my music, and then people find out that there's like all of this information to come through, well then like it's helping each other, right? Because I initially thought that if people would watch my tutorials, then they would listen to my music. And that is not how this works. Long story short, that is not how this works. Only double click to expand device. Yeah, I don't know. There is no shortcut that I know of in particular for that. But in saying that, that's cool, because that means that, you know, like I have a different opportunity to, or I have other avenues to explore to try to grow as a musician, or as a producer rather. You're good at music. Your songs are equally as good as a lot of well-known artists. The only difference is promotion. It's expensive. I appreciate that. I hear a very clear like difference in quality though, if that makes sense. Like I hear a very clear difference in quality of like my music versus like somebody else that's doing the same thing as me. Even for some producers that aren't as big, like I hear a major quality difference of being like, why does my music sound like this compared to these people? And not just like the arrangement or whatever, but just like the sounds and like the fidelity matter of that. And so kind of where my journey is at is being like, okay, well, how do I bridge the gap between this and this? And the sound design was the first part of it, right? I was like, the sound design, that's what I wanted to have first. I wanted to have really cool sound design that nobody's ever heard of. And I'm not saying that my sound design is unique in any way, but I don't think that it's typical, right? There's at least that. So now it's kind of this idea of refinement. My instructor told me when I was going for my first instructorship certificate, which would be like a level 1 Jeet Kune Do instructor, he was like, yeah, so when I was getting my black belt test, this is him speaking in first person, I talked to Ed, who was his instructor, and he was like, so yeah, once we get our black belt, like we learn all the cool stuff, right? And Sifu Ed looked over to him and he was like, no. And Joel, my teacher, was like, wait, what? And he was like, you go back to the beginning and you do everything from the beginning as a black belt. So you go through white belt all the way to black belt stuff as a black belt, because your understanding of those fundamentals tend to, you know what I mean, is going to be much deeper, and you're going to have so much more to discover through that. So that's kind of where the refinement process is coming in here, of being like, all right, well, how do I refine these more simplistic ideas? How do I refine those to create, you know, more of these idealistic things? Because while I like to just dwell over in the world of abstract and stuff, I still want to make it make sense. Because otherwise I would just like release a tune and I just make a generator and release that as, you know, push F for 5 minutes or whatever, and then just be like, it's art, bro. It's art, and respect it. There's more to it than that. There is more to making music than just pushing F. I don't know if any of that made sense or not, but that's kind of my feeling towards the thing of just going back and being like, okay, well, how do I take very simple elements and make those work together in such a way? Because a lot of times I think that people think that the more complex you're able to make a track, which I'm guilty of, but the more complex that you're able to make a track, the better it is. And that's not true. You can have really freaking simple elements, but if you know how to make those elements shine, then you can have a very basic track. And I think that Ivy Lab is an amazing example of that. EPROM is an amazing example of that. They have very few elements. Even DMTR. I don't know if you guys have watched our podcast or not, but DMTR's podcast with me, where he teaches us about halftime and stuff. And I guess I'm mentioning halftime, but I guess it works. But man, you know, he has 50 tracks at the most. And that's kind of like, even with this, like there's a lot of texture and stuff, but I can guarantee like I've got a very few amount of tracks. Why not use your channel a bit to promote your music more? Is there a reason you're holding back? Like, well, name names, but there are YouTubers that promote their music through their tutorial vids. Well, I did. I mean, I did during the time, right? When I first put it out, I was like, hey, if you guys haven't listened to, you know, my latest music that I've released, like go listen to it and tell me what you think and stuff. But those things don't work, or at least they haven't worked for me. Mo Beta Graber script lets you bind expand device to a button on your controller. And that works very well. Where am I from? Kind of nowhere. I live in the Midwest right now. I grew up in LA. I performed for Cirque du Soleil in Vegas, and I've also toured with Marvel Universe Live as Iron Fist. I've lived in Canada for a bit. Not lived. I visited Canada for an extended period of time. That's where my instructor is now. His school used to be out here in the Midwest, but his wife got brain cancer. And so he was going to talk about shutting the doors, but me and 2 other people stepped up and ran the school for him for a couple years, and then I went off to go do shows for Cirque. So I've been everywhere. Currently in the Midwest right now. I don't know if you can tell by my accent or not where I'm from. Maybe I'm just trying really hard to hold in my inner hillbilly. Dango and the Kango, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to jump over there and hop on them highly wobbly, hit it off the cliff. You know what I mean? Dango and Geronimo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm from nowhere. So yeah, that's kind of my take on how to become better, or at least that's a goal or at least that's the path that I'm going to try to pursue to become better at music, because you don't. It's kind of like sample packs, right? Like if you've got really good samples, then you can make it a really amazing tune because you've got all the right sounds. Like, I think that there's also this stigma that like you have to be good at sound design in order to make good tunes, and that's not true either. If you got really good sounds and you got all the sounds that you want, excuse me, then it just comes down to how well you can arrange things. And then when you go and you talk about mixing, right? Well, if all of your samples are already mixed really well, hey Loic, what's going on, man? If all of your samples are mixed really well, then you don't need to. You don't really need to do a whole lot of mixing because they're already like ready to go, So, yeah, the interesting journey within all that stuff is just understanding a deeper relationship of how sound works, and I think that part of that stuff just goes back to the beginning, finding out how all these relationships interact with each other and finding out how to create a dance between the music is kind of what I'm focused on. For this stuff in particular, like I just like to throw a bunch of sounds together and just let it run. But that's not really like, this is music, but it's also not music. Like you could argue that in so many different ways. I tend to not say which is which, because then you have to go back and you have to define like what is music, right? But I can say that I really enjoy like making really heavy sounds and then just throwing all this stuff together and just playing with like complex rhythm. But I still feel like, at least with this particular tune in general, like there is something missing, and there are like, the mistakes are very apparent, although not clear of what those mistakes are. Does that make sense? It's like you can tell that something's wrong, but you can't exactly tell, or I'm speaking for myself, but I can't exactly tell what I could do to make it sound more alive, because that's what it comes down to me. If I'm ever going to make something abstract like this, I just want it to be alive, because if it's alive, then that means that it has life to it, right? Even if it's not like the coolest thing to listen to or whatever, like it has something there. It has a breath. I don't know. Does anybody else have any questions regarding that kind of stuff, or any kind of philosophical things you want to discuss? Can I hear you tune? I just got here. This is the tune of A. I don't think that's A. Yeah, I think I was singing G. Yeah, you can hear my tune, of course. See, like that drives me crazy. You're so funny. So, I mean, obviously, I was mentioning mistakes. I mean, it's not, of course, not done, and there's some spaces to fill and also some spaces to close. And then I also like did a meme and just boosted the low end of all the glitch stuff because I was like, there's not enough bass. But yeah, it's but that's kind of it, right? Is just being like, okay, well, how do I take something like this and then make it make more sense? And the number one piece of advice that, and this is what we were talking about before, but why Bitwig over Ableton? Can somebody type in ! switch for me? That'll kind of tell you why. There's a lot of reasons, but I'm so sorry, Robert. I've explained that like 1,000 times. And that's just kind of why I switched from Ableton to Bitwig. It just works better for me, long story short. What was I talking about? So yeah, for one, just making this make more sense, but also a way to not even necessarily make it more accessible, but maybe just refine the aspects of this, right? Because there's a lot of like different textures and there's a lot of different multi-rhythms that don't quite, I think it's excessive in some ways. And I like to be excessive sometimes. But writing that line about like how much repetition you need versus like what somebody's going to be able to keep up with, of being like, this is a very dynamic conversation as opposed to a simple because reasons. No. Yeah. If you read you need more com parts in this arrangement. That is such an abstract idea. That's like stripped down. It feels a little repetitive, to be honest. It's nice, but it doesn't take a breath and let you reflect. Oh yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying. Like, some elements need more space, and some elements are missing, or some elements are too empty, right? But like I said, like that's going to kind of be in the refinement aspect of this. Will I send it to you? Yeah, I'll send it to you when it's done. This is part of the Discord collab. I think it could sound cool if that clap stuck around for like 2 bars and goes back into crazy. I totally get what you're saying. Guys, this is how I've made every single tune. And well, every tune that I've ever made the past year. So what I usually do is I overdo it and then I start pulling things back. But I mean, if you listen to all the other stuff that I put out, like Haunted, that one's really cool. Haunted, the Source of Nightmares, the Infinite Corridor, all those things. Do you think as your channel grows that you will try to talk about the music industry side of things? I'll tell you one thing. If I develop knowledge of the music industry, I'll talk about it. But I don't know anything about it. And I don't want to pretend to talk about something that I don't know of, you know? Yeah, obviously it's got a lot of texture and stuff, but I think that like this is just the right amount. Just the right amount of like fucking weird and almost excessive, but still enough to be able to follow, if that makes sense. So there is that. But yeah, like I said, some parts feel empty, some parts feel like they're too busy. So having that kind of all makes sense. And that's kind of what you guys are talking about too, is like, because there's no theme, it's really easy to identify those things of being like, all right, well, or because there's no clear theme, rather, there's no clear motif that's going on. You're like, oh, it's too much noise. Sounds perfect to me. Well, that track that I just played was already a released track. That was an EP that I already put out. inspires me, which means it's perfect. If you guys didn't know, like Loic was actually one of my first music friends. Did we meet on Twitch? I've known you since like, it feels like a dream where you want to run fast, but your legs are stuck in the mud. Work on a musical theme for it. No, I'm not going to. That's what I just talked about on Twitch 7 years ago. So the reason why I don't do musical ideas that are over this is because they don't play nicely together. So if I were to do something that cut all of this stuff, there would be space for melody and harmony. But when you've got texture and like you've got polyrhythm that's going on in that way, or like you have heaviness that's happening, those two don't play nicely together. So you have to kind of like pick one, at least for me, the way that I work, I have to pick one or the other. So what I usually do is I'll have something that's, because your arrangement is too busy, like you realize, like, I don't mean to be mean, but you realize that you're telling me about my music, right? Like, you realize that you're telling me about like what I do, right? Which is fine. That's totally fine. But that's why I tend to not listen to that kind of advice. I've had those dreams a lot. Yeah, you ever have those dreams where you're trying to punch somebody and it's not doing anything? You need to make space for a musical theme. 12-tone composition time. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. And this is, okay, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I mean this in the nicest way. But because you don't know my music, you don't know how I am as a producer. Because my other stuff, like my first EP was very musical. My first EP was super musical. I'm joking, by the way, that would not fit at all. But that's what I'm talking about, is because people don't know my music, like, they don't know, like, my background and stuff before I've come in. But this is my first, like, this is my first EP. Is this on Beatport? No. Yeah, I'll send it to you when it's done, like. So anyways, the point that I was trying to make was that it's not that I can't make harmonic music. It's the fact that I'm doing, like, I'm approaching, or I'm trying to find it, like, I'm pursuing a different aesthetic. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm not saying that that's the most amazing thing that anybody's ever heard, but it's not like I don't know how to write musically. It's just I choose not to, because I'm trying to bring out something different, something that's a little bit more like experimental, if that makes sense. What do you think about mainstream dubstep, like Your Fault by Excision, in regards to what you said about meshing emotional sounds and melodies combined with a heavy drop? All right. I would say that, like, typically speaking, the more melodic that you get, the less heavy you get. And heavy is a very particular term, right? Because, like, something can still be emotionally heavy, right? Like, something can be so sad and so moving that, like, it moves you on such a deep level. But when I describe heavy, I'm talking about, like, overuse of distortion and overuse of, like, pushing frequencies and stuff, of making sounds bigger. And I think that the bigger those sounds are, the more or the less space you have in order to create those kinds of melodies and all that. But what I'm more concerned about between all this stuff isn't trying to tell stories with harmony. It's more about trying to tell stories with texture. And by doing something, like on one end, it does make it more difficult to create a theme in that way. But when you focus more so on texture, then it allows you to explore other rhythmic aspects, and it allows you to actually build like a different kind of world, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of different ways to describe sound, right? For one, it can be a tone, but it can also be relative to actual objects or relative things to our imagination and also to the real world. For example, like I like to make things that sound like they're bigger than us, like they could eat us. Like really big monsters and things. And then I also like the idea of machines. And so a lot of my music incorporates a lot of texture and stuff to kind of replicate those ideas, right? Like the Infinite Corridor was all about like nightmares and like being really heavy and scary and spoopy in that way. Call it cheesy, call it whatever you want, but there's a clear aesthetic that kind of plays into that, if that makes sense. And so trying to flesh that out and pull that out. And once I have an understanding of that, then maybe I'll come back and try to focus on implementing melody and stuff. But I can also say that the number one like source of beat block that I ever run into is trying to come up with melodic content, because I get so fucking frustrated with it. For one, finding the right sound of like what to use for a melody, and then two, actually writing a melody / chord progression. It's really hard to maintain that degree of an aesthetic when you start implementing those things. So there has to be another step to it. Like you have to have these instruments and stuff that fit within the same aesthetic of the track that you're trying to create. And so the reason why somebody like Excision or, you know, these other people like Cohen Sound, or, you know, like people that can make melody work, atonal stuff can have a melody even if it's not exactly a melody in the traditional sense. Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right, which is why I've been playing with physical modeling lately. So there is that, and I don't disagree with that by any means, but the reason why Cohen Sound works so well is because the aesthetic that they go for, like the sounds that they make fit the aesthetic that they've created for themselves, and they've found themselves in that particular artistry. And so if you're trying to do something different, like you have to like, you know what I mean? Like you have to like pull yourself out of the aesthetic that you're used to. For example, it's like getting so comfortable of working with a project template, right? The Solar Grace and Extinction definitely have, you love the word aesthetic, don't you? Well, I mean, how else would I describe what I'm trying to describe? Characteristic, the quality or attribute, archetype, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to, you have to realize that I'm communicating open thoughts right now, so it's not all clear and concise in a way that I can summarize things and be that eloquent. If it works, at least in the moment, before I have time to refine my vocabulary and diversify. If you want a big word, then try to ratiocinate that. So, hey, I love the word just kidding, brother. Yeah, it's fine. I know, you're just kidding. But that's kind of where I'm at on these things, right? But that's why I don't incorporate, you know, like definable melodies. And that's why I find that a lot of like sounds or things that you would normally play from a synthesizer or presets or something don't really work in that way. And like even with that tune that I just created, I think that it is heavy and it does have emotional content, but the trade-off to that is that it's nowhere near as heavy as the stuff that I was just playing. It's not dark enough. And it holds it back from being dark enough because it's too identifiable. It's too relative. That's why I love people like Audica and Rawtech so much, is because they find different ways to exacerbate these textures and these emotions just by the sense of using like non-tonal things. Like listen to Extinction, right? Listen to how heavy that tune is. You can't play that bass line. Boom, wait, hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like that's not really something that you would play on the piano. It's not something that you would even play on the bass. Like it's become an instrument on its own that you're like, it doesn't make you want to reach for a playable instrument. It makes you want to be like, well, how do I create that? How do I create a world like that? And that's what's pushing the boundaries. Even look at Leisurelands, right? Leo and I were talking about that earlier. Like look at look at some of the textures and stuff that are in that. Some of them are a little bit more typical, like grass is pretty easy to follow. Competition between the confident feel of dubstep, your music and almost trapped, victimized feel, like you're hunted by a monster, not inhabiting one. Wait. The problem with heavy, sorry, there's a couple of grammatical errors in there. Let me try to decipher what you're saying. The problem with heavy sounds these days is their competition with the confident feel of dubstep. Your music can almost trap, victimized feel, like you're hunted by a monster, not inhabiting one. All right, wait, are you saying that that's the difference between my music and dubstep, or are you saying that's like, sorry, I apologize. What, can you reiterate? I definitely feel like if you're saying what I think you're saying, like one thing that I do try to tackle a lot is not feeling like you're overcoming something. I feel like I'm trying to express a sense of oppressiveness. And that's why I think that's the big difference between like heavy music, right? Like people say like rhythm is really heavy music, and I don't actually agree with that. I think that like, or at least it's a different kind of heavy, right? Because like, aside from like the screechy tonalities and stuff that you have, it's very easy to follow. And like, it is heavy in bass and stuff, but like, it's pretty easy to ride along with, you know, it's easy to catch something. But with people that are doing those different things, oh my gosh, who was it? I just discovered a new artist that Databra told me about. It's like Veet.hx or something like that. It's like super experimental, super IDM glitch stuff. And it was so freaking cool, but it was so oppressive in that way. And it was like, it was very uneasy, but it was still something that you didn't really want to change it. Like you wanted to see where it goes. And I think that's one of the coolest things is like, if you can complete something like that, if you can find something that pulls you in and makes you feel so strongly about something, regardless of what the emotion is, and then you have the ability to change it, then that kind of gets into mastering the idea of storytelling. It's kind of annoying that the word atonal has been used for dubstep a lot when a lot of time it actually isn't atonal, it just has one note. Yeah, I agree with that. It's a difference of why it's hard to get into. It's sluggish and debilitating. Dubstep is powerful and makes you feel like a god. Hard competition. Oh, are you saying that my music is slow and debilitating, but dubstep is makes you feel powerful? Atonal implies there's no key center. Right, true. Not implies, actually, that's the definition. Right. Well, like, the other thing too is like, my music is not for everyone. In fact, I don't think that it's for a lot of people. And I don't think that my music is amazing or, you know, or should be. I don't think that my music deserves any kind of special attention, I think is what I'm getting at. But there is also me as a musician or as an artist of these expressive things that is a means of cultivation, right? And that's kind of why I always say is like, I'm not there yet. I'm not there with I think tonal clusters would really fit your music. What do you mean by tonal cluster? But yeah, like this project or this idea that I'm coming in between, or this idea that I'm cultivating, is like I'm in the midst of it right now. Like those first two projects that I released were just the basis of it, but there's this refinement that I've been talking about of trying to figure out how to grow that as a musician or as an artist myself, of like creating this aesthetic and pulling it out as far as what it can go. Just go your way, but you already know that. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like what it is, right? Is just sorting through. But once I've found that, then and I might not ever find it, but once I get to a particular place, because I know that that's achievable, then that's when I can start to think about how do I incorporate that with other kinds of music, if that makes sense. Pretty much unharmonic blends of overtones in the lab, bro. Something is growing in the lab, and it ain't weed. pretty much unharmonic blends of overtones. Can you describe what you mean by that? Are you just talking about like physical modeling stuff, pretty much? Well, as an example, that's of course more into that, but you know, microtones, like microtonality, that's even something that I've been messing with too. It feels like being chased by a mud monster or something. Like some people are DOMs and some people are subs. Your stuff is great, but it takes a certain mindset to feel it personally. Yeah, dude, I totally get it. And I don't like, that doesn't upset me at all. I'm going to send a free jazz track to the Discord. I think is a good example of tonal cluster adding creepiness. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like I said before, my music is not accessible by any means. It's not easy to listen to. It makes you feel very uncomfortable, at least is from what I've heard people say. It's very like, yeah, it's very uneasy. But I don't care because I'm figuring out, for one, like I'm figuring out a way of how to make all of these things that I do sound design for in the first place work. I'm not saying like a 30 minutes something. Oh, you're saying it's copyright free so we can listen to it? Okay, I got you. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Oh no, it's definitely copyrighted. Oh, okay. Yeah. Come in, guys. Where you at? Fuck shot. Get in here. Clusters can actually sound okay. Yeah, so it's like cat on the keyboard. That makes sense. Yeah, and you know, those are ideas, and I'm even open-minded to melody and stuff. Sorry for the lack of space between my words. My keyboard is bugging. You're doing keyboard clusters right now. Cat on the keyboard, indeed. Yeah, that makes sense. I see your artist villain in soundscape. We need a hero to slay those beasts. Shouldn't somebody else do that though? Like, should I be the hero and the villain at the same time? That's, you know. Do you think as humanity moves into the future that lack of music theory will become mainstream because we will eventually get bored of music theory? Not to say it will completely disappear. Nah, I don't think so. I think that it's going to... I think that it's going to continue to get more intricate as far as microtones. And then like renaissance of harmony and stuff, I think is probably I think it's going to be a cycle, to be honest, as music has foretold. Like nobody gets bored of classical music, right? That's why it's called classical music. And one of these days, like one or many of these genres that we listen to in hundreds of years or whatever are going to also be considered classical music. So I don't think so. I think that I think that some people will, right? Like, for example, I'm not doing anything with harmony and melody. That doesn't make me a pioneer by any means. It's just different. But at some point, theoreticians, academicians, I've never heard that word before, are going to have to recognize and gives more important role to electronic tools, at least in Europe. It depends, right? There's so many ways to express with sound. Been exploring the concept of microtuning, Middle Eastern music, and all. Very interesting. It is super interesting. And I think that, like, as we evolve, our ears will evolve too, right? So there is that. And this would probably be over thousands and thousands of years, but as we develop and as time goes on, like, our ears will change. And so what we want to hear is also going to change. The frequencies that we're able to detect are going to be different as well. And so I think that because we're pushing our bodies in so many different ways, both athletically, both with, vision, both with, I guess, whatever our needs are, our survival needs, as that changes over time. And then you've got science, and then you've got all that other stuff. Like, music is always going to be really cool. Mozart will always be Mozart. Gabriel Ferrer for me. Right on. Wow, what a cool way to think about it. Yeah, and that's just an opinion, that's like, take that for what that is, right? Because nothing that I say is set in stone. It's all just kind of what I think about. It's just an idea. Yeah, and I hear what you're saying too, Polly, like having a resolution between my music and stuff, but like the stories that I wanted to tell with my last couple EPs were, well, they were really dark and they didn't have a resolution. They weren't supposed to. So instead of like saying, me trying to be like, oh, everything's okay or whatever, like I wanted that to be like, I want you to feel this way. And that's what I was more concerned with. No matter what, no matter the moment, never going to give you up. Yeah, and like the other thing too though is like, if you don't like, I wouldn't say that it's factual, but there is truth behind it, that like your blue period, I get it. Get to know me. That's all I could say. Get to know me. I've been through a lot. Let's just say that. Yeah, I like those kinds of stories better. I like telling that. I have so many emotions built up inside that I don't know how to express and all that. So I'm just not there. Maybe that could be it too. Maybe I'm just not there. Maybe I don't feel resolved, and so I don't make resolving music. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to kind of come about that. Like, okay, so IED, right? So that was actually, I don't know if you guys care or not, but that song was actually about a relationship. And I'm not really going to go into detail about that relationship, but I was really salty over it, and I was really upset over the way that things kind of panned out. And so that whole particular thing with IED or whatever did have a resolution to it if you listen to the whole thing, right? Because it's these conflicting feelings that kind of have this push-pull thing. And I think that's why it made so much sense. And then at the second half of it, it's like, okay, I'm accepting that it's, that it is what it is and moving on. But with these other things that you kind of get into, with these other feelings and things that you have, there is a lack of resolution between that. And it's really hard to accept or get over something when it's just not there yet. So, we're all people. We all have emotions and feel things or whatever. And so for me, that's kind of, I like to tell stories in that way of just being like, it's not necessarily what's going on in my life right now. It could be, I don't know. I don't want to tell you regardless, but that's the beautiful thing about using music to communicate in that way. That's why I don't really focus on making bangers and stuff. And I don't think that my music is for that by any means, but for one, how many people are out there trying to make bangers or trying to make club music? Sorry, I'm rewiring my thing. That's why I'm looking down. But how many people try to make bangers or club music, and it's just the same thing of like, yo, I just want to hit something that makes people move on the dance floor and all that. And I'm like, to me, that's like, it's been done. It's been done. Oh, you're still streaming. Yeah, we're kind of just like discussing philosophical things at the moment. is that the only thing to feel in electronic music these days now is just a banger, right? Or is just something that that is heavy, or something, or sorry, not heavy, but is something that makes you want to dance? Because like I've never been part of that scene either. Like I've never been to a rave, I've never been to a festival, I've never like done. I'm not saying that you have to be able to understand, but I've never done heavy drugs. I've never been a part of that stuff. The only thing that I've been a part of is life, and that's what I know, or that's what I've experienced rather. I wouldn't say that I know about life. I've just experienced life in that way. And so with life, of how things kind of panned out, like I guess that's kind of what influences the kinds of stories that we all tell, right? I mean, who knows? Like maybe if I went to a festival or something and had an amazing time, like maybe I would want to try to recreate that in my own expressive means, but like I said, I don't know what that is. I can only imagine. It's like, why would you want to create a new beautiful harmonies when all know Gabriel Ferrer just finished this game for us all? Yeah, right. Every melody, every chord progression has like been done, I guess, is what I've heard or something. Praying for the ears of the people who go to clubs all the time and wear no ear protection. I've never been to a live electronic music either. Yeah, and I think that people should, right? I definitely think that people should go and experience that because I understand how unique that is, and I understand that like there is a merit to being in a place with a bunch of people and losing yourself in the moment, because I do know what that is like. When I was on stage doing shows and stuff, like I do understand that aspect of things, but it's different because I'm not playing music. I'm telling a different kind of story, or I'm expressing something completely different. And they all felt way different. It was never the same. Like when I did Dolly Parton's Lumberjack Adventure, it was it was so free that I got to just be myself on stage, that I was just like goofing off. When I did Marvel, I was Iron Fist, and so I had to be that character, and it was so fucking serious, even though it was so campy or whatever. And then when I was doing the show with Chris Angel, I actually had a different kind of mask. I was what's called a dread character, which kind of looks like Predator with dreads and stuff. And I was a creature, and I was somebody that was Chris Angel's helper for the magic and stuff. But the way that I moved and the character that I built behind that was very mechanical in all that sense. And so there was this aesthetic to that. That told that specific kind of story. But my relationship was that I was facing the audience, which you can't see the audience if you ever go on stage, by the way. It's almost completely black anyways. But I was facing the audience as opposed to being a part of the audience. So, I've been to shows in that way. Like I've been to other Cirque shows as a spectator and stuff, but it's so different when you are up and dancing and like being active and people are doing other kinds of activities versus that whole thing. Pain is a gift. Without the capacity for pain, we can't feel the hurt we inflict. The Doctor. I think there is a great thing about trying to make the music you want to hear, whatever that is. Yeah, or what if you don't hear music, right? Like what if I know that all of us has been through that. Like what if you're trying to write music and you don't hear anything? Which is actually 95% of how I write tunes, is I don't hear anything at all. And then I just start throwing things together, and then I'm like, oh, that's what I made? That's what came out? There's only been 2 times in my life that I've heard something in my head and made a song out of it. That's like, yeah, there's... likewise, I've got a friend, and actually I wouldn't be surprised if Loic is like that. I don't want to put out Loic's personal business, but he's a very... very good musician, like a musician, as in he plays instruments and stuff and is very good at it. But I wouldn't be surprised if both him and then my other friend, she's a composer, if they hear things in their head and they're able to audiate. I made a video about that. I had to take it down for personal reasons, but audiating, of like practicing and imagining sound, or like trying to premeditate sounds that you hear, it's a skill that you can cultivate, and it's really interesting in that way. Sometimes a thing just comes to life like an entity. The music leads the way. Yeah, I really like these conversations, by the way. So, I always encourage these kinds of input things. These are the most like, well, not the most, but these are one of the most fun things that I like to do with streaming. This is what makes streaming really interesting for me. So thank you guys for giving me something to discuss. I usually start with a single sample melody, whatever, and cross the rest of the bridges when I get to them. I guess like, yeah, well, everybody starts with something, right? If you make music on the computer, I start with chords most of the time, and that's how I think of melodies. This is therapeutic. Well, cool. And I'm glad that we have a space that we can communicate these open ideas, because they might be relative to your music, or they might help you get over like beat block or something. I've done that with non-electronic music, but that would never hurt for me for electronic music, vice versa. So like for those of you guys, like let's say that you think about like music melodically or harmonically, or I guess, yeah, let's just say melodically, right? Was there ever a time where you guys found yourselves going back to writing the same thing? So like that's a big roadblock that I ran into with piano, was that I kept going back and playing the same thing. Like my favorite thing for some reason is the aquatic ambience chord progression, where you go from a 1 to a 4, and it's just like, god damn it, I'm playing aquatic ambience again. I'm doing it again and again and again and again and again. And that drives me crazy, because I'm like, every song freaking sounds the same. I hate when I have an idea for a cool bass sound in my head but don't know how to synthesize it. I think my channel can help you out with that if you've only seen a few videos. And if not, there's a lot of bass tutorials now. There's a lot more than there were when I was trying to figure this information out on YouTube. Feelings, knowledge, slash inspirations. That's 3 things you got to feed at every moment, not to do the same thing over and over again. But like, what if, like, you ever tell a story and like you think that you're done with it, but then you're like, I still have really strong feelings towards it. I do that sometimes, like, and I think that like, not only that, but sometimes it's very easy to go back to that same emotion because you're still feeling it, right? Like, let's say like you went through a breakup. It's been a very long time since I've been through a breakup personally, but you go through a breakup. Well, I think that because that feeling is so strong for you, you might write a lot of the same songs over it, because it's easy for you to go back into feeling that again with music or something, right? I do that sometimes, but I usually fix it by immersing myself in more music. So like, what, you listen to different stuff? I've been diving into classical music and a bit of music theory because of all my old music started to sound the same and cheesy, got tired of the cliche chord progressions and was stuck on for years. Yeah, and like, for me personally, like, I don't like to write 4-chord progression songs. That's why I don't listen to future bass that much, because it's like one step above. Ooh, I don't want to offend anybody, but to me, it's like one step above pop music. Future bass is like the electronic pop. Hard to tell the same story, but always differently. You can tell the same story, but always differently. Hard to explain. Yeah. Well, like most of the time when you explain something, you never say it twice, right? But to you at the time, like, it usually feels too samey, or at least for me. I've heard a few good future bass songs. Every genre has a good song, right? So, and I'm not saying that future bass is bad. Like, I can listen to future bass, but I do think that the way that it comes together is pop. It is pop music. I mean, okay, so have you guys ever seen the People Are Awesome videos? Future bass. Every fucking thing. Future bass or EDM. EDM and future bass are like brother and sister, in my opinion. And EDM is pretty much pop, because that's fucking everything. Yeah, listening to more stuff and learning more theory can take my mind off of the same things. Yeah, and like, maybe that's the way that you like to explore, right? Is by getting deeper into theory. And for me, like, my theory is getting into deeper sounds and getting into deeper relationships with rhythm. So, excuse me. Because I'm always making new sounds. I'm always making new things that I'm like, that's really cool, or I really like that. And so those are the kinds of things that I would try to implement, rather than reaching for my guitar when I've spent 3 hours trying to, I've spent 3 hours trying to make a bass, but then I'm going to go pick up my guitar and try to make a melody. It's like, what? No, I'm going to try to make stuff out of what I just made. You can write how you feel, or write how you'd like to feel. I write myself in the stronger headspace. Lie, maybe PMA, definitely. I think that like being able to write an emotion and being able to translate that fluently is a language. And I think that's something that it can be cultivated, but that is a very intricate skill, right? Of being like, I'm sad, I'm going to write something sad. That is not easy to do. Even if you like, I guess melodically, yeah, like you can write a sad chord or whatever, but being able to put yourself in the moment like that, like, actually takes quite a bit of skill, I believe. In pop music, you might have one chord, blah, blah, blah. You might have one chord progression for a verse, one chorus pre-hook, maybe a bridge, key switch at the end of the song, but that's it. Like, who's super melodic that I really like listening to? Like somebody like Haywire. Haywire has an excellent mix of electronic music and also like really heavy, melodic influences. But something to kind of keep in mind back to the original conversation was like, as amazing as he is and as amazing as his music is, it's not that heavy. It's not very heavy. Like it's heavy, but it's not the heavy that I'm describing. It's not like aeonnhp heavy. And actually, Leo, because like you just listened to Demons, so like oh shit, well you guys, the rest of you can't listen to it, but go listen to, if you can, find Demons from aeonnhp stuff, and then he's got a very polarizing story that he's telling, and I actually read about it that story Demons was about his OCD, and so there's this moment of just like pure just like destruction of just like hell, right? And it's fucking great, and then it goes into beautiful melodic like actual like real live instrumentation that he's playing, or at least it sounds like it anyways, and then it goes back, and so the relationship that they have between the two is that none of them are playing at the same time. And that's kind of the point that I was trying to make from before, is like, if you really want to go heavy, you kind of have to ditch the melody. I want to find the whole thing. I'll see if I have it. But yeah, you kind of have to ditch the melody. You have to ditch the harmonies and stuff, because it changes the way that you present the music, or it changes the vibe that it does. Listen to Audica's Torque Limit, right? Almost no melody in that. Or listen to Oracle, right? The majority of that tune is very atonal in that way. And then it goes into a really beautiful like cello, but really sad type of thing. That is the goal. That is the goal. So having chaos and having these crazy heavy textures and stuff, and then taking a break from that and then moving into something that is melodic in that way, has such a deep impact, at least in my opinion, on music. And even though like in my other music, like I don't usually go for melody, but I go into something that is more tangible to listen to. Source of Nightmares is a great example. So like I've got this like crazy break or whatever that has a bunch of glitches and stuff, and then the second half of it I go into something that has a specific tone that's identifiable, something that has a specific beat that's very easy to follow, but you have this contrast between the two to how you can get away with presenting this kind of music but still make it accessible in that way. So here's the thing, like with this particular tune that we were talking about, a lot of like, I don't disagree with you guys, but you're like, it's too busy, it's got too much, it's too repetitive. But the thing is that this is the collab submission for the Discord, and everybody else's music is super melodic, and so it's going to be super different when you transition into something like that. I can't remember if it's intake manifold or combustion chamber, but there's a really nice ambient melodic section. Ignition coil, not combustion chamber. I think it's ignition coil. It's kind of ambient, and then it goes into like a really kind of like IDM part. But the sounds tessellate, so they never lay on top. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Paulie, is that like they're spaced out in between, like they never interrupt each other. Intake manifold, it sounds airy. Oh, I thought you were talking about ignition coil, because that still kind of has a cool, nice little pad and has like some cool rhythms and stuff to it. It's like, it's still kind of heavy, but like kind of, oh, both of them have it. Okay, gotcha. Audica just does Audica. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Both are really atonal, and then a nice part in the middle, right? But that's kind of what it is, right? It's like, if you're going to have these kinds of things, that creates this relationship. But, you know, if I'm like, here's a fucking idea. You know, if you're playing something like this, hold on, let me find something that's relatively easy to identify. Let's go equator 2. Then let's find that synth that I always like to pull up. It's kind of like Rhodes or something. There it is. It's like the one preset that I saved. Hey, season 1 was good, man. All right, so like, it's not a very good idea to try to play melodies over something like this, right? Because it totally changes, like, even if I were to be able to mix that and make that fit, it completely changed the vibe. It completely changed the vibe of the feeling that you're trying to represent through that. And that's why I don't do that. So instead, like, if you're going to go into something that is dark or whatever, or like you are going to introduce melody and stuff, I think that the tonal clusters can work. And I think that you've mentioned that before. I actually like it. That's not what's in question, though. It's not about liking it. It's about the vibe changed. That's what I'm describing. The vibe of it changed. And suddenly you don't care so much. No, listen. You don't care so much about the texture and the nuance of what you just heard. The only thing that you focused on was the melody and the drums. All of your attention went to the melodic aspects because that's what our minds do. We're talking about two different things. It's not to say that you can't do it. It changes the vibe is what I'm getting at. The vibe immediately went from being in this really dark, oppressive place to I'm listening to the music now, or I'm listening to the chord progression, and the other shit that I made doesn't even matter anymore. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now, like, you know, in contrast, like you can have something before, like you can have an intro that is melodic, you know, something kind of sinister in that way. Maybe tessellate them so they can interact with each other. Call and response. Yeah, but it changes the vibe. You can have like one tone or something in between, or maybe like one specific chord that goes in a break of like this IDM thing, and then later it can go into the music side of things. But when you're trying to have like a really deep, heavy like thing like that, it doesn't, bringing the melody out doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't, it's, at least it's very difficult to pull off. And I'll never say that you can't do it, because people can, and people probably have. But most of the time when you start to add those kinds of elements, it changes the vibe. And so it's very difficult to keep that heavy vibe and have something musical in that way, and then find something musical that actually works, is kind of what I've been trying to describe. You can make evil, dark melodies, but the fact remains that the focus will be on the melody more than the sound design details. Yeah. Well, Polly is right too, though, because if you set them in to be something that's different, so like let's say you've got really heavy and then you've got a melody, like, yeah, that can definitely work. Still changes the vibe, though. It enhances the story. Heavy feels heavier with contrast. Depends. Like, what would make sense is maybe like a reversed pad or something, right? That has the same kind of processing, the same kind of stuff, but maybe just has something that is tonal of like, you know, but the sound design still has to fit. The sound design palette still has to work well together with themselves, right? And that's why I think that a lot of people run into the preset browsing thing, is because they'll do sound design in a particular way and then they'll surf for a preset or something, but the processing is totally different than how you've done the rest of the track, that it doesn't fit in that way. There's a lot of like really interesting theory behind this kind of stuff, or at least that I found, of like why sounds work together and why sounds don't work together. Like if you have like a typical means of processing a lot of sounds and stuff, a lot of times it's going to be easier for them to work together because like they've gone through the same kind of like, let's just call it filter. The same kind of, I don't want to say process because that's kind of redundant in that way, but the same kind of filter. You've pushed them through, you've mailed them all in the same envelope. Yeah, if you talk quietly and suddenly scream, it has a lot more impact than a guy that's constantly screaming. Or what if the melody is what the sound design ECT is doing, so you're focused on the melody on the sound design rather... Wait, what? Rather than just the melody itself, if that makes sense? What are you guys doing? Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like call and response and contrast is kind of like one of the staples between any good tune, right? And that's why I say like this doesn't have a call and response yet. So I'm giving you a stroke with my bad sentence structure. No, I just don't get it yet. You'll have to try again. I'm listening to Solar Grace again. I think what makes it work so well is actually the repetition of the phrases and pauses in between. Yep, the space. The space. I have a tune that I tried to replicate with that, or that's a direct reference from it. And I don't remember how I came about some of those sounds, because it makes much more clear what to pay attention to. Yeah, of space. But it's a different aesthetic too, though, right? It's a different feel or a different vibe. Hey, no. I'll put this tune out at some point, but... I recognize damage VST. And this? No, there's no damage on this. 4 a.m. here. Take care. Good night. See you, Loic. Thanks for coming in, man. Good to see you. Talk soon. Artax stuck in the mud. What? Yeah, I would say that this is super sticky by all means, but it has that space and it's alive. And to me, like, as opposed to feeling like it's oppressed, I feel like it's breathing, because it goes and that's kind of the push pull. Like there is no, I wouldn't, yeah, maybe you could say stuck in the mud, but I feel like it's more so if it's got a heavy influence on doing this to you, as opposed to it's doing this. And I think most of my music, or at least most of my recent music, tries to replicate that same idea. It's a never ending story reference. Oh, sorry. Fair enough. But yeah, so there's a more clear and concise call and response between that. But when you're doing IDM stuff, like, I think part of the appeal of doing IDM is to try to be as abstract as you can be and then make it make sense at the end. So right now, none of this makes sense. And because it's only half a tune, it probably won't make sense, but maybe through the arrangement of putting together the other online collabs or something, like it can go into something like that. But yeah, it's just interesting to kind of talk about. Really? Hey, stop it. Doggo is doing the human growl. I should probably sample Buckshot again. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe in 2 years I'll change my mind too, and I'll be like, you could totally make it work. Can we get a pupper reveal at 10k sub? Just rewind the video. I already put them. I already put them for like an hour. At 10k subs, I'm giving somebody a sub pack. Flummel, how'd I miss? I actually have a song. I did a stupid remix of My Dogs already. That's on YouTube. All right, so Blastoise, he's the here. Blastoise is the black and white one, the all mostly black, the one on the left. That's Remy. That's Buckshot. That's the mom. That's the son, and then that's the dad that's being bashful. My room is clean. Hence the name Sub Pack. So nice one. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. But yeah, he's deaf. And hey, Data brought this live. He is deaf, and so if you go to my content, we're gonna watch this because this is the only way that this video gets views, but it's worth it. This is the only successful collab that I've ever done with somebody. So Blastoise and I made, we collabed together, and I made an R&B tune with him. He doesn't get royalties, but he gets treats. Heckin' doggo. Slow clap. Yeah, that's we'll probably do another one at some point. It's nice to talk about these things because I find myself trying to follow certain formulas that will help get more listeners while sacrificing ideas that would seem odd to ordinary people. Yeah, I think that like if you're trying to grow, there definitely is a balance, but I would say like satisfy the artist first and figure out who that artist is. And then once you feel comfortable with that, then you can kind of put yourself into more generic or more trendy ideas, right? But you have to like have a good solid foundation of like who you are and what you are. There's a really good song by Jade, What You Are. I fucking love that song. What you are. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, it's a fucking great song. Go listen to it. But once you have that, then you won't kind of like fiddle yourself out anymore. Instead, you'll try to figure out how you can fit what you or who you are, who you be, I think is a better way to say that. You can try to figure out how to fit your being into a different kind of a style, I guess. And that's just like my take on it, right? Because there's like maybe you just want to be a jack of all trades, and maybe you just want to be like, you know, super versatile in that way. But for me personally, like I would much rather have like a specific thing about me that people know my music for, and then I can try to figure out how to make that fit within other genres. Not only that, but like I feel like the quality of me doing other genres other than hip hop is just so much lower than like this particular output. I just like, you don't want to see me try to make a drum and bass tune. You don't want to see me try to make a halftime tune or a dubstep tune or any of that stuff, because it just, I don't know why, but like I said, the quality factor behind it, it decreases substantially. And I kind of wonder about that with other people too. Like I wonder if there are other artists out there that are really good at one specific style of music, but then like if they try to do something else, it's just like total garbage. I'm sure that has to be a thing. I imagine. Maybe. Who knows? And then you have people like Sorrow and Colon Sound and who else? Frequent. Hudson Lee. I'm trying to think about who else. Kage can make a bunch of different kinds of music. Fucking Audica, dude, the variety that Audica brings. And the cool thing about Audica is that they found out how to bring themselves in every style of music that they've made, right? So like look at Mead by the Fire compared to Leisurelands, compared to, fucking torque limit compared to extinction, compared to peat bog, compared to spud. You know what I mean? Like their range is so interesting. Are you talking about Audica? No, I'm talking about Audica. Oh, and then you've got what's it called? Their other album, Mythical Creatures, and then you've got their other album, which I forget what it's called, but it's the one that they came out before Lost Souls. I don't remember what the name of it was though. Something tribal. Savant. Chi can make a lot of different kinds of music. Flying Lotus makes a bunch of really weird shit. But you know it's a Flying Lotus track. Like anything that Flying Lotus makes, you know it's a Flying Lotus track. Who else? Who else has a huge range of different genres? Skrillex. Skrillex can make a bunch of different stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to think about who else. Kid 606 has nice range. I don't know who that is. But yeah, okay. But I mean, it kind of, yeah. Feed Me makes a lot of has a wide range. Wolfgang Gartner, I only know him for house music. He makes other stuff. Seven Lions has made a bunch of different kinds of music. Like it all kind of like fits under like trance mixed with something else. But Seven Lions has made a lot of different kinds of tunes that don't all sound the same. Like listen to ISIS versus wait, was it ISIS? I think it was ISIS versus, Polarize. Very different. Pegboard Nerds. Pegboard Nerds trying to get it back. Boom. That's a good song. I know that song is Catch Up. Here Comes. Is that what the song is called? Here It Comes. Here Comes. Catch Up. That's somebody ruined it for me in the comments. I don't remember who said it, but it was so funny. Yeah, that's a really fun tune though. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, a bunch of artists have like a lot of different range, but they found themselves in different ways, and that's kind of what the neat thing is about it. So yeah, does anybody else have any other questions that you want to discuss, or any other open-ended ideas that you want to take a look at? Catch up. Holy shit, it's already 9 o'clock. Wow. Wow. Ketchup or mustard? Depends. 9? Did you move? No, I've always been CST. Well, here I've been CST. Hey, Grindstone. Yeah, if it's like, it depends. Like, if it's a hot dog, I prefer ketchup. If it's a hot link, I prefer mustard. Odd. Hello, hi. Yeah, I've always been CST. But I really like Dijon mustard. What else do I like on with ketchup? Like fries or like tater tots? Ketchup. If it's some kind of like exotic meat or something, sometimes Dijon mustard can be really good for that. Revelation 9 by the Beatles. Spicy mustard is the best. LOL heading out though. Good night, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Eris. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. Revolution 9? No, I don't. Maybe if I heard it. I don't know. I tend to change the channel every time I hear the Beatles. I'm sorry. I hate the Beatles. I can't stand them. It's too repetitive. It's pretty trippy. Really? All right. Well, I'll give it a shot. So wait, what are you guys' thoughts on ranch though? What about ranch? It's probably the weirdest thing ever. Really? Okay, well, I'll take a look at it. Never had ranch? Is there no ranch in Aussie? Has zero to do with regular Beatles music? Okay, cool. Really? You don't like ranch? I love ranch. I could drink ranch. With ranch, it really depends on where it's from. I like the tartar ones. I don't know, Hidden Valley. Like ranch with pizza? Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Ranch with hot wings? Yes. I like ranch all right with hot chicken, otherwise not a fan. Okay, well, at least you like it with hot chicken. I don't know. I've never seen it in stores. Maybe it's called something else here. Maybe. I don't. Stop, dude. What's ranch? You for real? It's that white stuff. That's delicious. It's more like what many hip hop producers like Hank Shockley or Alchemist do on their albums. Was of noise with samples. Internationally, sometimes it's called American dressing. It's hillbilly dressing. Yeah, it's like white and creamy and it's kind of tangy, but boy, is it delicious with carrots and celery and just about anything. Have you heard of dab of ranch? Maybe once or twice in my life. I fucking love ranch. Oh my god. So like instead of doing sandwiches, I like to do tortilla wraps. So if you take a little bit of pastrami, some spinach, a little bit of cheese, and you coat it with pepper and salt, and then you just pour a line of ranch down the middle. It doesn't have to be like, all that, but all that, and then you put it into a wrap. Man, it's so good. It's so good. It's delicious. I'm telling you, you should probably try it sometime. What else is really good? I don't know. So Sunday, I think I'm going to play a game on Sunday, even though everybody hates games. I think that I'm going to, at some point tonight, I'm going to bang out this, I'm going to do this Sensal Morph review, which is overwhelmingly positive for the most part. This has been a great tool, so we'll talk about that. But yeah, I think Sunday I want to play a game. And I'm kind of debating on whether or not I want to play Skull, the Hero Slayer, or if I want to play another Castlevania game or so. But we'll be sure to make sure that nobody is here for it because nobody likes watching games. It's great. I don't care though. Whatever. It's my channel. I'll do what I want. Tries to grow to 10K, plays games, loses 2,000 followers. Greedo, you threw me off for a sec, dude. Why do some people do that? Why do people change? Favorite pizza topping? Mine is pepperoncinis and prosciutto and goat cheese. Honestly, guys, pineapple and chicken. My favorite pizza. I'm on my phone outside smoking. Oh, okay. My favorite pizza is barbecue chicken or barbecue Hawaiian. Oh, you're fine. I was just giving you shit. Yeah, that's my favorite kind of pizza. I can't spell. Or a Hawaiian calzone. Oh my god. Guys, a fucking Hawaiian calzone is so fucking good. When it comes to food, the profanity is all off the table. I'm sorry. Look, I lost all my viewers. I lost all my viewers because I said pineapple and pizza. They're like, oh, hell no. Unsub. What about you? Buckshot likes any kind of pizza. As an Italian, I feel offended. Requiem aeternam. There's some Latin for you. Not quite the same thing, but Hawaiian pizza and ketchup on hot dogs. You are possessed. Possibly. Why do you wait? So like, you didn't get that implication from the music that I make, but rather from the food that I eat? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I like most kinds of pizza. The only kind of pizza that I don't like is like fish toppings. So like, I'm not an anchovies kind of person. Having a hard time thinking about a really interesting philosophy question without getting too deep, considering I only have so many characters to type. Well, you can ask whatever you want and we can try. And sometimes like you can ask something in the span of multiple questions, like start with one question and then get some insight and then ask another question based off of that can allude to a bigger theme. But this also doesn't have to be an interrogation by any means, and you don't have to ask a deep question. You can also ask whether or not I prefer something like mustard or ketchup. And then that can go into a deep conversation, and then I reveal to you all that I'm actually possessed, because apparently I like Hawaiian pizza and just made a mean spaghetti bolognese. Dude, bolognese is so good, man. My step-grandfather makes bolognese, but like real bolognese. Man, it's so good. I don't want to talk about what's in it because it's a secret recipe, but holy cow, man, it's not like your typical Mazio's type shit. Sartre or niche? What? Hey Siri, define Sartre. No.
I found this on the web.
No, not satyr. Not satire. I don't think I've ever heard that word before. Actual holy cows are in it. Philosopher joke. Oh, really? Was that a pun because of niche? Or niche? Nice. Yeah, I'm not from where you guys are from, so there's some things that I will fall for. Yeah, I caught it after. I was like, "Oh, I didn't get that at first." Yeah. It's all about sayix. If you're a niche person or niche. Actually, I think philosophy was one of my favorite classes in college. Why does a conversation with someone still leave me feeling lonely? I like talking philosophy and ideas, but I don't have friends that think as deep as me. Well, loneliness comes from different places, for one. And two, I think that there are two different existences. Pronounced Nietzsche? Okay, sorry. I mean, I've heard of them. I know a lot about that stuff, but sorry for the mispronunciation. I don't think I've heard of Sartre, though. So, it's a couple of things. The first thing is because of where it comes from, but the other thing is also perspective, right? And I think that what it kind of comes down to, for one, is understanding who you are and like where the loneliness comes from. But the other thing is also understanding like how you deal with it or how you manage it, if that makes sense. And it also comes into the idea about like how deep loneliness gets, because you can still feel complete with somebody in one way or another, or still get smaller things from somebody, even though it's not the whole complete package. And I think that's a big problem or a big expectation that people have when they're looking for companionship, right? Is they want somebody that's going to quote unquote complete them. But part of it is, you know, if I were to feel isolated, even if I have conversations with people, like I would still feel lonely too, because maybe there are certain ideas with people, maybe there are certain concepts or certain things to explore that I don't have anybody to communicate that to. But at the same time, maybe there's somebody else from my particular community that fulfills other things, like actually having presence, right? So like maybe you live with somebody and that actually like, completes that aspect of it. I think that we're all lonely, to be honest. And I don't mean that as in like a sad edgelord type of thing, but I think that we're all lonely, especially with circumstances right now. But the thing is, like, I think it's also important to accept that nobody is you. And I mean that in a good way. Like, nobody is you. Nobody is me. No, like, that's part of us as an individual. So when I try to talk to people about these kinds of things, like whenever I teach, and I don't really like do this so much with YouTube because it's usually just me talking to somebody else. But whenever I'm teaching something where I'm in person with somebody, as opposed to trying to bring somebody up to my level, I try to speak their language. I try to speak Ian in the form of somebody like Greedo. I try to become fluent with them, so that way there's a very different, the distinction about what you're trying to communicate becomes different. Because if you're trying to just bring somebody up to your level, like, they haven't gone through the same steps that you might have, if that makes sense. And that's only specifically with teaching and stuff. But if you have an experience to share, or you have something, an idea to give to somebody, like, you have to first see their perspective before you can try to make that translation. And I find for me, it's often really unfair to try to think that people should understand what I think or what I say between all these things, especially because the experiences that I have are unique to me in my own way. And the attitude towards that isn't, well, nobody knows what I'm going through, so nobody knows me. That's not the way to say it. It's, I have some experience that nobody else will that nobody else hopefully will go through, or that hasn't felt in the same way or whatever. So how can I use that to relate to people on a different level? And sometimes, like, having that particular attitude can help you understand, like, how closely related, like, we all actually are, right? Sylvia Plath says we're all dying. Well, you're not wrong. We are all dying. Teaching with Sonder. This week on Cooking with Scorpion, learn about chopping, cake decorating, chopping, meat tenderizing, and chopping. If you haven't seen that video, go look it up. Leave my channel. Go look it up. You won't be disappointed. Cooking with Scorpion in a world full of tacos. So yeah, that's kind of what it comes down to me. And that's kind of what it is as well. Is like, for me, it's communication, because like, I'm obviously a very different person. Nobody even knows all my experiences but me, probably same for most people. Exactly. So like, yeah. And I guess what Greedo just said was exactly what I was going to say, but like, nobody knows me better than me. I find loneliness as an opportunity to know myself better, and to also try to make up for these weaknesses that I might feel like I have. The new set is dope. Thanks for that, Alckemy. Dude, thank you so much for watching it. I appreciate it. It's not like the best halftime song ever, but I think that if you take it as like a jump off point for like how to start one, I think that can be helpful. That's kind of what that was geared towards. It's not how to sound like EPROM, or how to sound like Ivy Lab, because you can't, or at least I can't. There's fun Kirkzak vid on loneliness I found insightful. I think like my insight from loneliness comes from, for one, for personal experience, but also from Bruce Lee. I probably butchered that spelling. It's okay. I definitely butchered the pronunciation, so you and I are both wrong. There, we have something in common. See, sometimes it could be as easy as that. But yeah. But loneliness is natural. It is a natural thing, and I don't really know what it feels like to not be lonely, if that makes sense. I don't really know what it feels like to not feel like some sort of like isolation with somebody. But I think that like, if you accept that as a normal thing, and instead you focus on the ways that you can connect with people, then you will live a much more fulfilling relationship with the people around you, and you'll have a different kind of appreciation for them. I feel like trying to understand others, but don't see them trying to make the same effort. Yeah, I totally know what that feels like, dude. I totally know what that feels like. But it's kind of up to you, right? Like, if you have capacity, let's just call it that, right? But if you have capacity and and the other people don't have that same capacity, like, you can't fault them for that. That's not their fault. That's not, like, you can't hate them for that. That's just, that's just what it is. That's completely out of your control. long story short. So what you can do though is you can set an example, or you can try to set an example. Maybe not the people you need to be connecting with, shrug. I say you just walked into a completely different conversation, and I don't disagree, but that's not the angle that I'm trying to take at the moment. I think it's in human nature to assume the level of inferiority about yourself and think it's a part of what motivates us to seek validation. But maybe that's not really what he's looking for, because like I don't think that loneliness associates with needing to feel validated, right? I don't think that in order to not feel lonely, you need to be celebrated, or you need to be validated in that way. I don't think that you have to have glory, because I think that if anything, the more that you have, the more lonely that you feel, if anything. Gangstar, right? They say it's lonely at the top, and whatever you do, you always got to watch out for mother poopers around you. I think that one thing that can help when I'm alone, I want someone around. When I'm with someone, I want to be alone. We just hate stagnation and need change. I feel that too. Sure, it may not be the right word, but to feel seen and heard, yeah, it's a matter, right? But even still, I almost wonder if that's even it. And that, you know what, like that could be it for you. Like maybe that's something that you feel like you need in order to feel whole, or to feel wholesome. That does feel good. And I have experienced that through a lot of different things. Like when I got my second black belt, I was on my way to the hospital, and it was like a 50-50 thing, because I tore my AC joint. And so I had to go through the ceremony. So on one end, I'm like in excruciating pain. And then on the other end, I'm like, cool, I did this. And I am recognized as somebody that's capable of like, it's not even being capable of fighting. It's somebody that's capable of taking a beating, if anything. And thanks. And that felt good. But at the end of the day, it's like, does it matter? You know, does it really matter? And I don't know. That's not for me to decide for you. That's for you to kind of, that's for you to kind of look at as well. I think that like I'm so used to being alone in so many different ways that the ways that I connect with people is through stuff like this, and just putting my thoughts out there to where somebody can do what they want with them, as opposed to having them be forced on somebody. So I can make a video, not that like, I would say that for the most part, people don't watch my philosophy videos and stuff, and that's totally fine. But some people do. And some people are like, bro, I get you. I get what you're saying. And on that level, like, there is a mutualism that is nice to appreciate, right? But even still, like, you can still connect your thoughts and project them to the world in a way that can be digestible, and whoever wants to listen to that has the ability to connect with you on that way, or they can take it or leave it, or dislike the video or whatever. That's the beautiful thing about putting your thoughts out on the internet, right? Now, like, if you're thinking about horrible things to do to people, like, for example, who was it who wrote A Modest Proposition? Do you guys know what that is? It was that book or that pamphlet that somebody wrote in the 18th century about eating babies and stuff. Like, that's a little bit more controversial, and like, you probably want to not do that, even though it was complete satire. The eating babies. Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, I think it was somebody from America. I don't remember, but yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing. And it's a satire. It's not real. It's a satire. And they were like, yeah, don't eat adults because they're too chewy and too tough, but babies have like the perfect flesh or something. But that's what he was getting at, right? Cause it was something regarding politics. But if it's things of like, hey, I think that there's this, it was meant to mock efforts at conserving resources. Oh, glad it's yeah, it was satire. It's not real. I don't think I would have brought that up if it was real. I don't think I would have talked about that if that was real. Not that I think that we should eat babies. That's not what I'm getting at all either. I don't like babies anyway. But yeah, it's loneliness is kind of just part of life in that way. YouTube police scrubs. Wiggles over here trying to run the channel as usual. Hi, Wiggles. I feel like I haven't seen you in a few days, so I hope you're well. Um, I have more thoughts on this. Let me think about it for a second. I really think that like Polly nailed it on the head with like when you're alone, you want to be with somebody, but when you're with somebody, you want to be alone. And I think that like for me personally, like when I realize that, I kind of just try to appreciate the moment for what it is and understand like if things get dire of satisfying those needs or meeting those needs, I think is a better way to say it, of like if I feel incredibly lonely or something or whatever, like call somebody, you know, call somebody and try to find a friend. You don't, they taste great. Just put some ranch on them. Ranch, baby. Um, but yeah, like call somebody. And maybe sometimes, like if you have a friend or something that you can be like, hey, like I need to get some thoughts out. And I'm just wondering if you can just listen for a bit. You don't have to understand. You don't have to have a conversation about it. But I just need to talk to somebody about this. Like my brother is a great example of that. Like him and I, we're really close. We are really close. Go Chiefs. Um, but we're very different. Like we're exactly the same, but we're very different in the way that we think and the way that we handle things and our lifestyle and all that stuff. But even though he doesn't really kind of like get half of what I'm saying to him, not because he can't like that doesn't have the capacity, but just because he thinks in a different mindset and stuff. I still don't mind that because sometimes just having somebody to, you know, to listen to you or to listen to somebody, I'd much rather listen, to be honest. I know I talk a lot on stream and stuff, but I'd rather listen than talk, to be honest, because then I learn things. If I'm talking, then that means that I'm not, yeah. If you're talking, you're not learning. You're usually teaching, or you're spewing out nonsense. So whichever one is the better one that you want to do for that. Go Chiefs. When is the Super Bowl? Wait, are the Chiefs playing in the Super Bowl? I thought it was the Buccaneers and somebody else. I don't know. I don't watch football, to be honest. You know, now that you mention ranch, though, that doesn't sound bad at all. I actually have some pretzels and guacamole in the fridge. Sunday? Okay. Super Bowl Sunday. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Fucking hate that melody. Or hate that jingle. Cannot stand it. It is the Buccaneers, but also the Chiefs. They need two to make it a game. I find that I've accepted things like loneliness. That me, I like to be alone, but parts of me want more open-minded conversation, but it's hard to find. Yeah. So like growing up, like I always wanted a couple of things. Like even now, like I wish that I had like a producer friend that was local, that I could be like, hey, like let's check this out or whatever. And then the other thing is like I wanted a training partner, and I actually had a training partner when I was living in Vegas. Isaiah, he was already in Cirque and stuff. Like his skill level was so freaking far beyond it still is. I will never be half as good as him because he was just that amazing of an athlete. But I was okay with it, even though I wanted to be better because I wanted to push him in certain ways or whatever. But I was on the opposite end, right? He was so good, and I didn't have the capacity to meet him in his like training limits and stuff. For tricking, martial arts is totally different. Martial arts, I did have somebody. I had my colleague Steven, and that was great. We pushed each other quite a bit. But you know, it's like you kind of have to come back into it and being like, all right, well, why do you do these things? Are you in it for somebody else, or are you in it for you? And for me, I'm like, no, it's for me. It's always for me. I'm selfish. Sorry. Sorry. If I'm going to cultivate, I'm cultivating for me. And I think that somebody can help me cultivate, but maybe if and when that person does come around, you'll be ready because you'll know you can use the same experience that you did to push yourself through these things to help motivate other people and to help them perhaps go through things that, or to help them kind of like sort things out in a much more efficient way than you were able to. Because like when you're cooperating with somebody, when you are collaborating with somebody, the goal isn't to one up them. The goal is actually to do this. Is instead of like this or this, it's to do that. And that's really like the whole attitude that people should have when it comes to trying to either teach or trying to like be in a community. It should be about raising the bar, not about holding somebody down. at least in my opinion, right? That's how I've been raised anyways. So if you can find a way to project that, then I think that like it'll be a lot more satisfying in that way too. Like I'm not saying that you need to teach people about music or about whatever it is that you do in life and stuff, but if you have these thoughts and they're really amazing things, like try to figure out a way to put those out. Try to figure out a way to express that in a way that is tangible. Have an open-minded conversation with yourself, and do it on the internet. And then, well, like, don't talk to yourself on the internet. Like you can, but, put it out there on the internet and then try to think about maybe some things that people would think as a counter argument, which mind blowing. That's like English 101, right? Is to write an essay and then talk about like counter arguments and stuff. But that's what that is you have this idea and you try to think about these counterpoints and stuff. And you try to think about, all the avenues, you try to see all the perspectives. And when you can deliver multiple perspectives as opposed to just what you think, that is wholesome content, in my opinion. When you can say, hey, look over here, look over here, look over here, look over here, all these things considered, this is my opinion on the subject. There is a major transparency with that goes far beyond volumes, because even if people don't agree with you, if you can get them to think and you don't tell them what to think, that is two completely total different things. I tend to find myself PR. Unison came out with a new product. Teams are great. Go sports. Are we done talking about deep things? Am I getting into boring territory now? Have I exhausted my last breath? I don't know. I like the deep conversations, though this is my jam. Now riddle me this. What is the meaning of life? Tell me, what is our purpose? And why are we here? Who are we meant to be? And how did we get here? From the beginning. Do aliens exist? Is God real? Is there truly a hell? Or is it the fact that we sleep endlessly whenever our time has passed and rot in the ground in darkness? I was showing my duality. I hate when people say you think too much, which has happened a lot. Yeah, I got one of those today. Somebody said that to me. I don't hate it, but I'm like, that's yeah, words. We exist to destroy every breath, move, and thought. Every step you make, I will be watching you. We exist to destroy. By nature, we are destructive beings. Yeah. No. Sort of. I think that is the duality of us, is that we destroy things, but we also create things. Because we destroy oxygen when we breathe, but we create carbon dioxide, which is food for plants. An idea is an invention, which means that we create. It's the execution of some of those ideas that kind of relate to destruction. But the act of destruction has to first be a creation. You don't just destroy without the other one first. I think the only way to stop thinking too much is to let it out in some way or another. Yeah, meditation, man. Meditation is great. And I think that's like one of the most common misconceptions about meditation, is that it needs to be clear your mind. And it's like, nah, man. What you do is you allow yourself to intake all of these thoughts and let them pass. That's how you release your thoughts. I don't think we're completely destructive. I think that we're only overpopulation. Well, there's so many different ways to describe what destructive is. We create a mess. We are a mess. That's true. We are all messes. Like Alckemy, wink, wink. Am I a mess? Okay, I'm a mess. I'm not sure what too much is. I enjoy thinking. The reality is we don't know the purpose of humans. What we may view as destruction could just be natural evolution, but that doesn't say we can't be mindful. Well, it's the circle of life, right? Because as one thing dies, something else is always born. Like, if all of us were to die right now, then we've created space. We've created space for other living things. So like you can't. It's like it's a fundamental. It's a fundamental that like as something dies, something is created, and what that something is you can argue with that, but that is it. That is the extent of our existence. Or if you like Eastern philosophy, you've got partiality, then you've got duality, and then together that creates totality, which is also synonymous with harmony. That's an interesting thought to talk about. It's the idea of what true harmony is. I think machines, the next super creature, are the next super creatures. Oh yeah, for sure. And we probably already created them, and likely they will wipe us out. But it's what's meant to be. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. Yeah. And that idea kind of spawns into what's called the open end. And that's with anything artistic. Or actually that's also with mathematics too. We must kill to exist. Are we all speciesist? Am I more valuable than a carrot? Only life can give life. If you're a creationist, yeah, only life can give life. But is the sun alive? Or is it dead? It depends on how you define life. Yeah. We must kill to exist. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I mean, all I know is nothing. Yeah, I know a whole lot about nothing. Do you think using cannabis to meditate takes away from someone who can do without it? I think that it's so sure carrots are more valuable. I don't think that a carrot can, plant a whole farm of carrots, right? So it's different. Why do we care about some life, but we don't care about others? Well, it's because of our experiences. Like, our consciousness is bound by our experiences. That's something that kind of stuck with me when I first heard that, but it's true. Our consciousness is bound by our experiences. So if you want to broaden your perspective, then you need to experience more. You need to open up to more, because that will obviously shape your perspective on things. Like, we don't care about killing a fly. I don't fucking care about killing a fly. Fucking fly. Fuck flies. They suck. Yes, but they can be orange and crunchy and go in soup. Well, Donald Trump can be orange and crunchy and technically go in soup. I wouldn't eat it, but I'm sure a hippo, would probably eat that. Or maybe a shark. Maybe an alligator. I bet they would love it. They would love some Donald Trump gumbo. Flies have like a day and reproduce incredibly quickly, so that's part of it, I'd assume. Yeah, like, it's hard. It's hard because it's really hard to talk about this stuff and not tie in like science versus like philosophy, right? But the big thing is like it all comes down to you. Because the only person that you have to live with for the rest of your life is you. Unless if you've got, multiple personality stuff, which exists and that's a real thing, then you have multiple people to live with and stuff. But generally speaking, like, the only person that you have to live with for the rest of your life is you until your life is over. So learn to love yourself, regardless of how good or bad of a person you are. Hopefully be a good person, right? Yeah, I think that's a good goal to have, is to strive for that. But, whatever you are is all you are. Whatever you are is all you are. In any case, my Discord is a great place to talk to people. I don't feel like there's much anything regarding music. I don't think that there's much or anything rather in the Discord that I can't talk to somebody about. And the fact that there's a bunch of people in the Discord that are all kind of on that same page about talking about things. What are your ideas of what happens when you die? I don't think about it a whole lot right now. I'm too busy living in the moment. Key feature is consciousness. Yes. There actually, okay, something interesting that my friend, my composer friend told me about. She said that there is something that exists, which is fear of death anxiety or something like that. She's a psychologist, and she was telling me about that. I know there are certain monasteries where they will sweep bugs off the path in front of them because they don't want to end in even insect life. Yeah, I think that's a very like Buddhist form of thing of like every living creature has a soul. That's Jainism. If there was nothing, how did the Big Bang occur? Well, yeah, no, I agree with that. I was like, wait, what? Yeah. Well, the Big Bang, for one, like the Big Bang is a theory. I think that I think it works for now. I had fear of death anxiety really bad last year when I was super depressed. Like it would come up out of nowhere and I feel like throwing up thinking about it. Yikes, man. That's terrible. But it's real and it exists, you know, and like it's okay to have that because like we don't know. Nobody knows what happens when you die. And I think that it's important to admit, right? I think part of it, like beyond, okay, regardless of if you're religious or if you are, you know, based on science or completely atheist or what the fuck ever, it doesn't matter. It's important to realize that you don't know. Because to believe means to admit that you don't know. There's a fringe hypothesis that the Big Bang was one of many things happening when the multiverse bumped into each other. Yeah, so which is really interesting, but still, right? It just means that to believe means that we don't know. Because if we were to know, then there would be no belief. It would be there. I'm not scared of dying. I'm just scared of how I die and how much I accomplish. Yeah, I'm scared of the pain. I'm scared of the pain of death, but I'm not afraid of death itself. Or the pain before death, rather, which makes sense, right? Those are two totally different things. But it's okay to like be afraid of the unknown because I think that's where one of the things that fear stems from initially, right, is loud noises, loss of control, and being confronted by the unknown. I think those are like the major contributions to what fear is. Recognizing the difference between belief and knowledge is important. Some things are knowable, others aren't. Well, I believe that knowledge is the fifth dimension. Somebody said it to me and I was like, wow, that's really profound. And I dig that. I believe that knowledge is the fifth dimension, fourth being time. You go to void and float till your loved ones think you back into a cohesive consciousness. From there, you create your own reality that exists half in our realm, half in your own personal realm. Yeah, we're all kind of like floating dimensions in some way or another, right? Or floating perspective or floating reality, because reality is relative. To me, whether we go on forever and forever is still going to be scary. Like if anything ending and nothing has a comfort in it, you know how it ends. Maybe. But I think that like the bigger picture of that is just like we have no control over it, right? That's what it comes down to. That's the point with religious people. They don't know. That's what believing means. Yeah. That's what I'm saying though, is like, I'm not telling anybody that they're wrong or whatever, but it's just understanding and realizing that we don't know, or that, you know, that we don't know, but we choose to hope for something. And I do think that like, while I usually have a pretty negative connotation towards religion, if religion is used in that means to establish hope, then that can be incredibly positive. And people should look into religion for that. What I don't like about a lot of religion, my camera just died, sorry, or my phone just died. What I don't like about religion is how it's abused to control people, which nobody can really argue with that, how that hasn't happened in the past and that it's not still happening now. but religion has been very abusive to people and has done horrible things, and I'm like, I'm not down with that. Yeah, which also alludes to that, right, Paulie? Is that like there are things that happen that are beyond our understanding. My PC crashed when we were talking about ranch dressing. Now we're talking about the fabric of reality and life and death. Haha, I love this stream. Cool, man. Stay for the content. Stay for the content. What if the Earth is just a tiny cell to a larger being, like we are just a germ? I think The Simpsons had a analogy like that actually at some point in time. I, for one, welcome my religious abusers / sarcasm. I think it's important to not dwell on what is unknowable and work on what you do know and building from there. Simpsons did it. Yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, like, and this is going to sound cliche as hell, but like, regardless of what you know and what you don't know and what you believe, is just like, just keep fucking moving. Because if you stop moving, then you are dead. And if you want to be alive, well, fucking move. Define knowing. I think one way to define knowing is applying scientific method. Knowing is often think we knowing. Well, I definitely think that there are different types of what knowing is. For example, dead and hungry because you got to get that paper. I think one example of knowledge or like knowing something is like whenever I teach movement, I tell people about like, okay, so here's a trick and here's how it works. I'm going to teach you guys how to do a corkscrew. You're going to take off on one foot. You're going to lift your leg up towards your opposite ear, and then you're going to pull your arms like a C, and then try to turn your hips over. And that's going to pull you upside down and make you flip and do a one-legged backflip full. So that's called a cork. Okay, we all understand that now. We know that. But knowing it with your body is a completely different field of knowing. Knowing what you know and what you don't. Well, there are known knowns and there are known unknowns, but there's also unknown unknowns, right? Knowledge comes from an emphatic truth, where the world came from and what our purpose is and afterlife are all unknowable, but your emotions are something very knowable. How you feel is how you feel. The physical universe isn't really physical. It seems solid because of time, but it's not. I see what you did there. I don't know. Agree with data there. So I can relate to what Data said. Something that that we always say in martial arts is something that Bruce said, and I didn't really get it at first, but he was like, to hear is to be lied to see is to be deceived, but to feel is to believe. And so I think that there is an aspect, or there is a specific truth, quote unquote. I say that in quotation marks, but there is a truth to that, because anybody can tell you anything. Your eyes can often lie to you, but if you feel somebody next to you, like, that doesn't lie. If you close your eyes and you are able to put your hand on someone's shoulder, you know where they are. And you know exactly where the rest of them are. That is a truth. Also, I'm not saying feeling something is true. It makes it true. I mean, like, if you feel happy or sad, there's nothing that can prove that wrong. I like math because it seems to adhere to a ground truth as opposed to an agreed upon assumption. Of course, parts are constructed, but the concept that numbers can be added etc. is a truth that you can know. Well, and that's kind of where the paradox comes into play, right? Greedo's remarks made me want to bring that up. I agree with Data there. That's no, I'm just kidding. That's true too, right? Like, who can tell you how you're supposed to feel, or who can tell you that your feeling is real or not real, except for yourself? But that does kind of spawn the question of whether or not that in itself is real, and whether you yourself are truth, which is a whole nother can of worms. But I don't think it matters. That's really what it comes down to, is does it matter? Also, happiness isn't an absolute truth. Some say that they may describe excitement as happiness, and others say that maybe thinking love is happiness, or both. I think that solipsism It doesn't matter if this is simulated or with brains in jars. How you feel is empathetic or emphatically how you feel. Yeah. I mean, but it can be manipulated though. That's the interesting thing. Like emotions can be manipulated. Yeah, emotions can be a farce too. Feelings can be chemically related and based on nothing. Same for lack of feeling and lack of chemical. Right, like sociopaths. For the sake of language and a productive convo, happiness can be absolute. Yes, but that doesn't make them unreal. um. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a show called Devs about this. It's great, but a lot of science based on that, but it can be debunked later on. What is real? It's as real as a ghost limb. Phantom pain. It's a loop. It's a tricky debate to have on the keyboard end of this conversation. Yeah, and I'm not just like I hope that I'm trying to make sure that like it's being acknowledged, right? Because I do like I get what you're saying, but that's also under the assumption that what you feel is real, right? And so if you accept that assumption that no matter what, like what you feel at the time is real and all that stuff, then yeah, definitely. Like you'd be right. But sometimes I feel like my emotions lie to me. Like I used to get really bad anxiety over some things and I would look at myself and I'd be like, this comes from something. And this isn't how like the sensation that I'm having isn't how I actually feel about the situation, if that makes sense. And so like it's an interesting dynamic when you start telling yourself those kinds of things and whatever. Hey, Hypa, like this bone is not 3 million years old. We made a mistake. It's 4 million years old. Def. Okay, so we should all just sit in low voltage electric chairs while IV'd to drug concoctions until blissfully euthanize ourselves because that achieves some version of perceived happiness. Yeah, what your anxiety is being worked up over isn't truth, but the fact that you had anxiety was true. Yeah, maybe. That's more my point. Yeah, I don't. It's hard because I don't even necessarily disagree with it. I just think that there's more to it than that, if that makes sense. So let me think about it for a bit. And like I said, I don't disagree with that because I see where you're coming from, but I don't know. I feel like there's more to it than that. I feel like it goes deeper. Like, what have I come into? But it's not that the content of the experience is reality. It's the fact that you are experiencing is a truth that's knowable. Yeah, like that's from the first person though, right? What you said about your reaction versus your perception really resonated with me. I don't remember what I said about that. Or if somebody else said it, I don't remember. That was kind of some things. Hyper, we're talking about like what is truth. And currently right now Data brought this describing that an emotion that you feel from the first person, whether it is real. Oh, about my anxieties about doing shows and stuff. Yeah. That used to control my life quite a bit when I was younger. When I used to play basketball. Sadness to a child may be nothing to an adult, like a broken crayon leads. Okay, so yeah, like doesn't that, okay, good point. So doesn't that come into the idea about perception too? So like maybe that truth that you have towards something specific is true, but the thing is that like that's only your perception. And like have you ever felt like you felt like something and then later down the line you think that it's something different? And again, like these are just discussion topics. I'm just curious to what your thoughts are on the subject. So that's where I'm coming from in this particular instance. In any case, yeah, I think for the most part, like nobody can tell you how you are supposed to feel and how you're supposed to think in XYZ, right? Feelings can change doesn't mean that they weren't real, but like that's kind of the thing, right? Is like it's hard to say, it's hard to pin that down, because sometimes I feel like what I have, and sometimes my feelings even to me and my own emotions like aren't real, but from the first person, like it's easy. That's something that you can't accept. I don't know. That's an interesting topic though. It's something to think about. Let me think about this for a bit, and then we'll have a conversation on another day. I may feel stress and categorize it as anxiety or perceive it as something it isn't. The feeling itself is a chemical reaction, and does anxiety a lobster feel equate to a human feels? But you could say it's real, but even that's hard to say. Yeah, because sometimes even what a feeling is perception, right? You know what the big problem is in telling fantasy and reality apart? They're both ridiculous. The doctor. Our memories are pretty iffy, but my point is more specific. You can look back and change your mind about how you felt, but that doesn't change. Yeah, I'm not arguing with that. I keep writing huge paragraphs, then YouTube's comment limit stops me. Okay, well, just like write half of it and then copy pasta, right? I mean, yeah, like, what if God in his infinite existence has lost interest? Well, I mean, okay, well then maybe we all move on, right? Maybe we say thanks God, and then we just, we find a new God, and then he gets jealous and then decides to flood the world again. Maybe that's what really happened. He was like, you know what? I'm done with you. And then we're like, all right, well, we're going to celebrate all the gods from the Roman Empire now. Ah, hell nah. I'm making this up, of course, but I think some of that kind of rationale towards feelings felt needs to be sensitive to the condition of a person, e.g. a person with OCD who might have thoughts or feelings that they are dissonant with. I used to think Skrillex was cool. I still think Skrillex is cool. I don't listen to much of his music anymore, but that doesn't mean that he's not a cool person or that his music wasn't cool. Humanity made up around about 12,000 gods so far. I feel that we're on the same page, and it's so hard to express in English. Like, the question of absolute truth has been debated for like forever. Oh, at Data Broth. I mean, yeah, from your perception, but that's kind of it too, though, right? Like because you are accepting your own perception as truth, that makes that statement of feeling true. That's kind of what that is, right? Because you accept your own experience as truth, that does make that true. But if somebody were to have that perception of that, maybe whatever is there beyond, then I could see how this can go in different ways. Well, let me clarify. I'm not saying that accept all of your own experience is true, that you did experience. Yeah, and then that goes even deeper, right? Because like nobody can say what you experienced or what you didn't experience other than the perception of your experience itself, right? But that's kind of what we get into, is an emotion is an experience, but is that experience actually true, or is it that actual perception about what it is that we're feeling, right? And I think that what we're talking about is like the initial aspect of it, about what you're feeling of there in the moment is what it is. And like, I get that aspect, but fuck, man, like, yeah, it's deep, right? It's not about what you just experienced, which is provable, at least to yourself. It's about the instances. It's about the moment that you're experiencing. That is the moment of truth in its own right, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. We can just keep digging on that one. Yeah, I agree. YMY also makes you biased? What? Well, how far does that go? What about people with delusions that they can fly and end up falling off buildings, etc.? Okay, well, like what? I mean, for that particular thing, what Data Broth is talking about is that the feeling in the moment, right? Memories are corrupt or tend to corrupt. Yeah, the feeling in the moment of how you feel. Like if you feel fear right now, like that specific feeling, you feel that. Like you can't deny that. Like you feel afraid. And he's saying, I think he's saying like that's something that like in your own perception, like that's a truth in that way, if that makes sense. But there's so much more to it, because that's also saying that like, yeah, okay, we're gonna move on from that if that's okay, because it's compelling in that way. Yes, the fact that you feel fear is true, whether or not you need to feel it, right? Yeah, it's a very compelling idea, and I have more thoughts on the subject, but we are going to move on. Hold on, my brother is calling. Hello. Hey. You guys keep talking. I am going to I'm going to let my dogs out and relieve them. I'll be right back. Hold on, let me put something on. Let's see here. Projects. I know, guys. I know. I know that I don't know. That's a truth. Right? Or is it, though? My thoughts over truth and emotion need careful wording considering to determine what exactly I am saying. Alck knows. If you try to post the link, we can't see it. Oh my god, you guys. Hello? 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 Why isn't this working? Yeah, my brother butt dials me every freaking day. Every time he calls me, he always butt dials me back every single time. This was supposed to be a really cool soundscape, and now it's not working. Will I be doing ANV6? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta let my dogs out. I know. Let's see where we're at. NV6, I agree. We don't have enough language to communicate the depths of some ideas. Either your emotion about it has changed or your memory corrupted. I believe we have enough language to communicate it, but it requires an agreed understanding of definitions, which can be tricky with some words, especially related to this topic. Especially considering how Asian languages express things and have different words, that just shows the imperfections of language and how impossible it is to express philosophy. Music is language. That seems kind of like a cop-out, to be honest. Music is interpreted language, and how impossible it often is to translate things in a way that keep the context intact. Well, that's kind of like the whole, it seems to me like this is the whole debate about why truth is important, right? Because it refers to truth of communication. He's going to be so lost. I don't think so. I think I'm doing quite all right. Arts as a whole, whether it's music, paintings, drawings, etc., are all attempts to expand on emotions and concepts that language can't. Music is kind of like forcing an emotional response. Are we narcissistic for creating it? Depends. Some people are or aren't. I don't know. All of this is on some level of force, though. Is it narcissistic to want to share art of any kind? I think, like, if you want to share art, you want to be understood to some degree, right? It's always a form of communication. That's why I see it as language. Reading each other's text alters your brain in some way. It's what you intend, I think, it's what you intend to do with that knowledge. So to some degree, every human interaction is a form of physical manipulation, even without skin-to-skin contact. Right, because it is communication. Good point. He's so going to be lost. I think the main distinction between language and arts is language is a set of words that we are all raised to know, and art is to expand on it through what language can. Well, I think like the root of it all is communication. It's some kind of communication. It's signals, right? Signals, symbolism, relation. That's kind of what everything kind of falls down into, in my opinion. I honestly have no clue what art is. Well, it's what you make it, right? Hey, no. Stop begging. No begging. Go. Go lay down. I don't know. I think it is what you make it, as long as you understand that what you make it to be might not be what somebody else makes it to be. And I think that if there's that understanding, then it doesn't matter. The freedom of interpretation needs to be present, I believe. And that's the combat of truth, right? The nemesis of truth is freedom to interpret. Because when you have truth, that cuts out room for interpretation. What are you doing? Hold on, guys. fucking blast broke into the kitchen and started trying to get into the ramen. He got up on the counter and started trying to eat the food. And I'm like, dude, for real? I just gave you a snack. I'm jelly of those languages with pops and clicks that goes dumb hard. Came a long way coming from the day of having conversations and ooh and ah. What will we know about ourselves without art? Is empathy a gained response based on our experiences or taught through melodramatic? I think that empathy comes from, honestly, I think it comes from like nurturing like children and young ones. I think that it's naturally integrated with us in that way. It's the understanding that like for a child, you have to realize like a child can't survive without being nurtured. There's just no way. It's interesting to think how language will evolve into something I would not recognize if I were to time travel into the future. Well, maybe, but we don't know the future, right? Humans have a pretty wide range of empathy levels. I say it comes more from a healthy development interaction than from art, but I don't know. Empathy as a survival tool? Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know either, but it makes sense, right? I find lots of people lack empathy, unfortunately. Yeah, I agree with that. Personally, I feel like compassion and empathy and morals came through evolution for humans. Yeah. Well, you know, and think about it too. Like it makes a lot of sense because if somebody has the capacity to understand that, like, you know, let's say we're in a tribe, right? And all of us have come to a level to where we all have specific things that we do. If we were to lose that from any of those one people, it totally changes how we live. And then I think that spawns compassion, because usually compassion is like understanding that maybe someone in your tribe can't do that, but they don't deserve to die, or they don't deserve to be treated ill or any less for the fact that they can't, you know, perform the same jobs that they either used to or just incapable in that way, right? Because we all have like our own capabilities or like our own size of capacity in some way or another. But then you also have the idea about relation. Somebody can understand what someone else is going through and relate to it in that way. And I think that's another way that like empathy and compassion can be, I guess like can be
recording to logbook
communicated or can be expressed. Yo, Jared, thanks so much for subbing. Yo, Ulrich, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh yeah, I guess we're thinking more of simple traits or feelings, but I guess that isn't everything.
To logbook.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, right? So I don't know. I think that people don't know how to have thick skin without becoming apathetic. And I think that's the big problem. I think that it's so easy to just become indifferent because it's easier to live that way than to spend the time and effort to understand someone else's point of view when it's probably quote unquote not worth it because they'll never see your side anyways, right? I think empathy is a way to kind of distribute our power. If one person is doing better than another, empathy is to level it out and keep humans even in strength. That's an interesting thought. We live in a corporate-driven society. Most of the large businesses profited off the pandemic. Maybe that's more America. You think Coca-Cola profited off of that? Like, you think that so many people panic bought supplies from Coca-Cola compared to, like, no, like, listen though, compared to how much they would have made versus, like, going out to eat at all the restaurants, going to places of all of the, you know, like movies or anywhere that sells beverages. Sorry, I'm biased. I work for Amazon and I hate it. No worries. Yeah, if we weren't in corporate society, we wouldn't be typing on computers, so, you know. They probably did do better. I'm asking because I don't know, but, I mean, okay. I hate Amazon too. Hey, at least Amazon gives you benefits if you work for them. Although I do love its convenience. Convenience is born from evil. Is it not? They don't give me benefits? Really? Do you... What the fuck? Are you sure you work for Amazon? Yeah, just looked it up. Coke did a full recovery after the pandemic. Wow. That's nuts. Okay. I'm a delivery driver. Thank you for being a delivery driver. I feel joy for Christmas because of Coca-Cola ads with Santa art, emotion, corporate greed. Who am I? Yeah, a corporate tool of oppression. If you guys have ever played The Observer. By looked up, I mean Googled. A corporate tool of oppression. I am what they call an observer. / trusted the first couple results. To support my thought, a lot of sociopaths and psychopaths are really successful because they walk over other people to become successful. Their empathy never stopped them to distribute their power. Well, the interesting thing about it, like, is why and how nobody stopped them. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is how did nobody stop them? How did nobody stop them? So what about the elephant in the room? He's a pretty nice dude. He's pretty chill. I watch him paint from time to time. Well, that starts getting into politics. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm talking about from like ground zero, right? Before you even like, before politics, right? Before like you were even considering politics. Like nobody can say like, hey, that guy's a fucking psychopath. They didn't have those words back then. I mean, yeah, I guess. We've had some fucking psychopaths in office, not gonna say names, but, you know, all that gets into theory as well. No, I know. And I'm not looking for an answer, but it's just like, yeah, that could be true, but holy shit, like it makes you wonder, right? Like, how the hell did that happen? COVID-19, the new mutated version. The future? What do y'all think? Well, if you believe in the news, I think that they're going to be able to update the vaccine pretty well. According to the news again. I don't personally know. I was exposed to COVID a couple days ago. And I definitely 100% am like, yo, get vaccinated, or like, social distancing, all that stuff. Before that. But I will say that I was exposed a couple days ago, and I might have dodged a bullet and not catching it, hopefully. But hopefully now that people are aware of it, they're going to be a little bit more able and willing to combat the situation before it spreads into a second wave of pandemic, right? Because our morals are built around the thought process of helping each other out. Like when somebody suddenly does something that we're like, what they do, we aren't prepared. Maybe, probably not, but just a thought. Yeah, I don't know, man. If you're willing to walk over others for success and are successful doing so, you probably are decent at manipulating others as well. That's true. You're right. The big fear is that we'll see perpetual viruses for some time, especially with global warming. And if this continues as a yearly mutation, we might see a strong class divide between those two. Who can and can't afford vaccines. It's not likely necessarily present as a psychopath. Everybody's got COVID, but I'm still not sure if I dodged it or I'm systematic. You can take a test, right? Like, not a test to see if you have COVID, but a test to see if you have the antibodies. I'm very afraid data might be right. Well, yeah. I could see that happening too. Because that's a very obvious, like, not very obvious, but like, that's a very practical thing that could happen, right? At least like logically. And it might. I'm back. What did I miss? We're talking about psychopaths, COVID-19, empathy, where it comes from, the root of compassion. There's quite a lot to say about the kangaroo courts and ideology come from another side of the spectrum as well. Well, I mean, yeah, it depends, man. It depends. Like, I think I think data, what you're talking about, is more likely to happen in the United States than some other countries. And some other countries definitely too, but some other countries like Canada, right? I don't think that would create a class divide. But in the United States, yeah, I could see that happening, especially since we're so bad about healthcare reform. Yeah. We're starting to see the possibility of class warfare. But the other thing to consider too, though, is that I think that in order for it to get that drastic, I think that COVID needs to become, or would have to become, more deadly and more severe, if that makes sense. Because while I agree with you with that sentiment, most people in Oklahoma did not give two shits about COVID. And we still get people. What do you mean by more severe? I mean, like, more severe as in like it's gonna be from a pandemic to an epidemic. And by all means, like, countless amounts of people have died, but I mean, like, your survival rate, decreases substantially. The severity and how fast it kills you becomes more deadly in that way. That's what I'm talking about. Empathy comes from survival needs in a community where helping each other to survive is a necessity. Empathy is a must. In a land where solo existence is easier, empathy is looked down upon. Pandemics are larger than epidemics. I got that backwards. I thought pandemic was just a matter of sickness as opposed to how many deaths you have. I thought epidemic, hence the prefix epi. It was only an epidemic when it was in Wuhan. Pandemic is a virus, is global, and epidemic is a local virus, though, right? Okay, sorry, I got that backwards. My bad. Okay, sorry. So But yeah, I would say that like the virus itself, because then people would be a lot more afraid of it. And based off of how the United States has treated it, I would say that we were very ignorant to the situation, and we still are ignorant to the situation, and nobody is taking it serious. Like nobody in the States is really taking COVID-19 serious, even during lockdown. Really? Bars in my cities are packed. No mask. Wow. Even with lockdown. See, that's what I'm saying. So I don't think that people in my state are. Are you in Seattle? Or somewhere that's woke? Or somewhere that is New York? Okay. New York makes sense. No bar open here? Dude, everything is open here. I haven't chilled with a friend in a year. I'm sorry to hear that. Netherlands is full of nutcases when on argument to conspiracy theories. But do you see what I'm saying? Like the awareness of COVID has to be bigger, and I think in order for people to react in such a dramatic way. I think that right now there's so many people, especially in the Midwest, that think that COVID isn't even fucking real. I find it funny but sad to a certain extent that all of them lockdown memes are happening now when we had lockdowns in Australia like 9 months ago. Honestly, I'm in the middle. I know a lot of kids stuck in abusive homes right now, and people who had their businesses and livelihoods destroyed, suicide, drugs. I think it matters. I'm a contact tracer too, by the way. Like, yeah, that's shit, man. Like, I'm not trying to say that it doesn't matter, and I'm not trying to say that like those things don't matter, but I'm talking about like the scale of it, the cult of Q. I'm talking about like the awareness of it, right? And that's also catalyzing the class division is what I'm getting at. I just think we got to do a cost benefit analysis. Well, New York is really hard because for one, so many people depend on public transportation. Two, it's stacked vertically, like ridiculously high. And the problem is that air rises. So like if you're on the top floor, you know, of a building, like that's freaking scary. Trump don't cut it down so people wouldn't panic, but ended up killing a lot of people by spreading misinformation that the virus wasn't as real of a risk. Yes, I agree with that too. I think that he tried to say that it was chill, and that we've got this. What we need is rent/food checks for everyone. But those are very serious issues for sure. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Right? Like all the issues, like people that are, the thing is that people are suffering right now. But we're so fucking ignorant. The United States anyways is so fucking ignorant that we would rather ignore these problems and try to quote unquote protect our usual normalcy than admit that these things are going on and address them. Seriously, we just need to give everyone enough to survive and tell them to stay home for 2 months. I agree. And we didn't. We failed at that. I don't understand how people can survive in the U.S. Well, essential businesses stayed open. Air doesn't rise, heat expands up and down. It fills cold space. Sorry, I should have clarified. If you've got ventilation into something, where are vents? Vents go up, right? So if you've got a poor ventilation system that only has a handful of ducts, either way you look at it, it's still not. But yeah, heat rises. Okay. As governments, you'll never do the right thing. Either you take away our freedom or you handle it too lax and too many people die or get it to blame. Wouldn't want to be in their shoes. Debate is just humanity's procrastination towards taking action before we're forced to make a decision. I disagree with that a lot, Cam. Well, I can definitely say that the state's air in buildings can move down too. I'm looking up right now, and my vent, not my AC, my vent is facing up. Anything that's ventilated in general, right? There's vents that face up and down. It just depends on how it was installed. All right. If I were an apartment building, would you have a vent on the floor? If you were on the second story? I've seen both. Okay, that's fair too. I personally haven't, but all right. So let's back up a second. So what I said about being on the bottom floor or being on the top floor, that holds no weight. But if you live in an apartment building in New York where there is ventilation, that's still really scary. So nobody's safe. I say that because we're still debating issues in America instead of taking action to make things better for everyone. Unless someone's coughing into a vent, don't worry. What if someone is coughing and they have a fan on? You know? And then, like, you also have to consider that it's very likely that if one person in the building has COVID, that more people have COVID. I can't physically imagine that one person would get COVID in a building and then nobody else gets it. Unless they're on some kind of, the main concern is doorknobs and elevators in the building. I thought they said that the virus doesn't last on surfaces as long as they thought. The main concern is doorknobs. Oh, sorry, vents have filters too, like masks. I don't know, man. I mean, I would be concerned. I feel like if somebody in my building has COVID, there's a high probability that you can spread it. And most vents use the same filters as the N95, I know. But that's also assuming that those are up to date, right? I thought the odds of getting infected by surfaces weren't as big as they initially thought. And yes, there's a much higher probability of spread in an apartment. We have something called hotel quarantine in Australia where people who traveled from overseas stay in for 2 weeks and some people have COVID and others don't. It doesn't seem to spread there. Yeah, I guess like I'm gonna stop talking about it because I don't know. Your likelihood of contracting the virus scales with how many particles you come into contact with, so enclosed spaces are the worst. My parents just got us vaccinated. I think the bottom line is all it's ever going to fix this is a vaccine or quarantine. Outdoors are generally all right unless you're pretty close, or at least that's how I understand. But I do agree there's more chances in an apartment complex. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I'll just say that much. I don't know. So I'll stop talking like I know. That's an easy one. But I don't know, and that's the thing. Or maybe you guys do, but for me, I would want to be safe. Okay, Switch, most amazing music ever. I don't know if the others know. Sorry, Greedo, I'm not quite ready yet. What I wanted to say about that was, in regards to the initial concept about the division of classes, I think that the virus itself, yeah, I think that the virus itself has to reach a bigger. Yo, speaking of, you know what's crazy? Somebody Google how many cases Vietnam has had. There's a technical marvel right there, or a miracle, or something beautiful. All we can do is try, you know. Somebody look it up. How many cases has Vietnam had? Florida's like 26 in COVID deaths per capita. That's odd to me considering the attitude there, and I really don't know why that is and nobody does. Could it be humidity? 2K? That's jumped significantly. Like 2 months ago, it was like 4. Whoa. But even still, right? 2K? Fucking crazy. Still impressive, though. Last couple weeks they've been spiking. That sucks. Me too. No testing, no cases. Ugh. I think Vietnam just actually like really had it under control for a while. Or maybe the government intervened and was like, the world needs to know that we are not getting COVID. They had a new sanitizer mouthwash? Yuck. Australia is still pretty COVID free? Hope so. Didn't taste bad? Alright. Fair enough. Greedo, I thought you're not in the USA, are you? Did you travel? Australia's doing pretty well. Knock on wood. Let's keep it that way. How long have I been a Bitwigger? Since late 2019. Countries go down to 0, but all it takes is one tourist to mess it all up. Yeah, I don't get why there's not a travel ban right now. I mean, I think you said over here. Oh, COVID is making its way over here, and yeah, I did read it wrong. But the way that it came out was over here in the USA, not over here. Is it happening in the USA as well? Norway and Sweden have closed borders 100%. Good. I still think that we should all be in lockdown. They found a South African case in Perth, but they quickly locked down hard, and I think it's gone now. Yeah, I still think that we should be in lockdown. Only letting in transport of goods. This cannot stop. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. And it's sad. I would love 2K right now, that's for sure. Yeah. You know what? You know who I feel bad for the most? Kids. Kids right now. I feel the worst for kids. Fucking kids that have to go to online school, that, you know, have to establish a completely new normalcy and have no idea what the hell is going on, or whether or not, like, no idea about what's happening in the world other than that there's a virus that could kill you. I feel bad for kids, man. That's messed up. People that were getting ready to graduate, man. And then also, like, fuck, man, there's a lot. Like nurses, you know, that are having to watch people die every day. Shit's fucked up. I worked for the Salvation Army and could tell you some horror stories about these kids and families. It makes me want to cry. Yeah, dude, that's terrible. Nothing to add. 1 year for a little kid is way longer than it is for us. Yeah, because they're going to remember more of it, right? Such a mess. It's unbelievable. It's sad, man. It's really sad. There's a lot of suffering that's going on in the world right now. Just stuck at home. Yeah. At least kids used to have school to escape. I don't know. I was one of those kids that, like, I didn't have good options either going home or to school, so I went and played basketball instead. I didn't go to school. I didn't go home. I just went to the park and played basketball. That was like 6th grade to junior year. And then I was like, I probably want to graduate, so I should get my shit together. But I went to school in LA, and like, LA isn't as bad as Vegas, but it's almost as bad. LAUSD is just trash. I did not have a chance making it in California. As a young kid in school, in middle school and high school, I did not have a fucking chance. LA sounds toxic for growing up. Well, you see some shit for sure. Depending on what part of LA you grow up in. I want to move to Austin. Yo, I was thinking about moving to Austin as well, because I really want to try to apply to Armature Studios for game sound design. I wonder though, why don't they give vaccine to younger guys? Isn't the younger people the ones that are usually spreading it? I don't know. Maybe. We've got some old guy that likes to get down at the club, at the disco club. He's like 70, so, you know. I mean, you can still spread it when vaccinated. Right. You can still, like, the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting it, and it doesn't prevent you from spreading it. It prevents the symptoms, as far as I know. That's all it does, is it prevents you from getting sick. I think because the old guys are in way more danger. Right. The old people are, definitely vaccinate most vulnerable first, honestly. Right. So, like, elderly people, toddlers with no immune system. And even then, I don't know if that's safe, because I don't know enough about when an immune system is fully developed within a child. There are plenty of different vaccines? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah. Crazy, man. Not bread. Yeah, it's also crazy, like, how fast this virus has mutated as well. But I do think that we will get over it, you know? I do think that this will be something that we will overcome. I'm gonna head out, guys. It was good talking to you. One love. Yo, thanks for coming in, Monty. You take care of yourself. Appreciate it. I'm gonna head out soon, too. But the virus mutates actually very slow for a virus, so that's good. Not saying I won't take the vaccine, because I will, but I do worry a little bit about the possible long-term side effects. Yeah, that's something that concerns me too. But even catching it, right? Even catching COVID-19, like the potential side effects. I heard it was supposed to be over by Easter. I don't know about that. Yeah, that seems unlikely. My TBO3 is calling me. Yo, good to see you, Polly. Thanks for coming in too. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't see that happening. But yeah, like, oh, last Easter, yikes. I see a good chance for summer, maybe with the return for the fall and the winter because of seasons and cold. Imagine taking the vaccine and you woke up next morning as a crocodile, or imagine getting COVID and like you suddenly grow a third arm. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of health risks that are posed because of the unknown in that way. And that's months getting paralyzed in certain limbs from COVID somehow, and that's months later after getting it. Yeah, so that's fucked up. Look at bird flu, right? Some people had like their whole respiratory system like fail on them like 9 months after they got bird flu. Imagine getting COVID and dying. Wasn't that the previous flu vaccine? No, I don't think any vaccine has been like actually like detrimental to people. But some people got horrible effects. I don't think so. Swine flu? I don't think so. Yeah. That's like saying that vaccines were causing autism in young kids. I think that was debunked a while ago. Bill Gates is microchipping us with the vaccine, don't you know? He spreads with 5G. There's no reason to microchip. We've all voluntarily got several computers in our house. Imagine new viruses that are way worse waiting to introduce themselves, which there are. Oh, we talked about this once, like a couple streams ago, but did you guys hear about the theory that the bubonic plague came from a meteor? That was interesting. That was actually pretty nuts. I was trying to explain why no one would microchip you to my buddy years ago. He just wasn't having it. Well, like, you have to remember, too, that, like, microchipping or, like, marking people is, like, the sign of the end of the world, right? And so people are really afraid of that. Yeah, if that's true, then aliens exist. Would love it if Side Effect was giving me superhuman skill making music. Because IE really sucks. Yeah, why not catch a fucking virus that's, like, going to enhance us as opposed to just like kill us? Where are those? Those exist. Right, because the bubonic plague would be alien, or the bacteria would be alien. Which would also probably allude to like intelligent life forms. To some degree. This may actually come true. Yeah, the Black Plague theory from the meteor is pretty interesting though. You can program viruses specifically. I looked it up. Okay, just looked it up. The meteor triggered the virus. There's stories about people hitting their head in the right place and got super talented after the accident. I have a personal story about that. Not that it brought the disease, meaning that it didn't carry it, but was released it somehow buried, most likely. So it was dormant in the world, and they buried it at some place. I got hit hard as a child. I'm so sorry. Holy shit, dude. I don't think that's the context that you meant that as, but that's the way it came off. On my head, I mean, yeah. Why will they chip us? Why do they want the economy to collapse? Why do they tell us that the Earth is round? I agree with the first two sentences, or the first two questions. The third one, though, is questionable. It's like when somebody is ranting and then, like, you know, he gets a following and is like, yeah, and then we're going to do this. Yeah, and then we're going to do this. Yeah, and then we're going to go over here and do this. Wait, what? Yeah. Nah, man, I'm cool. Imagine if bugs and viruses learn to inject us with nicotine so we crave getting infected or bitten by them. It sounds like you've been playing the Phantom Pain. There's a story about that, which is fucking nuts. Which was like the one redeeming story element of that game that I really enjoyed it. You just described a Trump supporter. At the end of the day, there's not much difference between holding a chip in your hand, smartphone, or having one implanted. Exactly. Really? Yeah. Okay. So at the end of all right, sorry, spoilers, guys. But at the end of the Phantom Pain, there's this thing called the vocal cord parasite, and it attacks you based off of a language that it's programmed to respond to. So, like, if it's a parasite that knows English, then whenever you speak English, it's triggered and it eats your lungs. So, what it does, or what happens, is once you get to a certain point, the parasites start to mutate and they smell like fruit. So birds come over and eat them thinking that they're fruit, and then they spread out to people and obviously causes, you know, a worldwide pandemic. I was like, you know what? That's fucked up. So it looks like a meteor may have affected the local environment negatively enough to lead to the bubonic plague. Now that the virus came from the meteor. Okay. So as opposed to the bacteria being part of the meteor, there was some kind of chemical reaction from the impact that changed the DNA, or changed something to start the bubonic plague. It was a resonator. Didn't we come from a meteor too? Like life on Earth in general? Fuck, I don't know. I like the spaghetti story the best. No, you're in trouble, dude. You go lay down. Go. Sorry, I didn't mean like DNA. I meant as in like it caused a chemical reaction. We are aliens. We came from mom's spaghetti. There's vomit on the sweater already. It's my mom's spaghetti. And by the way, I had lunch today already. It was mom's spaghetti. But I keep on forgetting that earlier today I had my mom's spaghetti. Panspermia isn't really popular theory. It's maybe would be neat, but I don't think that's held to high regards. From a certain point of view, we're just a bunch of aliens. It's funny constantly thinking about Hulk movies with COVID. Maybe I hope too much. So we actually did build the pyramids. Oh man, the pyramid thing. No, it was Pyramid Head. Thousands of years ago, Egypt used to be swamped by mountains, but over millions of years over time, they were sculpted into the pyramids that we know of today, leaving nothing but a wasteland as the dust which now resonates as the sand of Egypt. I think that stuff is interesting, right? The theory that humans could build a pyramid is just those people couldn't have built them because they are primitive is sort of looked at as a prejudiced theory at this point. Well, like the argument behind it is I mean, in its base, it is primitive. Wasn't an Optimus Prime. At its base, it is primitive, right? But that's because there's lack of evidence of the technology that somebody would need to possess in order to shape something like that. But I do think that like it is kind of interesting to think about though, because what was that thing? I don't remember where, but Deus Ex Machina, right? Like that's still something that hasn't been recreated. People that want to believe the moon is an alien spaceship. I think some conspiracies are interesting, but if any of them are true, then we can't do anything about it anyway. It's pretty much recognized that pyramids were built by humans. What's hard to say, right? There's still a mystery how they build them synced in position stars, planets that can only be seen by telescopes, right? Yeah, how there's some kind of like planetary alignment or something. Here's a theory. The Earth is alive and aware. No, he's talking about the alignment of the pyramids on the planet, like on the geographical locations of the pyramids and how they line up in particular ways. Also, you can't line in anything with planets. I don't know. That's just like go watch History Channel and look at the dude with crazy hair. He'll explain it to you. The stones in the chamber weigh 50 tons. That's my main issue. Yeah, some people are saying that there are cities underwater, and I'm not talking about Atlantis. I'm talking about actual, like, cities that were, like, sundered or something. My point is those theories are semi-racist. Hey, Alckemy. Discovery Channel will explain it better than I can. Well, maybe. Sorry, not calling anyone out or anything. It's just they come from problematic beliefs. A lot of History Channel is sus as well. Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't know if I would say like semi-racist. It's pretty much a Christian propaganda channel. Hell yeah. I can get behind that. Last time I watched Discovery Channel, they still played Mythbusters. Oh. That show. Okay, can we talk about the high ground issue? And how that was the worst fucking myth bust ever? That was literally the worst experiment on the planet. Discovery is alright. History and Discovery are pretty different, though. Right, true. Discovery is more, yeah. What about Nat Geo? Nat Geo's cool. Animal Planet. Those are dope. Stonehenge confuses me so much. What are the other natural wonders of the world? There's not that many anymore, right? I think there's like 8, 7 now. I think some of them have been found, maybe 6. Only the pyramids are the pyramids are the last natural wonder. I love that we get some nice chewing ASMR. I'm sorry, I'm so hungry. I've been live for 8 hours. I love that we get some. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the other example of not knowing, but just talking about what science theories told me. Science in general is sus. There's a pyramid in Antarctica. Some of the Mayan astronomical stuff is also really interesting. Can't tell if trolling or memeing. Greedo, he's both all the time. Can you chew a little closer to the mic? Are you for real? Just don't ask me to moan. I can't do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, both. I'm teasing. The ASMR thing is all about transience? You think so? I thought that ASMR by definition, like I'm not going to say the name of it, but ASMR in general was just the tingling sensation that you get from hearing sounds. It's almost like, it's what gives you those chills. So many cool man-made structures around the world, though. Yeah, fucking architecture is dope. It sucks that usually a lot of people die and stuff in order to make those grand, marvelous things. But they are cool. Is it worth it? No, but it's there, so that can't be controlled. Antarctica is only about the size of China, even though it looks humongous on the map. Well, I mean, geography can still be spread far, right? So, Antarctica is much smaller than China. Then again, they don't call theories theories for nothing. But it's just a theory. A game theory. Joe Rogan has the best theory about pyramids. Oh man, Joe Rogan. I just did a comparison thing and it looked about the same size. What's Joe's opinion? My bad, I was way wrong on that. A game theory. Joe Rogan is like Amsterdam coffee shop conversation for grown-ups. Joe doesn't have opinions, he has guests. I think Joe has opinions. The act is called Joe Rogan, De-Evolution of Stupid People, and it totally makes sense to me. I mean, I'd rather listen to Joe Rogan than Alex Jones, but that's just me personally. I don't know, if you smoke DMT, you'll shake hands with Joe Rogan in the astral realm. It's a stand-up from 2008. Oh yeah, I forgot he was a comedian. Wow, I was just thinking about Alex Jones. Rogan's alright, but really just watch for the guests I enjoy. Yeah. When I watch Joe Rogan, I skip every time he talks. I don't think that he's, which is few and further between lately. I don't think that he's as knowledgeable about martial arts as he likes to think. But I mean, hey, he was an announcer for UFC, so he's got to know something, right? That's called the No Rogan Podcast. Nice. Yeah. Joe Rogan would make a great politician, IMO. Yeah, he's super convincing, right? I mean, just watch Fear Factory. Do it! Do it! You gotta do it! You want the 50 grand? I like how wide his range of thing. What? That's a bad idea. Yeah. I don't think he's a bad person, just not a good leader. I'm not a fan of Ho's stand-up comedy. Did I get my bass music knowledge from aliens? You could say that. There's three people that really influenced my knowledge of bass. Frequent copycat and yeah, mostly those two. So I could consider those guys aliens. Jill lost me when he said he believes in transdimensional beings in one of his podcasts, then proceeded to admit it while he was on drugs. I'm pro drugs. I'm pro like moderation, moderation of drugs. I think that we need to do more research on it, if anything, as opposed to just being like no, or as opposed to just being like yes. I think that we need to put more research into it. Joe is just entertaining to me, not taking him too serious. I'm pro moderation as well. Like, there is basically no research almost. Exactly. And I'm pro research. Let's say that, right? Or something along those lines, you know? Yeah, same drugs can be great tools, I think, but they need to be in moderation. And, you know, like, I'm pro moderators. There's only one of you right now. I think we ran Wiggles off. Nope, the amount does not matter. Well, it has to matter, right? Because, okay, so like pro moderators, it has to matter. Most of my family is like has dealt with something horrible related to drugs / alcohol. Which is why I don't do drugs, which is why I don't drink. But I haven't lost them, but I've lost a lot of relationships. I've lost a lot of essences with them because of their inability to control their usage and their habits. Right? And addiction is real. Addiction is very real. And while I think that, you know, well, I say like, you know, pro this, pro that, like there is also a safety measure of overdosing, right? There's also a measure of doing something that you can't come back from. There's also something that like to say about, you know, about how expensive it is and what it makes people do when they crave it. I heard some horror stories of it. Yeah, meth is terrible, dude. Meth is really prominent in the Midwest. It's pretty ugly. But I've seen personally firsthand some horrible things regarding drugs and alcohol, and it's just like, fuck, man. Purely criminalizing drugs doesn't help prevent addiction. Legalizing... Oh, no, yeah. I totally agree with that. I don't think that you should go to jail if you use drugs. I don't think that if you sell weed, you should be in jail for the rest of your life. Or even for, you know, fuck all, right? LSD and DMT alter your DNA. Oh, dude. But the problem is, like, prison is, like, one of the biggest industries that the U.S. has. They don't, but believe what you want. I asked someone if using cannabis while meditating is lessening them to do with or without. Yeah, I was saying it just... I think we said it before, but it depends, right? It depends on the person and how you react to it. Look it up or be ignorant, data. Okay, let's not go down that path. Let's talk about something different. So, something interesting. We don't need to make drugs illegal. We just need more education. I agree. The thing is, we don't have much data. Okay, who's the only person who's been looking stuff up here? I think Rang just came in, so he wouldn't know. They need to talk about drugs at schools, etc. Yeah, and beyond, like, and they need to talk about it, like, I think that should be a college class, or at least, like, a senior class, right? Because that's the biggest point in time that people are going to want to do those kinds of things. But they do exactly. But that's the thing, is that they just say that drugs are bad, and it's a lot easier to say that drugs are bad because we go to jail and stuff, as opposed to actually educating people on the actual, like, the actual science behind these things and what they do to people and what kind of pitfalls you can fall into and all that other stuff. I don't consider weed as drugs. Weed is medical where I'm at. My brother has a medical card. But even when I was in places where it was recreational, like, it was never good for me. Weed is not good for me. Dare 2.0. I'd argue alcohol is more like drugs than weed. Yeah, I'd say that too. Yeah, we need more education when it comes to drugs and research. They both are. You know, coffee is a drug. Benadryl is a drug. But the difference between the stigma behind that is what you can get over the counter and what you can't get over the counter. And I think that I don't think that alcohol should be a consumable. The effect is just a result of intoxication. But how can you say that it's not a drug but describe something as being intoxicated, right? So is paracetamol. I think drugs and mushrooms and weed could be legalized. At the very least, I think they should be decriminalized. I think we should make a difference between hard and soft drugs. No, I'll tell you this much. I've never gotten into a fist fight with somebody that was high. I don't really want to talk about how many times I've had to fight somebody who was drunk. A medicine or other substance which has a psychological effect when ingested, otherwise introduced to the body, from Google again. Should be regulated, IMO. I think that alcohol does have significant uses for medical uses, right? But the accessibility behind it and the problems that have come about from it, for example, drunk driving, abusive homes, over drinking, acidosis, which my father has suffered, which is really scary. Sanitization. I think that it's got, like, if it's really cold, it would make sense to consume alcohol, because I do think that it, helps. Alcohol is totally a drug, and yeah, there's medical use. It's helped me in the past, but also can get out of hand super easy. Yeah. I don't know. I'd much rather talk to I would rather not talk to anybody that is, super baked or super lit, but alcohol isn't really that different than many other drugs. The one key difference is the physical damage that it causes to you. Yeah. And just like the aggressive nature of it, it's so fucking volatile to your psychological being. And it's ridiculously accessible. The main difference is you lose your mind with alcohol. Right. Yeah. I'm not a fan of alcohol. And I'm not here to tell anybody that they shouldn't, consume alcohol and stuff, because you are your own person and all that, but I've personally had so many problems from people with alcohol problems. It has affected my life so much. Let me just tell you that. Like, it has affected my life to a very deep degree that I'm very like, no, I'm good. No thanks. IMO, it is crooked that we can buy whiskey at the supermarket but not weed. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't do drugs, I just drink. Yeah. I'm buzzed right now and rather be high on cannabis. Yeah, I don't do drugs, but I get slammed from 10 shots of tequila every night. I fucking hate alcohol, to be honest. But you know, what can I say? What can you say? You know, it's been around for so long, and you know, it's got particular uses, and that's just like what it is. You know, like people like to drink. That's the thing. And if people weren't doing, you know, if people weren't so induced in alcohol and stuff, they would be doing something else. Too much of anything is bad in general. Yeah, that's why I was saying like pro moderation, right? But I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know, man. It would just be nice to, you know, find other things or find other outlets between us that are lead to a much more positive and healthy lifestyle. But if you think about it, I'm more the excess type of guy. Well, nobody's judging you, John, so you do you. Because nobody can tell you how to live. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's crazy. We do a lot of horrible things to our bodies, if you think about it. I'm an alcoholic, but I'm trying to quit. That's awesome, man. I mean, you know, even just like setting forth, right? The people that I talk to that have like horrible alcoholism are like the same stereotypical people that are like, I drink because I want to, not because I have to. You know, I like drinking. I do it for fun. I don't need to drink. I just do it. And I'm just like, God damn it. I've had my first drink in 3 months. I've really cut back this last year. That's good, man. I'm not an alcoholic. Nobody knows what I'm going through. I don't need a drink. First thing, they fucking crack open a beer before they have a glass of water. It's like, good Lord. What are you doing? But what can you say? That's them. That's them. The biggest lesson I've learned in life is that you can't control people. I don't drink and drive or get violent when I drink, but I'm not kidding myself if that's healthy. That's healthy. Cutting out people in my life really helped, but lately I've been having to decide between 2 hours of sleep a night or a beer or two. If your life is worse without drugs, then you're an addict. IMO. Yeah. All I'm going to say to that data is like, I understand. And I don't know whether or not there's a better alternative, but like, I get it. I'm also not an alcoholic, but I do panic attack when my refrigerator is empty of beer. Okay. I panic attack when there's no kombucha in my fridge. There's plenty of better alternatives. Well, maybe not worse. Yeah, I think like it's important to be sensitive to the subject that everybody's situation is unique, right? And everybody's going through what they're going through, and you know, it is what it is. But I think that instead of pointing fingers and being like, you should be this or you should do this, like anybody that ever tells me that they're trying to do better, the only thing that I would be concerned about is just encouraging them to continue doing better. Because that's all you really can do, right? If somebody's like, yo, like I haven't done this in XYZ, it's like, awesome, man. Like, please, like, you know, you're doing a great job. Keep doing it. Because nothing else matters, right? Nothing else matters. other than trying to set a good example for somebody that's trying to be on a better path. I define addiction if you do something you don't want to do because life feels, of course, better with drugs. That's the main reason to do them. Yeah, it's kind of subjective too. Also, it's not the lack of drinking that's keeping you up. You're actually not really interested in it. It's the lack of social contact. Are you physically active? Actually, who the fuck am I to give you advice? So, ignore me. But, yeah, if I can't sleep, I do something to exhaust myself. I exercise every day. Good. That's pretty common though, right? As people get older, they tend to lose sleep. I don't know how old you are, but my brother is the same way. He's got like horrible nightmares, and so that's what he blames his drinking on. Not for everybody. Everybody's got their thing that works. Everybody has their things that like don't work, Like melatonin works for me. Melatonin does not work for my brother. Yeah, I think it's okay to enjoy life more with drugs, but if you can't moderate yourself because of the enjoyments you get from it, then you're addicted. Yeah, or like if you ditch your responsibilities to get drugs, or like if you, are doing questionable things in order to get a fix, I think that kind of alludes to addiction. I'm not an addict, but I definitely find depressing myself help me decompress from dealing with situations I don't want to be in, but I have to remain functional. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's hard. That's hard because that's real, but I don't know. I just hope that you can find a more positive outlet. That's all I can really say, because they're out there. But I guess I just hope that you can find yourself into something that turns escapism into productivity. Also 30, by the way, age reveal. I'm not 30 quite yet. I will be, though, soonish. Meditation, exercise, diet, therapy, sleep. Well, I mean, those are like general things, right? But I think it's pretty easy for people to cross off a lot of those lists or a lot of those things. And there's also other things too, like hobbies. Hobbies or volunteer service work, something that puts you in a different position to where you don't really have time to think about yourself. Yeah, there's a lot of things, but all of those things might not be for you. Oh, I just meant those things are usually net pot. Yeah, okay. Sorry, you're absolutely right. Yeah, those are things that are definitely beneficial in that way. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. But if any of you guys are, trying to quit and all that stuff, Alckemy believes in you. I know that world all too well. I don't struggle with addiction. I don't do drugs, but I get it. And I've been around it forever. So there's that. But yeah, I'm just really afraid of the side effects of drugs, even more than the fear if it's not functioning right. Alckemy does not do alcohol. No alcohol. Yeah, I worry about the side effects too. And I worry about craving, right? Like I would hate the idea of craving a drug. Actually, fuck, I'm addicted to coffee. I'm sorry, I lied. I am addicted to coffee. I can go a week without coffee and I don't have like super withdrawals if I don't have caffeine and stuff, but like I avidly want to choose to have a cup of coffee. Even that was legal back then. Imagine. Fuck. I'd be screwed. I'm lucky I don't deal with much craving. It's been pretty easy for me to quit. Coke used to have Coke in it. Yeah. Drunk history. Compared to, it's pretty easy for me to quit all over. Apparently the withdrawals of coffee are very similar to nicotine. I think it depends on the person. And I think it also depends on whether or not you stay hydrated. Like if you get a coffee withdrawal and you're dehydrated, then you're pretty freaking irritable. Coffee, and I also smoke a little bit of weed every day, no alcohol either. But if you stay hydrated and like you maintain that, then you're pretty okay. So like I have a cup of coffee a day, sometimes two, but I never have like, a fucking mountain or, a huge thing. I'm pretty good about just 1 cup a day. I've never really been affected by coffee. See, like I love the beverage, which is the problem. I love the beverage of coffee. I love the taste. I like the creamer. Like I can't do coffee black. It has to be like full of creamer. So maybe it's that I'm addicted to sugar. Try a big old cold brew. I like hot coffee. Nicotine is second place of the most addictive things in the world. What is the most addictive thing? Heroin? The taste is the best thing about coffee? Dude, right? Just fucking, dude. Like, when you sit down, or like when you first wake up, and the sun is coming up, and you have a nice fucking cup of coffee, and like the house is silent. Oh, man. That's nice. Noise. Smartphone plus social media, Facebook is the most addictive thing in the world. Wow. I mean, it's not surprising, but I wasn't even really thinking about that. I was thinking about things that you consume, but I guess you still consume media. Got to get my internet points. I gotta make sure that Farmville is up to date. I hate the taste of coffee. Okay, yeah, fuck yeah. There's other things that have caffeine though, unfortunately. Like if you drink soda, if you do energy drinks, kombucha has caffeine in it. Tea has caffeine in it. Caffeine is in a lot of things. Lots of things have caffeine in them. I didn't really ever drink coffee like that until I was in Tennessee. Sometimes I had to do like 4 shows in a day, and every show was an hour and a half long. So like, imagine doing flips for 12 hours in a day and then having to wake up and do it again. I found heroin the second most lethal. First one is alcohol. Okay, yeah. My only problem with hot coffee is I don't like having to wait a while to drink it. Maybe I'm just a wimp though. Well, that makes sense. But like, okay, so I have a Keurig, right? But I don't use disposable pods. I have one that's a plastic pod that you just pour coffee grounds into it, so it's reusable. Energy drinks are so bad for you, but they're so good. My only problem, but the Keurig like makes it at the perfect temperature so you can, I guess, consume it immediately. You don't have to wait for it to cool off. Yeah, heroin's pretty crazy. Excuse me. You guys want to know a funny joke? I live in Tennessee. Sweet, man. I used to live in Pigeon Forge, about an hour away from Knoxville, and in moderation, they are fine. So fuck, what was I saying? Okay, so when I was living in LA, I actually used to live across the street from this guy who ran a meth lab. And I remember I was coming out of my apartment building one day, and I kid you not, he looks over at me and he's like, I'm not going to do any accents because I don't want to come off as racist, but he was, anyways, he looks over at me and he's like, hey, check this out. Look at my new pet. And he's literally, I kid you not, walking a fucking stuffed animal. And he's like, meow. And I remember just looking at him and looking at the stuffed animal that he had on a leash and being like, this is where I fucking live. The thing they say about heroin is that you'll get addicted right away. It's not the heroin, it's the syringe. The faster the effect comes and goes, the bigger the addiction. What the fuck? Yeah, that's terrible. LOL, new. Yeah. So, and then 2 weeks later, the ambulance comes and starts rolling away his wife from being OD'd in a wheelchair, and she like can't even control like her own body. Like it's kind of just like doing its own thing because she OD'd on meth. And that was a weird ass look. Like her face, I've never seen a face look like. Have you guys ever seen The Ring? Holy shit. It was kind of like that. I've done oxycodone, pretty much prescription heroin, and honestly, weed, alcohol are more addictive for me. I think it depends on the individual. Oof, that's rough. Well, it's not like one of those images that were burned into my mind or anything, but at the same time, I was like, oh shit, dude, like, fuck, man. Okay, well, no meth for me. I'm good on that. In any case, that's one of the many stories of living in LA. I've lived in a nice part of LA. I've lived in a horrible part of LA. I've lived in kind of both. And you see some shit living there. Unless if you live in like Beverly Hills or something, like you cannot live in Southern California and not see some weird ass shit. Same with New York, I'd say. I feel like some people have more addictive personalities than others. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, like if you ever take the subway in New York, like you're in for a weird ass time. It's just going to happen. I think living after a meth addiction is worse than the meth addiction itself from what I've heard. Yikes. Gang violence? Yeah, let me see. When I was 12, I got jumped. I was with my friend Raynon, and we went to a park after watching a movie to play basketball, and like there was like a community park or whatever. And one time when we went over there, we went to go shoot some hoops or whatever, and this kid walks up to me, and suddenly like I'm surrounded by like 10 people. And he looks at me and he's like, I hate white crackers. And I was kind of thrown off. I was like, what? And I look back at my friend Raynon, and then he looks, and then I turn around, and then I get punched. And then I remember just kind of falling down and like being kicked. And then I get up and I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And then everybody was like already gone. I don't know if like there was an adult or something that was coming or whatever, but it would just like, yeah, that just happened super fast. Luckily, kids don't kick hard. Luckily, kids don't kick that hard. But yeah, that was something. I remember getting to some other altercations that I don't really want to talk about, but yeah, I've ran into some problems. Do I think that's why I'm into martial arts? No, I was into martial arts before that. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of rough. It was kind of rough living out there. there used to be this, well, there is a place out there called the Sherman Oaks Galleria that a lot of kids would go to. And I remember there were a lot of neo-Nazis there, just like fucking crazy white people that shave their heads and have swastikas tattooed on their head. Hard to Taekwondo 10 people. You put them all in a line. That's how you fight more than one person. You put them all in a line. Yeah, I'm not tempted to visit those neighborhoods. Yeah, I don't know. I've the most recent scary situation, which thankfully, well, that's not true. I've been in some scary situations lately that I don't really want to talk about, but the most recent scary situation, or sorry, a recent scary situation that I was in was after I left shows from Tennessee. I was like halfway home, or like halfway out of Tennessee, and I stopped by a Love's, and this dude came in who was just high as shit, and I was like looking at like bags of chips and stuff, and he comes in, he doesn't notice me, but he starts talking to the cash register lady, and he's like, "Do you value your life?" And she like, and her face just like kind of got white. Like she was like, "Oh my God, like I've never heard that shit before in my life." And so, he starts asking like these weird ass questions and all that. And you could tell that he's just fucked up. I have no idea on what or whatever. So then I say like, "Hey," I like kind of interject, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up, man? Like, are you okay? Like, you doing all right?" And he looks at me and asks the same thing. And he was like, "Do you value your life?" And I was like, "Of course." And he was like, "Do you believe in the devil?" And I was like, "Well, it depends on what you mean." He was like, "What if I told you I was the devil?" And I'd say, "Well, then I'd have a couple questions for you." And meanwhile, I'm looking back over his shoulder, like trying to signal the lady to call the police. And so like, I'm just trying to ask him like irreverent questions and stuff. And I remember him looking at me and being like, "Oh, like he said something really weird that was like, 'Oh, you're pretty smart, but I think that I'm smarter,' or something." And then the cop walked in. But, yeah, I didn't know if that guy had like a gun or something or whatever, but like he was fucked up. So yeah, after that, as soon as the cop came in, I was just like kind of like moving around to the side and like backing myself up and like putting space between him and I. And I made sure to talk to him like in between an aisle, so like he didn't have a clear line of view to me in case if he had something. But yeah, that was just one of those things that I was like, man, I'm really glad that I didn't have to do anything. I am so glad that I didn't have to gamble for my life, or I didn't have to gamble for someone else's life. And like things kind of like, I never really wanted to fight from all the martial arts experience and stuff that I have. But when you get into those kinds of things, you're really like, man, do I really want to do this today? Do I really feel like I have something to prove? And for the most part, it's just like, no, no, I don't want to figure out how good I am today. I want to go home. I want to go see my grandparents. So, I mean, like, I'm sure that everybody's had, some scary moments and stuff too. And like, that's not even close to being like the worst of the things that I've been through or whatever. But at the same time, it's just kind of like, people are crazy. People are fucking nuts. And whenever I think about that, I'm like, I don't worry about going outside anymore. The only thing that I want to do is make sure that nobody wants to come in. I just want to be like, leave me the fuck alone. You stepped in, good boy. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, people are crazy. We can all agree on that one. You got to de-escalate unless if you know that you can't fight anymore because it's not worth losing 60 years of life to a fight. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like, well, there's a couple things to consider. It's like, for one, if you get in a fight and you hurt somebody, there's a very high chance that you're going to jail. Or you're going to die. Or both. Depends on the fight. No, that's not the attitude that you want to have, is what I'm saying. Like, you could go home and you could get away. But chances are, if you get in a fight, you're either going to die or you're going to jail. It's sad that some people can't just get the help they need depending on the situation. Right. Well, those things are real. So like, one interesting thing is like, I used to recently, right? Some of you guys knew this, but I was working at this dispensary as a social media manager, and everybody there had a gun. And I was like, what are you guys doing? Why do you have a firearm? They're like, well, because we've been robbed and this and that. I'm like, first of all, what can you say about propeller head reason? I would say try it. Try the demo because it's cool. It's not for me, and it's not my particular program of choice, but demo it and see if it works for you. So yeah. Wait, what was I talking about? Yeah, why do you have a firearm? For one, there were a bunch of kids working in there. Not kids, but like 18-year-old, 21-year-olds, and they just have huge fucking guns. And I'm like, why? Why? Have you ever shot that before? And do you really think that in a combat situation that you are going to have the confidence to pull that out, aim that at somebody, and make the right decision? And of course, in their minds, they would say yes. In my mind, I would say no. I have never seen a gun in my life. Good. You don't need to. The only reason why somebody should have a gun right now is for hunting. That's not America. So, and it's like open carry out here. So anybody can have a gun. And I'm just like, you have zero training whatsoever, zero knowledge of how to actually use a firearm. Like, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Hey, I'm back. We're doing guns now? I guess so. I was just saying that, like, that dispensary that I used to work at, everybody had a gun. And I was like, why? Why do you have a gun? There's no reason for you to have a weapon. One person brought in like a billy club, or I guess like it's technically a tonfa, right? But it's the nightsticks that police use. And I was like, do you even know how to swing that thing? And they're like, yeah, man, I did, somebody told me, they were like, yeah, I did CLOT for 6 months. And I'm like, okay, I've got 15 years of experience. What the fuck can you do with that? I've seen more than I will share, but I concur. Watch out, people. You might think it will turn up in a fight, but you can easily get stabbed or shot. Yeah. I don't want my life to be decided by the finger of some crazy person on the street. Exactly. Somebody that doesn't know you. I think more people should have guns, but I also think driver's ed, gun edition is not a bad idea. I'm okay with guns. I'm not okay with having a gun without training, without having a background check, without having a psych eval. It's been a couple weeks now, but over the last few months, there's been a shooting on my block every week. Yikes, dude. That sounds like my block when I was younger. Except it would be like multiple gunshots. We have 16-year-old hitmen in the Netherlands now. Yeah, that's kind of how it was in LA. You used to have to be scared of people who are more buff than you. Now you have to be scared of everybody. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yeah, multiple shots, but short shootings. Yeah, just to kind of like tell stories and stuff. But when I was living in LA, I used to live in this place called North Hollywood, and I'm not going to give the block out, but I used to live on this neighborhood that was ran by 18th Street, and so there were a bunch of other local gangs because just east of like where 18th Street territory was, there was this other gang called the Violent Boys, and they were like literally a block away from us. And so there would just be fucking, oh my God, that was the worst. Long story short. North Hollywood in general just blows ass. I know North Hollywood, yeah, LA gets rough in some parts. North Hollywood isn't nearly as bad as Compton or, Crenshaw or anything of the sort. But you know, violent places are violent places. And no, not Watts. In the city of Watts. Yeah. But there's not really, I actually want to say that there's not really a lot of places in Southern California where there's not a gang. Crenshaw is crazy. My neighborhood isn't bad, but it used to be, and things have been ramping up lately. Are you from Crenshaw? Oh, okay. Yeah, white people have no business in Crenshaw. I've been there though once or twice. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, my dad used to live in Culver City. Let's see, where else have we lived out there? Culver City. Sherman Oaks was probably the safest place, although that place, I don't know. It's been a long time. Been a long time since I've been there. I've lived in Burbank. I've lived in North Hollywood, a bunch of different areas in North Hollywood. I've stayed in some areas in Van Nuys. I stayed close to Northridge. Like, there's not really a lot of places in like the LA area, the LA district, that are really just like chill. If you want to go somewhere chill, you should go somewhere expensive like Oceanside in San Diego or something. Good night, guys. It was nice talking with you. Yeah, thanks for coming in, man. Sorry we didn't do much music today. I did like 4 or 5 hours of music, and then I just got into chat mode, so I apologize. I grew up in Nashville, but I've spent time in Chicago, New York, etc., so I've seen the whole spectrum of violence. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Chicago was, or fuck, even Memphis, right? Memphis is rough. I've only driven through Memphis, but man, that's a shitty place. It's pretty, but it's shitty. Hey, what's up, sub? Question. If I were to do a 12-hour stream, I think we're going to do one once we hit 7,500 subs, I'm going to do a 12-hour stream. Does anybody have any ideas or any requests of something that they might want to like come in just for a little while and hang out for? I don't expect anybody to come in and sit with 12 hours with me, but fuck, we had a really long stream today, so I'm like, I might as well do one soon. I'm from the Netherlands, but somehow managed to have seen the worst side of life. Glad that's all in the past. Well, are the Netherlands generally regarded as a safe place? I don't really know a lot about the Netherlands. And that's kind of a broad area too, right? I noticed you've been streaming for 8 hours. Jesus, I just jumped in recently. Almost 9. About 10 minutes from 9 hours. Wow, just noticed nearly 9 hours. Good effort. We've had some good conversation today. I think half of the stream has actually been talking about nothing. Or maybe just me sharing experiences. You're right, dude. It's my dog. Do you find longer streams bring in more viewers? No, absolutely not. Really enjoying the conversations a lot, though. Cool, I'm glad. What is that? Dogs got COVID or what? Okay. Yeah, I think data, I think like one of the best things that you might want to consider, well, you actually don't stream with the voice, but I think tune feedback is the most popular thing. If I do production, most of the time, nobody. If I do gaming, absolutely nobody. If I do tune feedback, everybody's in that bitch. And that's just the way of the world. So maybe if you have something like, maybe you could do something like, I did preset review a few times where like I took someone's preset and then kind of like changed it into a way that I would use it or something. So that way you don't have to talk to people. Yeah, sorry, hold on 1 second. I don't watch the tune feedback that much. That's okay. I got 2 dogs, both sleeping right now. I think my dog is coughing because of hairballs. I think of something because after today's stream, I think I really need to rework my approach. Honestly, man, like it takes time. It takes time. That's really what it is. I have one video that kind of quote unquote took off that's got like 85,000 views, and I got very little subscribers from it. So I think it's just a matter of consistency and just doing you know. I think that what you are already doing, Data, is already unique in that way. And you've already kind of set yourself apart from like how you're different between me or somebody like Hakobo or Artifacts or, you know, all the people that stream. So I think it's just a matter of consistency. I love it. You guys make dope stuff. Thank you. Yeah, we have fun. That's what it is. We have fun. And I love it when I have people to talk to, because that's really fun as well. Yeah, it's unpredictable. I'm not giving up or anything, just hoping the trend doesn't continue. It's also January. Both of your 2 most popular videos have serum in the thumbnail. Yeah, it's true. Same, I love when there's a chat going. Me too. I don't care whose channel it's in. If somebody, like, if we're in your channel and there's something interesting to talk about, then, you know, great. If we're in my channel, I stream a lot, so there's that. But yeah, so much for getting the Sensilmorph review up. That'll have to happen tomorrow after I teach a lesson, but it'll be up soon. I don't use Bitwig or Faceplant, but here I am. I mean, hopefully still, like, even though you don't use the same stuff that I use, like, some stuff will still translate, I hope. That's kind of the goal that I have. As a viewer, I just love chats. Yeah, I like when people come in and chat. That's the most fun. Do I release stuff on Bandcamp? I don't. All of my releases are through my website. You can also get it through like Spotify. Sorry, not Spotify. Like iTunes and Apple and Amazon Music and stuff. But I self-release all my own stuff. I'm back. Welcome, Hypotect. I don't use Bitwig or Faceplant either, but I still find it all really useful. Are we prodding eternal truths? No, we talked about quite a few things. We talked about COVID. We talked about personal experiences of my life. We talked about some bullshit. We talked about my very clear lack of understanding about some very rudimentary science stuff. We talked about quite a few things. A lot of this information crosses over. I still use Mr. Bill's tricks I learned years ago, even though I don't use Live and just picked up Bitwig a year ago. You know, it's translated in one way or another. Yeah, I think like you can take some concepts, right, or like certain aspects or certain like elements of a particular video and borrow them over. And that's how it should be anyways. It shouldn't be like I need the exact same thing. It should be like, well, it should be like, you know, I'm going to try this one thing, and then I'm going to try to see if I can like take that one particular concept and apply it to my own sound design. And I feel like I've actually improved as a producer since I started watching your stuff, which I think is really cool. Thank you. I do care about like putting out good content. If you notice, like, I don't know, like let's have a talk, guys, because you're here. Let's have a talk. Trending content versus evergreen content. So there's a theory that if you are on YouTube and you're trying to grow as fast as you can, that you should go for more trending content because that's what blows up, but it doesn't last. So that kind of You know what I mean? It's like a short burst of growing. As you guys know, like I don't really make a lot of trendy stuff, even though I thought about it. I will make trendy stuff in the future. I'm just not doing it right now. But yeah, like what are you guys missing on YouTube? Like that's something that I'm interested in knowing about. Like what are you all missing that you would like to see somebody do or cover? Have I heard about Vital? Is that a serious question? What about mastering? Do you do your own? Yeah, I do my own mastering. I do all of my own production, all of my own sound design. That's why my sounds sound like shit. Higher level conceptual stuff. What does that even mean? Are you not entertained? Is my stuff not deep enough for you? Do you not like my philosophical talks? No, I'm not offended, but what does that mean to you? Is it not possible to do both, trendy and then last? Yeah, it's not that easy though. It's not that easy. It's not that easy to do evergreen and trending content at the same time. I personally really love quirky, unique sound design tricks, not like template stuff, but like really off the cuff effects combinations. Like, let's talk about phasing issues over 20 minutes. Oh my God. No, that's actually not complicated. That's just like, dude, fucking don't. If you have, if you got stereo in your sub, you got phase issues. Just fix it with a sub to mono. I really love seamless live sessions where you would go in a chat room with a few producers and just talk about music and BS. I think the YouTube algo recognizes healthy growth and consistency way more than blowing up with 1-2 vids. I don't know. I've been uploading at least once a week the past year. And I've grown a little bit, but you know what's a great channel to reference that's doing trending content, who's just blowing up, and good for them, but I think it's called DMB Tuts. Or DMB tutorials, DMB production. I don't know, but they've only been up for like 3 months and they're already passing me. Let me see here. Artifact, DMB Academy. Yeah, so these guys have only been live. Let me see. Their first video was 2 months ago. And they've already got 7,000 something subscribers. So, I mean, good for them. I'm happy for them. But that's fucking crazy. And they do, like, some of their stuff is pretty cool, but they also do a lot of really simple stuff too. So there's got to be something behind that. It's what it is. It's just what it is. So are they linked to a shop or school? I don't know. Yeah, we have Artifact and Artifacts, LOL. I mean, like I said though, like good for these guys, right? Looks like it. Tutorials, courses, sample packs. The technical stuff you have to learn mostly by time and effort and experience. In my opinion, for me, it's the macro level analysis of making music that makes it a little bit more neglected on YouTube. Yeah, right. Like the nuance aspect of things. That's definitely there. Definitely there. Oh, we should watch that and go support him because that could be cool. I haven't watched that yet. If you are a YouTube content creator and you are any way whatsoever affiliated with me, I support you because I know the struggle. So I am on your side. I just really want to know how to improve without getting bombarded with advice, which I don't know if is secretly marketing or not, which is a part of why I like your content. Sorry, I don't know what I just played. I hope that wasn't really loud though. Just add Matthews and Noise into all your titles. Like if I wanted to know how to limit my track, there would be a title for like New Crazy Limiter will change your mix forever. I think the YouTube algorithm helped you grow consistently. Okay, I was making sure I was caught up with chat. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I really don't know the answer to YouTube. But it is pretty nuts. And like I said, good for DMB Academy. They seem like nice people. They seem knowledgeable on a lot of things. And so, you know, I'm happy to support them. But for me, like I'm doing my own thing and doing my own coverage, doing my own kind of sound design. And it's not popular, but I do think that But I do think that this is content that people will be able to look back and realize that it's a little bit like, oh, maybe I never thought of that before. Or maybe, you know, maybe, oh, this could be something to try. Or maybe I have seen a tutorial on it, and it's all like, you know what I mean? It's all like different in that way. I just think the rapid success might be linked to a school or something. I have no idea, dude. No idea. Crazy tricks to master having a tight low end. Yeah, I guess. Crazy tricks to... Here's a crazy trick. What you're going to do is you're going to put... You're going to put a utility in bass mono. No one's ever done it before. I will say things completely blow up on YouTube algorithm far later than they are uploaded. You know who else took off? Rocket Power Sounds. He's actually been up for a while. I didn't realize that he had a channel for as long as I thought, but yeah, he recently took off. Venus Theory recently took off. Good for him. I hope that he's doing amazing and he's paying all his bills because he's a great guy. Artifacts is getting ready to pass 100. I think soon. I think he's gearing up to pass 100K subs, and like I really hope that happens for him soon. I would love to see him do that and to be like, you know, somebody who does sound design and whatever get to 100K subs. That would be so freaking cool. And I think that he's put in the time, you know. How to get more views, just make a video with title with how to get more views done. I could do that, but like I know that you guys know that I've done a couple clickbait videos, but hopefully like the video content has kind of backed up what the video is about, right? I've had some people call me out on clickbait, but I don't think that they've actually watched the videos of stuff that I've done. But like I was watching this one guy, I can't remember what his name was, but he was like talking about how an EQ works, and it had like 100,000 views. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, for real? I mean, good for him, but you know, I feel like I would be, because of the content that I've set out, like I feel like I would be doing a disservice by putting out like just basic ass shit like that. Because it's not unique content, and two, I don't think that's actually genuine content because it's so easy to find everywhere. Another thing I think YouTube needs is a more straightforward answer to what you really need to make music. Like, you don't need $500 mastering compressor yet. People buy it before they buy speakers. Okay, I could cover that. I really want to do the video of how to find yourself as an artist. I just want a bunch of B-roll footage, and I don't want to edit it. Yeah, it's true. You could actually make a video about the utility and turning on the mono button. I know, right? And it's so fucking... By the way, I miss utility. Tool is fine. Tool is fine. And the fact that they have like the effects racks, or like the split racks, is actually... I like that a lot better than utility. Do you have any videos about committing to audio and chopping and arranging samples? I do. It's called How to IDM, or Advanced Audio Editing for IDM with Bitwig. And I talk about the clip view, and I talk about make better video titles. Like, for example, make better video titles. How to make better video titles. How to make a better thumbnail. See, what I do is I go to canva.com. That's right. Yeah, I need to watch that one still. Yeah, I do have that though. And that's actually one of my favorite videos, because even though like what I cover in that video isn't the most like interesting as far as like the concept, because here's the thing, guys, like if my musical idea is cool enough, I'm not going to put it on a video. I'm going to try to release it as music. And like, I think that's like, that should be understood by now. Is like, if I come up with a cool ass idea, I'm not going to make a video about it. I'm going to fucking release it as a tune and then maybe think about covering it later. But, you know, if you come up with like a rudimentary idea or something and it alludes to something that's actually achievable, because that's also like, if you have the most amazing sounding thing, then that could put some people off too. Not that I ever have the most amazing sounds. Like, that's not what I'm trying to get at all. but having like, you know, these projects that are more trying to cover a concept as opposed to sound professional, I think is why a lot of people get into these traps. And I think that people get into this lazy aspect of like, I'm just going to make a beat today and then talk about this concept, as opposed to being like, no, this is an exercise, but I'm not going to like let this define my music. Like, for example, like that halftime video that I just put up, it's not really that great. It's not, you know, the most interesting thing in the world, but I do think that it showed the stepping stones to getting closer, right? So at least getting an idea of how to get, you know what I mean? They're like building a pathway from how to get to one place to the other. And I think that's kind of what I think good content should provide, as opposed to here's how you make a professional track to sound like me, because nobody is going to sound like me. Nobody sounds like me. Nobody. Even if you download, you know, whatever content I have on the store, like chances are the way that you hear it is, how much outreach are you doing to guest on bigger channels? None. None right now. Absolutely none. Because for one, I think that I don't know who I would reach out to. I mean, I've had conversations with Cam, and we've talked about, I still don't know what halftime is. Okay, so it started out as halftime D&D. Just think of it as modern hip hop with drum and basses. That's the only way I could begin to move the needle with my podcast. Yeah, and it makes sense. I just don't know who I would collaborate with, right? I mean, like I said, I talked to Cameron about it, but I'm more interested in developing a relationship with somebody like Cameron and just like being his friend, as opposed to, hey, let's collab so you can help me grow my channel. Because if I'm going to collaborate with somebody, like, my thing is I need to have something to offer. I feel like I need to have something to offer to their channel as well, as opposed to, hey, like, can you do me a favor, right? I'm lucky to have had support from larger channels. Also think, yeah, anytime, dude. You make really good content, and I'm glad to see you like getting a following. And I hope that, you know, it helps you stay motivated, because I know that YouTube can be hard. A quick Bitwig question: how do you balance an audio with reverb and keep the tail? Thanks. You have to make the clip bigger. So like if you have a sample, if you go like this and you've got a sample on here that's got reverb on it, like this, and you only bounce this out, it's going to cut where you leave that off. So what you have to do is you have to highlight beyond the clip. You don't actually have to consolidate. I'm just doing it to kind of let you know, but that will actually bounce the reverb out. Was I pressing a key? Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was doing that or not. But yeah, you can see here that there's more content to that now. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Ah, okay, thanks. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, it's interesting though, you know, and I think like one of the things too that I find is really interesting is like, how do you push for subscribers and stuff, and like how do you push for like support for the channel without like sounding disingenuous, right? I even think that like advertising that I'm giving away a sub pack was actually not a good move. I just thought of something. What if I were to use Bitwig sampler, then bounce it out and then put it into my Logic Pro track? Now you're playing with power. But yeah, I even think that like even potentially like offering a quote unquote giveaway wasn't the best move. Or maybe I was too ambitious in thinking that I was going to grow faster than I did. Let's see. In November, like I picked up a very large subscription growth. In December it got even bigger, and then January it completely tanked, and now in February like I'm at 30% of the growth rate that I was in November. I try not to ask for subscribers. I mean, you put content up, you know, if you're going to put something up, it's okay to ask for subscribers, but I definitely think that there's a way to do it, right? When you reach out, you have to go thinking, hey, here's something I think your large channel audience would like, and essentially make their weekly video for them. Well, like I said, you know, I mean, my channel in particular is very niche. I do sound design. There's a lot of sound designers out there. And I think that it's also kind of difficult because a lot of times when you reach out to another channel, you would look out to like cousin channels, right? But like, I wouldn't want to reach out to Cam's channel to do sound design on his channel because I would almost feel like that's potentially undermining him as a sound designer, right? And I don't think that it would be received that way, but I think that it's just a matter of like mutual respect. And so I don't really know what the etiquette of that would be to approach a situation like that. What Cameron did talk about with me was doing a meme video where him and I read a book, which would be great. I would love to do that with him because then it doesn't have anything to do with music. It's just us being us. But I would love to read a short story with him. But, you know, I don't know. You can't... I think that, like, honestly, Marx is pretty hot in the sound design community right now. Who's Marx? Why not do a live stream group chat with Cam, Artifacts, Hypo, Data, and whoever? Just explain communism to people? Oh, Karl Marx? What? Why? Release an album or individual tracks one at a time? I think it depends. That's your niche. I think it depends because it should all Marxist sound design. It should depend on like the story or the concept that you're trying to bring and how many tracks it takes to convey that concept. So like if you've got this big idea, then you should release it as an album. But if you've got like, you know, one song and then the rest of your songs sound like completely different or have completely different vibes or whatever, then you can, you know, release individually. Marxist sound design. I have debated in secret about turning my channel into a political channel, not going to, but I dream about it sometimes. I mean, it would probably do better than sound design. I wish there were more content on how some of the successful artists got to where they were, but most of them don't share that info freely. Content like that would at least give me some ideas to consider. Also not going to happen. It won't happen. I think people that say smash like guys, we woo, become part of the gang is very insincere. Is it insincere? Data, I'd love that. Yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on politics, to be honest, but I'm not going to try to put you into a position to do something that you don't want to do, but and then everybody will probably gain subs from each other. But kindly saying subscribe is an issue. Okay, I was gonna ask of like what are your thoughts on being like, hey, if you guys like the content of your channel, then you know, help a brother out. I'll do a political live stream with you. Oh no, Hypotech is gonna pull you into his podcast. There you go. There you go. Your career has just begun. Let's get it. Yeah, I actually did a producer roundtable with Musar a long time ago, and who was on it with me? Funkmod was on it, DMCR was on it, and there was one more person. Oh yeah, it was me. Sorry, it was 4 people. I feel so dumb. But yeah, Musar actually did like some producer roundtable stuff, and we did talk about some things that were kind of cool and whatnot, but you know, I wonder like who would host it and how do we kind of get people together in that way. I am going at some point going to bring DMTR back on. I don't know when. I can't really talk about it yet, but I'm really excited. That's going to be really exciting. I love having him on, just having him be a part of the community. You know who else I really want to bring on? I really want to have Framer on, I really want to talk to him about some of his production stuff because he's just like a D&B monster. Do you have plans to do podcasts? I've already done a few. I have a podcast with, oh my God, what's his name? I've got a podcast with DMTR. I've got a podcast with Hypotect. I've got a podcast with Jim Kimchi from glitch.cool. I have a podcast with, oh my God, what's his name? Oh, like regularly scheduled? Oh, you just mean like me just talking? I thought you meant like having guests on and stuff. No, not really, because I don't really have enough topics to talk about. If you feel like doing it, then you host it. If let's say Data wants to do one too, then he hosts it. I meant guest, but on a weekly basis or something. So I did for a while. Like I had it, like I said, I had a plan on bringing people up. Like if you look on my Discord, excuse me, I actually have a podcast fill out form. Just invite each other, fellas. Yeah. But as far as weekly, no, I don't. I was trying to get G Space on here for a while, but he's really busy. I don't know if you guys know who that is or not. And then I was also trying to get the Whittler to come onto my channel as well, but he also was super busy. No, Obscura is Hypotech's podcasting deal. Yeah, it's his podcast thing. He's also got a Discord. Some nice people there. Get Skrillex and Matthews. What if I got David Hayter? How cool would that be? And we would just like exchange snake voices. Okay, this is Vapor Snake. Contacting Liquid Snake. This is Solid Snake. Contacting Vapor Snake. I heard you need my presence. David who? David Hayter. The guy that does Solid Snake's voice. Eva, I need you. David Can of Depeche Mode. Enjoy the silence. Good night, everyone. Really cool stream to be part of. Thanks. Yo, thanks for coming and hanging with us, Cam. I appreciate how long you stayed. Have a wonderful evening. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be. I've just been having fun bullshitting. I should be asleep. I've got a lesson tomorrow, but whatever. Yeah, no, I don't know. I definitely want to get people in and stuff too. But it's hard. I heard from Mr. Bill's podcast that Steve Duda is usually pretty happy to participate in interviews. Hey, Steve Duda, how does it feel to know that I only use serum as a shaker slave? He'd probably be pretty chill about it. He'd be like, yo, man, I'm just happy that you bought it, dude. Thank you. Or be like, next question. But then you have to talk to Duda. I'm totally fine with talking to Duda, but I'd better have some interesting things to ask him and also like not step on his toes. He was even pretty, yeah, he was super chill about Vital. Just get Duda and Mouse while you're at it. I think the chances of me getting Joel on my podcast are probably like finding a needle in a haystack. Anyone use Bandcamp? What does it cost? Is it good for the first album release? Yeah, Bandcamp doesn't cost you anything. They just take a percentage, or they take revenue share out, but they're not doing it right now because of COVID. I'd like to chat with Steve. I've put off personally messaging him, but I can't imagine that he's heard every idea. But I can't help but imagine he's heard every idea I have. Yeah, he is. He has been a stand-up person for sure, but he's probably also busy. Let's talk about the casual use of the word slave in music production. Okay, well, usually the word slave regards to like a master and slave, right? So like you've usually got like a master effect that goes, and then it's kind of like circuitry whenever you're building a computer, right? was super cool the one time I was lucky enough to talk to him. I mean, he's just like us. We're all just nerds. I mean, technically, if you think about it, all of these tracks are slaves, and then this is the master. That's why it's called the master track. I've had the fortunate occasion to talk to him. You've been fortunate enough to talk to him. I'm sorry, I try to pronounce your spelling errors. Yeah, I've talked to him for 2 hours. Wow. If that's the master, then you're the god. Coming this summer, God of Bitwig. We should talk to each other about our conversations with Duda. Does the story line up? Did he tell you what I think he told you? No, that's a title. Subordinate works too. I feel in today's climate the use of the word slave might be hurtful to some. Yeah, I'm not how do you say? I'm not ignorant to that idea. I do understand. God, a Bitwig shows us how to plant phase. That's an interesting conversation to have at some point. Master bedroom is another interesting one. I don't think that it's the term master. I think it's just the use of the word slave. That's a great book title. Conversations with Duda. Duda's Insight. A retrospect from Gear Slut's new name, Gear Slaves. Okay, alright, I get it. Let's move on. Flash photography uses that term as well. I wonder if Duda is a datist or a dudist? A datist or a dudist? Has anybody played Metal Gear Solid 2? I'm surprised that nobody's made a meme of when the SEAL team is firing at Fortune and one of the SEAL team members fires off a grenade and is like, a dud. Both words bring images of abuse. Moving on. Casual misogyny. What about the term beat off to describe a beat making challenge? That is way funnier than it should be. Oh, Lord. Beat off is fine. Oh, look, I'm not out here to offend anybody. The context didn't mean anything. All right, Alckemy, I'll see you at the beat off. No, you absolutely will not see me at the beat off. You can go to the beat off by yourself. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys, go on. Let's move on. Like I said, Neatwig. Like I said, I'm not here to offend anybody, but, you know, Beatwig, Phil. Yeah. There's that. It doesn't matter. If somebody is sensitive to particular vocabulary and stuff, then I think rather than try to desensitize them to them, it's better to accept it and move on. Oh, do you practice this thing called sleep on another note? What's up, guys? Yeah, I do sleep. I do sleep. Sometimes I sleep. Well, what do you think I'm doing? Like like this is technically quote unquote work, right? Do you though? I do sleep. I sleep a lot. But like I was saying, you know, like I can't Greedo doesn't sleep, right? Greedo does not sleep. You can't, like, I slept a good 5 or 6 hours. Nice. Nice. He likes things in moderation. This applies to sleep as well. You know, that's actually kind of important, is to not oversleep. If you oversleep, like, you can actually wake up feeling more tired. Now, should I have gotten up and stretched? Probably. But, you know, there is that. Excuse me. Sorry. Conquer. Conquistador. I don't know if you guys have played Blasphemous or not. You never said why the subpack challenge hurts you. Oh, because I think it was too ambitious, and I think that I might have bit off more than I can chew. I think that it was a rookie mistake of thinking that my channel was going to start exponentially snowballing, and to kind of push the boundaries a bit. I was going to offer, you know, like a subpack, and I still am, by all means. Like, it's sitting right here next to me. But I think that I should have waited until I got to 10K to give it out, instead of trying to push for it. Because now I'm mentioning it in every video. So as opposed to doing it in, like, you know, 10 videos or whatever, I think that it's not being helpful. But I don't know. I think that people also don't care about it as much as I thought they would. I mean, I don't know. I would think that somebody would want a sub pack because it's freaking awesome, but maybe people just don't really know about it, or they don't really care for it, or whatever. But even still, like, every 200 viewers or every 200 subs, I also give out a sample pack from my store. So, you know, just trying to build incentive. Another interesting thing is that I told my viewers I want a sub pack. I mean, like I said, everybody that's a subscriber will be entered to win. What about a video about how sick the sub pack is? That's what I'm going to do in March. Well, shit, no, I'm not going to do that in March. I mean, yeah, I guess I could take it outside of the box. I'm very excited and expect to win. If you are outside of the US and you win, you have to help me with shipping. I'm sorry. If you want me to ship it overseas, I'll do it, but you got to help me out. Anyone here use the chat music maker thing on Perfect Circuit's channel? It's weird but fun. Whatever you type in makes the patches change. No, I've never heard of that. That sounds cool though. Well, from my perspective as a non-American, I don't consider it because I imagine the shipping distance. I'm winning the sub pack and donating it to the inner city kids. That's cool. Yeah, but I suppose you're right. I could give away this. I could do a review on it and then say, like, hey, as 10K, this sub pack that I'm wearing that's already gently used is what I'm going to be giving away. It's not a bad idea. Thank you for that suggestion. Yeah, I don't know. Good luck shipping the sub pack to the other side of the entire world. I'm an ideas guy. Mixing question. I'm trying to make a load of low drums, taiko, surdos, and play with rhythm and sound like 29 people playing. How do I make it clean and not muddy? That's a big mixing question. Like 20 people playing? Chorus? Oh, I'm like a minute behind. Monophony? Or monophony? Yeah, like, most of the time you don't have 20 taikos playing at once. You have them taking turns. So you want to make sure that you place them all in the same space, same amount of reverb and all that stuff. And then you want to, like, think about how they would voice in an actual orchestra. Yeah, if you have all the low drums choke each other, it should mix pretty easy, right? And if you don't know how to do that, you just create a drum rack and then you highlight them all, then you go right click and then you go choke to. Frequency separation is your friend. Well, he was saying that all the drums though are the same, or they're all kind of occupying the low end. Different pitch drums with maximum number of drums layered like a chord. Or you can do like 2 taikos that are panned hard left and hard right. It's an ideal technique for like world music, but in electronic or glitch music it should work great. Like a samba school bateria. Slightly vary the processing like you would make the guitars. No, I think monophony is a good place to start, and then when you do play them at the same time, you still wouldn't have all the drums playing at once. You would have the taikos playing together, then you'd have other pieces of percussion playing together, so you would have to place them rhythmically in that way. But first get them all in the same room, then spread them out. Could work since percussion and not the main drums. Yeah, you can take out some of the super low end of those things, right? So that is true. I thought you meant like stereo or frequency separation of like every single drum. But yeah, you're right. If you just kind of low pass or high pass all that stuff, then you can get away with that. Oh, I see what you're saying too. You want to sound like a bunch of people playing at once. Right. Yeah, so spread them out across your stereo field. Pick a certain set of drums. EQ, panning, choking, and reverb. Yeah. Pretty much. Like the thing to consider too though is like if you're in a real room, like real orchestras don't have EQing. They've got psychoacoustics, but they don't have real EQing because it's all live. What do you mean by choking? Well, you can also mess with MIDI and still kind of strum, otherwise it's kind of sound robotic. Watch the tablets players. They make one drum sound like 40. Tablets are dope. Yeah, but I wouldn't really worry about the drums themselves. I would worry about what you're mixing them against, if that makes sense. Because, like I said, if you're in an orchestra room, I really want to pick up a tabla. Been putting off purchases waiting for unemployment. What was I talking about? Sample pack material, tabla beatbox. That's funny. Yeah. Like a percussion orchestra. Right. So place them all in the same room and then figure out what it is that you're going to have them pit against. Mixing in a DAW is very artificial, right? Or I guess mixing in general is actually artificial, even if it's analog, because back in an orchestra, the mixing that they did was through use of dynamics and then use of placement within the particular chamber that they were in. But they didn't have a mixing board. They didn't have a sound dude that was like, all right, man, check 1, 2. It was just, no, everybody fucking comes in and you got your orchestral sections. So what I would do is maybe look up like a chart and look at some typical setups for where the percussionist area would be. Try to place those drums in that way, and then try to focus more so on dynamics and make sure that they're all sharing the same reverb, because you're trying to create a quote-unquote room for that. That's probably the best advice that I can give you. Yeah, positioning and orchestration. If you made a trap song with a gunshot sample in it, it would blow your ears out as if it was a realistic volume. Music is more about perception than reality. That tip helped me a lot with mixing. Well, it's pretty funny because I probably wouldn't have a gunshot in there anyways, but a lot of times those gunshots are also not real either. They're synthesized. Maybe the cocking of the gun is real, but yeah, but the actual shot is a lot of times something different. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the sounds aren't always realistic. Well, it depends on what you're going for, right? Which kind of dictates that. Like, if you are going for something realistic, then like explore the ideas about how you can make that. I think there was a library made specifically with real guns, Assault or something. Yo.
You want to make this pasta?
Are you hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll cook it for you.
They're all in here on the bed. It's okay. They follow me in.
Actually, Biggie used the sound of the shot that killed Tupac on one of his singles. Is that true? I was like, what? I was like, wait, what? Like, Biggie died before Tupac. But they still, Death Row still released music after their death, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Big pure Chad move, if it were true. A Chad, but at what? You have become a Chad, but at what cost? That's the impressive thing about it. I think that Hypa and Greedo should go bowling. Imagine making a diss track of someone with the sound of the gun used to kill them featured prominently. Tupac died before Biggie? Didn't Tupac die in like 2001? I thought Biggie went first. Tupac died in 96? What? Yeah, September 3rd, 96. Okay, so it was really close because Biggie died like 6 months later. March 9th, 1997. So they were really close together. That's crazy. Suge Knight had them both killed to sell records. Hence the conspiracy bros. Well, I knew that they were like close together, but I thought Biggie went first. Maybe Suge and Diddy planned the whole thing. I don't know. I have you heard Diddy's lyrics? Like, have you heard his mixtape? Those conspiracies are the root of the gunshot joke. But seriously, like, has anybody heard Puff Daddy's fucking like mixtape before he got put on? Oh my god, it's so bad. It is so fucking bad. I don't know if it's on YouTube or what, but it's terrible. In fact, most of Puff Daddy's music, P. Diddy's music, is absolutely terrible. Shook is the dad from Fresh Prince. The lyrics that he didn't write, because they're even worse than his own. Man, you guys, it's so, like, go look it up if you can, find it, because it's worth sitting through 10 seconds of before you have to change it. Hey, has anybody played Skull, the Hero Slayer? Does Diddy even produce? Isn't he like DJ Khaled? SKUL, Skull. The Hero Slayer. So did he? Yeah, I think he does something. He's useful for something. This is a typical morning Saturday for me and Focus Friday for you. Hi, Alckemy. Hey, Nikolai, what's going on, man? Old Skull or New Skull? I think you're missing a couple of letters. Old Skull. Oh, man. Let me see. I had time to work on the tune more, but I didn't. That's okay. Like, it'll come. Skull is cheap vodka. I thought that was Sky. Wasted time Fridays. You can't beat yourself up for music, man. It's got to come when it's going to come. Khaled screams "We the best" and Diddy just says "Here's another one." That's the difference. Sky is higher end than Skull. Really? Because I thought Sky was pretty like trash. Not that I would know. Vodka in general is just yuck. I'm hopping off. Really enjoyed the stream. Dude, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. He might have owned a drum machine, but Diddy's production credit was from being a dealer and bank rolling studio time. Oh. What was he dealing? Polly calling Diddy out. Okay, I should go there tomorrow on stream. Okay, dude, shit, good luck. I tried using Bitwig and it's very hard to relearn all the keyboard combinations. FL Studio feels easier to learn. Really? Diddy was dealing cocaine? He does not seem like the kind of person. He seems like the person that was born into a very rich suburb, and that's because it is? I disagree. I disagree. Oh, check this out. If you're in Bitwig, big ups John Smith. Check this out. If you're trying to learn the keyboard shortcuts, all you do is you go on here and you hit fucking control. You hit control enter. Look, here's all of your stuff. Look, all of your keyboard shortcuts. So if you ever forget, you can just find them right there. Noise. Cook engine? Cooking? What? Sorry, where do you find this menu? Diddy grew up in Harlem. Control enter. Control enter. Also looking at the bottom right in the menus. To toggle mappings browser panel. Oh shit, I didn't know this. I didn't know that you had MIDI learn from this. Wow, I feel so dumb. That's hilarious. I am so smart. His parents were friends with a big drug dealer according... Oh, his parents were friends with big drug dealers. Every Windows technician from India that calls me goes by the name LOL John Smith. You can see Puff Daddy in videos when he was like 12. No, I mean it shows the shortcuts on the bottom. Yeah, I know at the bottom right here in this menu. But I was just saying, like, this in particular, I didn't know that this is where the MIDI mapping is. I feel so dumb. I could have just hit this and then... Yeah. Anyway. When he is hiding under humans, it's the name of the doctor. Who is this? Who's the doctor? What are you talking about? Doctor Who? Is it Doctor Who? This would be a dope ass song title. When he is hiding under humans? I have not watched anything from Doctor Who. I've been thinking of doing a shortcuts video on what shortcuts are cool to add in Bitwig. I'm going to head out now. Really enjoyed the stream. See you guys. Thanks for coming in, Eclipse. You take care. The only one that I've done that I tell people to do is the brackets one. This one fucking saved my life. But this is the one. What microphone are you using? Is there any processing like EQ/compression? It sounds superb. Hey, thank you. Let's take a look. This is what I have on the microphone. Nothing. Wait, was that the right one? Yeah, I love that one. I use different keys for that. R for reverse, also worth doing. Don't think that's set by default. Yeah, that's one that I also have for, I have that one set to the same. And then I have J for bounce to new track. And then I have Command B for bounce in place, I think. And then I also have Command Shift S for slice in place. And then Command Shift D. I need to do one for slice to multi-sample. But the scale one, man, the brackets, that one, yeah. That one's my shit. Oh, so J is bounce, yeah, and then Command B. I think that these are set differently. Or I think bounce doesn't actually have one, but J works really well for that. How is Bitwig for composing to video? It does not support video right now. I made a shortcut for double content that comes in handy a lot. Yeah, that's mine, right? Wait, what is double content? Is that like duplicate or what is this? Absolutely barbaric. Just kidding. What's barbaric? It duplicates but inside the clip. Oh. I've never used that. I've just done scaling. No video. Yeah, I do think that, I do hope that it supports video at some point, because all of the sound design videos that I've done for like video games and stuff, I have to use Ableton. It comes in handy more with clip view. Yeah, that makes sense. And I could see that being useful for audio as well, but I just use scale or duplicate. Yeah, I wonder if they're ever going to support video. I have the feeling that an update is coming soon, because there's that beta that just released, right? But nobody's really talking about what's going to be in the new update, if anything. But I'm kind of worried that we're going to get into this situation to where like the things that everybody wants is so nuanced that like we're just going to have a bunch of. You thought of going to Twitch? I started on Twitch and I left Twitch because there's 0 discovery options for Twitch. I figured that I would try to appeal to my 7,000 subscriber base opposed to my 300 follower subscriber base to try to stream content. Ableton 10 versus Bitwig 3.3. Dual streaming, I've tried restreaming. It doesn't work that well for me. And it's not worth to pay for it yet. Ableton 10 versus Bitwig 3.3. So I came from Ableton. I used Ableton for like 6 years, and then I switched over to Bitwig. It's purely preference. If you type in !switch, it'll tell you why I switched from Ableton to Bitwig. Do I think one is better than the other? No. But for me, Bitwig, for me personally, like my personal workflow needs, Bitwig is better. I also have a review on Live 11 beta. I'm not that impressed with it. Long story short, I'm not very impressed with that update. Because I'm looking to get into sync licensing and I'm tied to which ones to stick with. There is no better DAW. Yeah, I think you should watch that video then, the !switch, because that will kind of tell you a lot of the key workflow differences between the two. That works for me. Oh my god. I really like hybrid tracks. I really like bounce in place over freezing and flattening, and I think that the sampler in Bitwig, the granular synth, is like an absolute essential for me these days. So there is a DAW that works better for you in general. Do you think the DAW matters for sync licensing? Can you tell me what sync licensing is? Because I don't know what that is. How do I use hybrid tracks for my workflow? Mostly with IDM stuff. So if you look right here, this is a hybrid clip, and so a lot of times like I'll bounce this out right here and then keep working. Or maybe I'll want to make some changes to this in audio if I want to do like an actual... I never understood hybrid tracks. Okay, well this is a hybrid track. It's got both audio and MIDI on it. So the MIDI is being hosted right here to this sampler. But when you bounce something in place, you kind of solidify whatever audio is on there in that way. So you get to have both. But I like to do like crazy like pitch bends and like different audio warping things without actually having to bounce the whole track or resample it to a new track. So I just go bounce in place, and that kind of keeps it where it needs to be. So you can see here that like through little sporadic measures of these things, like I've got some, like this I created a short little fill, so I wanted this to do a reverse sample. So yeah, hybrid clips in that way are fucking so powerful. I think this is so much better than freezing and flattening. And people were like, well, what if you want to go back to MIDI? Well, like, you don't lose the MIDI. That's the thing. I feel like this is just me, but isn't white on white kind of hard to see? I think it's just you, because that's not white, that's gray. But yeah, do you think DAW matters for making music, for TV commercials, video games, and other forms of media? Yeah, it does. But not specifically like one is better than the other in that way. Gaming, if you're going to make stuff for games, I think that it makes sense to use Reason, because Reason supports Python, and Python is kind of like a language, a coding language that's native to a lot of like gaming engines and stuff. I do want dark backgrounds to be number one highest priority feature. Yeah, I'd like that too. It's easier on the eyes, right? And not orange. Like this, I want this to be a different color. Yeah, didn't I just say that? I said Reaper is the one with Python. Pro Tools is great for live recordings. It's probably the best for like actual live recording. I said Reason. Sorry, I meant Reaper. Thank you for correcting me. But yeah, I meant Reaper. Yeah, let us select the accent color. I don't care about orange. I don't like orange, but maybe a palette for people who want it. Yeah, I don't like orange. It's ugly. It's ugly. Excuse me. What was I talking about? Yeah, Pro Tools is good for live recording, and then everything else is kind of in between. Cubase is also really good for live orchestration and stuff, and for comping, I hear. If you're really big into comping, I think that Cubase probably allows the most has the most robust editing for that. I love orange personally, but I'm just lucky. I still want options for peeps. Fair enough. I really like the pink, or like the kind of reddish Bitwig icon. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but I really like that color. I concur. I like the orange. It's just that brown. What brown? This color right here. I like this color. Oh, the brown of the track clip? That's actually orange. Yeah, I was like, that's not brown, that's orange. How is this not orange? Yeah, I think I don't know. And anyways, I'll link a cool vid on it on the Discord. Wait, I like orange, just like, you know, options to the peeps. Brown is just dark orange. Oh, you're talking about like shades of color. Yeah, we're all here we go. Here's the overarching thing. We are all shades of orange. Brown is orange and purple. Funny thing is, it offers way more options, yet guys like Zimmer are using Cubase. Isn't Innuendo from Steinberg, though? It's like the same shit. Isn't brown the color that doesn't exist? Okay, hold up. Hold up. We're still talking about Bitwig stuff. Before we get into color theory. Black, that is. Have you seen Black Matter? That's some interesting stuff. So yeah, hybrid clips are probably the biggest one. The sampler thing, having the ability to add browser right here is great. And then I've also got a secondary browser right here. And then if I go to add a new track, I can actually pull up a third browser. So you've got 3 different ways to access a browser. And that's just like, yes. Yes. Violet technically doesn't exist. Everything is modular. So if you really like sound design, I would go for Bitwig. If you're a sound design head like us are in the chat, I would go for Bitwig because the modulator system is great. I have a degree in color theory. Also, everything has MIDI through on this. So like if you put like a MIDI effect on here, like Cthulhu or Cthulhu or whatever, however the fuck you want to pronounce it, or like a chord plugin or something, Captain Chords, whatever, you don't have to route it through another channel. It will just work, which is great. Night, Jen. It's been a pleasure. Night, dude. See ya. Thanks for coming in, and thank you for the recommendation. I will likely take you up on that. What else do I like about this? I just love this fucking thing. Yeah, but brown is not part of the color spectrum. It appears once you implement the saturation. Okay, well, you guys have that battle. I'm not interested in fighting that one. Because I'm more interested in color by light as opposed to primary color. Color by light is a much different deal than rudimentary colors. My bad, magenta, not violet. I feel like I'm going to become a DAW collector. I mean, it's more knowledge, you know? Are you still here, Pacific? How much experience do you have in music, and what's your DAW? Like, what are you currently using right now? And what is sync licensing? I've never heard of that before. Well, if DAWs would just let you use their devices cross-platform, maybe this would buy several DAWs. Yeah, right? Like even if you had to buy the whole DAW, but it came with the plugins, like I'd buy FL Studio if I could use it in other DAWs. I'd upgrade. I would upgrade to Ableton Live 11 for their new devices, like Reason is doing. Brown can't exist in natural light spectrum, but if refracted with the crystal, you can create brown light. With the Reason rack, you can use it in other DAWs. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you were talking about sync licensing. I was like, what the heck is that? Yeah, there is OMF, but that kind of sucks. What is OMF? I think you can load the entire FL Studio as a VST, right? Can you? That's kind of cumbersome, though. Almost the rack system is fine. FL does that, but, I mean, standalone devices. Right, yeah. Like, through Rewire? Oh. Nah, man. Nah, man, I'm cool. I'm cool. Cool on that. I think he was saying you need Rewire to use FL Studio as a plugin. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't really do that cross DAW stuff. I just use Bitwig. FL Studio can be loaded and used as a VST instrument in Windows and macOS compatible hosts or in macOS as an AU plugin. With OMF, you can use projects from one DAW and another, but it's very limited, just audio files or something, basically worthless. Yeah, fuck that. Hybrid setups suck. Yeah. I just want one DAW to rule them all. So far, Bitwig has been very fun in that way. like it's not very often that I run into something in Bitwig where like I feel limited. Like if I ever feel limited, I feel like it's because of me. You ever check out Usein? No. Or Usein? 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 I opened Ableton yesterday and I closed it. I'm guessing. Ableton's fine. It's great. It's just I'm so used to this now that, and I remember all of the frustrations. I'm just so much better in it than Bitwig. Really? Well, cool. Cool. I think that I am so much better in Bitwig than I am in Ableton. Cubase playlist of you Bitwig effects and modulators and FL MIDI editing with the bass instruments of Reason. Bam. How about no? I used to like Cubase Ableton Rewired, but got over it. Hybrid setups are the differences between sounding like Eamon Tobin and Virtual Riot. Which one is which? But I force me to Bit. Why do you force yourself to Bitwig if you're better in Ableton? That doesn't make sense. Why would you, if you like one better than the other, why would you? Why would you? Honest question. Because I don't get it. You were better in Ableton as well in the beginning, no? Yeah, but for a little while, but like I baited or I demoed Bitwig before I decided to switch. Ableton is hybrid, Virtual Riot is a joke. Poly is ripping VR a new one. I mean, a DAW has to be learned. Yeah, but like the conversion ratio of like, I was up and running at like full force in Bitwig in like 3 months. Like I spent a lot of time in it, but it didn't take me long to figure out where I wanted to be. And like I found a lot of the things that I had a hard time doing in Ableton were a lot easier to do in Bitwig. So like I think like I just kind of lucked out. I was like, this works for me. Oh, I get this. Oh, I get this. Okay, then this is where I'm at, if that makes sense. But that's I guess the answer that you're leaning or kind of creeping around is that you just got Bitwig and you're new to it, but you're used to Ableton. Yeah, like the one thing that I miss, two things from Ableton. I miss the simpler, and I miss well, this doesn't really count, but I did miss the glue compressor. But having that and then getting the soft clipper, which was free, shit. I'm like, nope, I'm cool. Oh, MIDI capture, that was cool. I do miss MIDI capture, but that wasn't essential to me. I moved from Logic to Bitwig and still use both. You still use both? I never use it. The only reason why I use Ableton anymore is for teaching lessons. Same for me when I switched from using the FL, stuff just clicked. I do most of my live streams. Really? You do most of your live streams in Logic? What do you produce in most, though? But the cool thing is, like, Ableton and Bitwig are so similar that, like, you really don't have to go far to figure out how to do the same stuff in each one. Because in Bitwig, the VST window open disappear when I click over to chat. Okay. Can't you leave that up, though? For making tables? What, wavetables? Audiker hybrid, Eamon Tobin hybrid, Aphex Twin hybrid, Square Pusher hybrid. But what about Poly? Where does Poly fit in that formula? Aphex Twin is on another level of godlike. I'm really excited to see what Mefuse and Audica do in Bitwig. That's what I want to see. I want to see what they come up with, and I want to see like how they use effects and stuff and how they mess with things. Like I missed that Audica stream where Skylar was messing around in Bitwig, and I was like, "Fuck, this is so interesting," but I had to go. Yeah, a specific workflow thing, just when churning out through tables, just a bit faster in Logic. Well, that makes sense. What's up with Mr. Bill in Bitwig? He's got too many collabs in Ableton. And he's too woke in Ableton with like the Max for Live stuff, so he's not going to convert anytime soon. I tried to get yeah, me too. I would love to see Wolg get into that stuff. I told Wolg that I'd give him a copy of Ableton or of Bitwig if he would try it. I also tried to get Frequent and Hudson Lee. I was like, hey guys, you really should try Bitwig. I think you'd love it. And they said no. Isn't Deadmau5 a bit of a snob? I don't know. Nobody really knows him personally like that. I mean, Max for Live is a pretty good reason to just stick in Ableton. True, but you can run Max for Live on its own. He's pretty cool. Skrillex 100% in the box. Debate over. In what box? I want Max for Bitwig. Hell yeah. I really want a visualizer VST. That would be sick too. I feel like Deadmau5 is the boomer of EDM, but that's just my impression. Yeah, not gonna happen though. What's not gonna happen? ITB means in the computer, no hardware. Yeah, I knew that in the box. Visualizer VST, like controls for visualizers. Max for Bitwig. Yeah, I would like something like that, like a visualizer with different controls that just react to audio in one way or another. I mean, Span is good, the pay version. You might be interested in Blender, but Blender isn't a VST though. But I have looked at Blender. I've also looked at, what's it called? It's called Touch Designer, I think, was another one for visualizations. Yeah, Touch Designer. And I think Touch Designer is free if you want to do 720p video. Did I take a look at Blue Cat stuff? Yeah, I've looked at their stuff before, but the price of whatever the fuck they have is ridiculous. I was like, really? You for real? Are you for real? Yeah, it feels a bit overpriced and they're a bit outdated. When was the last time they updated that? I'll talk to someone about a visualizer plugin of something I kind of wanted as well, just for the fun of it. Yeah, I think it would be awesome. Like, and it doesn't need to be complex. You know, it doesn't need to be like 3D rendering or anything like that of that nature, but just something that, you know, even if it's just like some quirky presets or something that just looks cool to look at, or, you know, maybe it's fucking the T-Rex and every time a beat hits or something, it jumps over the fucking gate. I don't care. Something. Like, I really love that FL has all these like weird ass plugins that you can use. Like, it's got a visualizer built into it. It's got like an avatar that you can attach to it, which is really cool. And I'm like, why isn't there more customization like that in other DAWs? Most of that kind of stuff is out there, just not as a VST, which I think would be useful for streamers. I just want an After Effects VST. Like, what? You want to be able to use After Effects as a VST? I feel like your DAW would never play because it'd be too busy rendering. Audio React is still my favorite visualizer. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, the Audio React isn't too bad, but fuck After Effects. I've thought so many times about getting motion, and I'm just like, you know what? No. Or Audio React VST. That's a bit harsh. Listen, I've used After Effects. I've done some projects. Actually, that my first video intro, the one with the boom, 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 the blue thing with the moon and stuff on my older videos, like I did that in After Effects. And it took me so long to do that. But that had the visualizer that Greedo was talking about. But not only did it take forever to put together, but it took forever, for fucking ever to render. Ugh, I don't like After Effects. I don't like After Effects. I don't like motion either. I really don't like video stuff. Video animation is a nightmare for me because it takes 10 times the amount of time to do something super simple than it does in audio. Like audio, you could bang out a tune in fucking 15 minutes. But when it comes to video composing for like animation and stuff and layer composing from scratch, man. Oh, dude. And the fact that like you can't really watch like playback and stuff is just like, no, they wouldn't say the same thing. I guarantee they would say the same thing because I've talked to people in video. I bet you they would all agree with me. The workflow, it takes 10 times as long. It's just the nature of how you do things and how those programs work. It's a nightmare. At first I was like, man, I want a custom intro and stuff and I want to make my own, and now I'm like, I'll just do it on Fiverr. Or I'll just go and search for a template or something. It's because you have to cut the film and move it by hand. Well, not just that, but like if you're doing animation, like you have to build the layers from scratch. They often use rooms full of supercomputers and they all render one frame for frame. Oh my god. A DAW is a well-refined piece of software if you think about it. It really is. And the people in there are so damn talented. So you're saying like multiple people work on like one frame at a time and then like that kind of speeds up the workflow process of that? That would make sense. Actually, somebody that sat on... Hey, what up, Cade? One of the people that sat on my Blackboard test, he is a color corrector for the Marvel movies. I'm not going to give you his name, but really nice guy. But yeah, I never talked to him about that stuff, but I imagine like the amount of work that he has to sit down and just color that shit with is... Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, but that's not After Effects, though. You don't do color correction in After Effects, usually. You do that in a different program. But could you imagine, like, having to use a bunch of different programs outside of your host program, but, like, not just by choice, but, like, you have to? Nope. I'm good. I want to open up one thing, one DAW. If it runs the plugins, I'll use it. If it doesn't, no thanks. I mean, the computers are all working together and render video, and every computer does another frame. Right. As in the wise words of... What's his fucking name? Oh my god, what is his name? Everything y'all did. I've been done. Young Dro. Fuck that bitch. That's why I'm glad jitter is a thing in Max. It would probably take her computer a year to render. Probably. Or it would crash 12%. Right. Yeah. It's crazy. Video rendering is a lot. It is a lot. That's why I like it in FL Studio, though, because it seems like that's a much more efficient way to... Blender crashes are the worst. Yikes. Fire. Man, yeah, I don't know. Anybody that does video that, like, is able to pull that off, like, mad respect to you. Because I started with video. Like, I went to school for film and video. And then I was like, this sucks. And then I went to school for graphic design because I thought that it would be easier to get into. And then I was like, oh, God, Photoshop, this sucks. And then I got into music and I was like, oh, this is it. This is way more fun, way more interactive, way more entertaining. And the work output is so much faster and entertaining and enjoyable compared to, yeah, like graphic design or Photoshop or whatever. It's just so much better. Right. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. It's not to say that, like, I don't know. The tools for graphic design, I don't know if it's necessary, but they are the fucking worst. Yeah, there's like, ever tried rendering fractal video? No, I haven't. I've never tried to make, I would much rather try to make fractals in this than making fractals on like a generator or something. But people do that but don't people that do graphic design love doing that? So intensive in CPU? Maybe. I mean, yeah, probably. I like taking pictures. I don't like editing pictures. It feels like they're designed bad. Yeah. So like, Photoshop finally came out with a feature called remove background. And it's supposed to like highlight you as the subject and then like remove anything that's not supposed to be there. But Photoshop is so, yeah. I like the editing part of photography. I love watching people do logo design and vector design though. Yeah, if you're good at Illustrator, like I'll watch that. I'll get down with that. But like touch-ups or creating layer compositions, different than chroma keying. Yeah, it's a different thing. I can show you. Before I got into Blender, I would binge Inkscape tuts. Hey. Nyeh. Love doing composites and mattes. Dude, more power to you. All right, let me show you how I make clickbait. Okay, we'll take this one. All right, so what do I use for videos? I use Final Cut. So you have to unlock the layer. Yeah, I use Final Cut. And then you go to remove background. But then it gives you this. Extremely focused Fridays. Haven't opened Photoshop in years. Yeah, it's 10.5 hour stream. I've got to go to bed soon. So yeah, once this is done, you have to take the mask and then go to the brush tool and then hit X and then, well, actually hit X and then fix all this stuff first. But the thing is, like, unless if you create a new layer and you create a fill. Okay. And then you drag this up, you're not going to be able to see this. So like you actually have to cut all this crap out, which is really annoying. But then you just get into masking mode and that's fucking Photoshop for you, is this shit. So that's not very fun. I mean, it doesn't like it. It can be easier than that. It's because you can use bigger brushes and stuff. But isn't that pretty much the same as chroma key? No, it's not, because you're creating a mask. Chroma key has to do with light. Select and mask, refine edge, right? Now, the problem though that I did with this is that my clothing choice is actually complementary to my background. So like if you have a background that separates the subject more, then this will work better, because I've been successful in that way, but you just never know. It's kind of like a toss-up sometimes between that stuff. But yeah, you got to kind of go back to this and then refine all these things, and then you got to get in there, right? And then like my hair is nuts, so you got to go back and fix all that. But yeah, that's pretty much how you make thumbnails in the Photoshop. Adobe Photoshop 2021 would like to record this computer screen. Deny. Chroma key pretty much cancels out a color you select, but this works different, right? Yeah, like a chroma key will, most of the time chroma key is actually used in video as opposed to doing that, but I do click around the object thing and erase the background. Yeah, that's what I do too, but it didn't pick it up well, is what I'm saying. But there's some other cool things in there, like you can do like replace the sky or whatever, which was kind of cool, and then it's got some other neat features in that. But I don't use Photoshop for like super editing, you know, of like doing like these crazy compositions. I just do it to remove or to make transparent images, and then I throw that into like a background of, imagine replacing the sky in real life, and then I throw that into a background of like a picture of the synth that I'm using. Hashtag magic lasso. Ugh. Fuck that. I hate the magic lasso. Paint. But you can also use Canva. Canva works. Pixel art is nice. Go to documents, images, me. There we go. So I tried to actually make this a GIF or like an emote, but it's too big, so I have to render this out in a much smaller size. But there's that. GIMP, as unholy as it may sound. Yeah, you don't really want to do like masking and stuff in GIMP though. Like if you want to create like a title or something, you can do that, but what do you think of Topaz Labs AI editing? I don't even know what that is. Nowadays you can use chroma key on my iPad or phone. Yes. Cut them nose hairs, bro. What are you talking about? You cut them nose hairs. Ooh, come back. I'm kidding. You good. I probably do have nose hairs, but like, that's, you know, that's part of being a male. Part of actually just being a person. I've seen some ladies with some crazy facial hair before. I do hate nose hairs though. They suck. No, I was totally kidding. Worst part of being a male, back hair? I actually don't have back hair. Knock on wood. I didn't intend to become Evan Chewbacca. Yeah, I think body hair in general, right? Let's just leave it at that, because that can stem to a lot of different places. I was actually impressed that I didn't see nose hairs. That's because I shaved before I took a picture. Put a lit cigarette in your nose. If you're short on time, right? Lucky here. That sounds doable. Yeah, we'll just like stick 2 cigarettes in my nose, and then if you're into cocaine, and then like we'll make my eyes like really red, kind of like a demon or something, right? Because that's what people like to do. Or tampon? Maybe not. That might upset someone. That's kind of taboo to do stuff like that. Do you guys remember the stream where I drew a duck? What was I doing? What was that? Does anybody remember what that conversation was about? Is this Focus Weed Friday? That deepfake tech is scary. That shit is crazy. That's a crazy fucking... That's crazy technology right there. Yeah, we did this today. Well, we worked on this today. I guess we'll play it because we haven't done... We have not played a single sound in probably hours. May I hear? Let me turn this up. It's a mess right now, but it'll clean up later. Combine deepfake with voice simulating software, and now you can do stuff. Yeah. Pretty insane. I'm scared. Polly, I don't know what to tell you. Kate said he heard it. I can finally become Vladimir Putin in the Terror of the East? Via deepfake or what? Oh. Gotcha. Check this video, what it's like to be a computer and interview with GPT-3. I really like this, what you have here. I think it's way too busy. And there's some spaces that, or there's some places in here that it's like empty in comparison. So there's definitely some refinement that needs to happen, but it's okay. This is for the Discord collab, so I'm working on finishing that up. And well, empty is good. No, it's the bad kind of empty. Like there's places that it's too busy, and then there's places that it feels like there should be elements filled, if that makes sense. So like not just having a space in general. Deepfake still looks fake to me. I don't think it'll fool anyone with 20/20 vision. How many people have 20/20 vision that you know personally? I sure don't have 20/20 vision. I can't even see like fucking 10 feet away. I do have good hearing though. Ah. There's the deepfake with KSI and the meat guy. It looks uncanny, dude. Seems sus. Something doesn't seem right. Right on. Well, Friends, I think that it's probably time for me to pass the hell out. What if I tell you this is actually Venus Theory stream and you thought it was Alckemy? I don't sound anything like Cam, though. Him and I have a very different persona. Oh, LOL just came back. Yeah, I think it's time for me to go to bed, my friends. But I will be on tomorrow at some point. Tomorrow I'm going to give priority to filming the... what's it called? I'm going to give priority to filming the Sensal Morph review. Well, I hope you have a great sleep. Thank you. I got to be up early for a lesson. Venus sounds like a news reporter. Yes, he does. He sounds like a soothing... He's got a very soothing voice. I think that I would describe mine as affirming, I guess. My voice is very affirming. Cameron should do book readings. You missed it, but I was telling people that I really want to read a book with Cameron. Very affirming. Listen, I'm here to affirm you. Are you affirmed? Do you need affirmation? Is that your love language? Because if so, I will affirm you. June 2021. All ages. 21 and over. In theaters now. In 2 years. Cam is movie trailer voice and you're a documentary voice? You think so? I don't know. I heard the things. Best stream so far. Great friendly conversations. Yeah, I like the deep stuff. I like the deep stuff. Sometimes more than production, especially when I need a break. But yes, I'm going to bed. Much love, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. We'll do a 12-hour stream at some point. I read. Well, goodbye again. Much love. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow at some point. High class HQ docus, though. Good night, man. Good night, guys. Otherwise, I'm going to stay on forever and not eat or sleep. I must go. I must go. I will. Good night, guys. Much love.